This came from another panel. And since no one's here, no one cares. This is a good thing. Afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Mace Taggart Experience. I usually don't say that when I come on the air, but I'm beginning to turn things more professional now. In the future, the studio will be built. Better camera angles, better microphones. I'm going to start with what I was talking about last night, but so many guys came in last night. What's up, DJ Moss? One of my favorite people. Moss, are you going to get a mic so you can come up here and chill with me and the boys? Put a 1 yes, put a 2 no. Go ahead, bro. One of my favorite people. One thing about me, I love my guys who are loyal. And hopefully by late next winter, that means February, March, I'll have the merch in, and you definitely getting free merch, bro. Don't think you're not, bro. No, Infantry Skills, what's up, bro? It's an honor to have you. Let me give you a wrench. That's how I do things. In my chat room, bro, if you are infantry skills, stay right there, bro. Do not leave the chat room. When you are in my room and I know you from the chat room, I automatically give you a wrench. So here you go, bro. It's nice to see you again, bro. Oh, I gave you a wrench already. Okay, you got a wrench. Okay, I didn't know. I'm just doing these shows, pumping them in and out, man. Moss, are you gonna get a microphone, bro? Put one. Infantry Skills. You want to come up? I'll put the link in for you. Let me start with the NBA. I was gonna do this last night. I got into it, but the election and other shit came in. About the NBA, fellas. They are going to vote today on starting December the 22nd. Now, why is this a big deal? It's because players like LeBron and the Miami Heat, they didn't get enough rest, according to the crybabies. These motherfuckers are getting paid $40 million a year. They tell you to play on fucking July 4th, you fucking play. Okay, I'm tired of these guys, man. Infantry Skills, bro. What's up? You wanna pop up? Pop up, man. Moss, you ever gonna pop up? Put a 1 yes or 2 no, bro. Same thing for you, Skills. Yeah, the NBA is a joke, in my opinion. And the only reason why I cover it again, because I love my brothers. And I'm a black man. I know that black men, and you know I'm black, we love basketball. So that's why I'm going to cover it. I got a lot of good ideas, but it's going to happen. Right? I'm going to do it just in time for the NBA season, including my intro and going to live games. I'm going to have somebody up here, a couple of guys up here. We'll sit around like a round table, and we'll talk about the NBA. We'll talk about what's happening. I'll throw questions out there to my NBA people. And while we're doing that, we're going to show you games live. Depending on where the hot game is at for the night, the action's going. We're going to do that. Hockey, the same thing. That's okay, bro. Yo, what sport you like? Typing in the chat room. What sport you like, bro? Infantry Skills. What sport you like? Oh yeah, fellas. This room is going to get a lot better. Camera angles are going to get a lot better. I'm going to have 3 of the best. Already got 2 of them here. The best mics in the manosphere will be in here, bro. So you're going to get great sports coverage. What I've been doing, this is show number 72 in 41 days. What I'm doing is getting my grinding my hours in. So, you like college football. The running backs are faster and they gain more yards per carry. Facts. Who's your college football team, bro? I mean, here we just roll here, bro. It's no big deal. We just respect each other. So when you pop in here in the future, bro, and you want to talk college football, we can chop it up. Go ahead, put your college team in here. Yeah, we're gonna get better. Studio's about to be ready to be put together. It's gonna be a dark studio. I'm gonna have a disco lights in here. I'm gonna have the disco ball in here. I'm gonna play music in the background off my telephone, so I won't get in trouble. I won't get flagged. So we're gonna have a lot of fun in here, bro. It's only gonna get better. Yeah, what team? What's your squad in college football, my brother? I know DJ Moss is the U. DJ Moss went into another room. Go ahead, bro. What's your squad? Pop it in. So you guys are then going to get the best coverage from me. I'll have in-depth interviews with guys around sports YouTube. It's going to get better and better, and it's because of you guys. I'm going to work my ass off to make it better. Yeah, Skills. Let me know your squad, bro. Let me know who you like in college football. As far as the backs go, yeah, they are getting faster and faster. I noticed that. The reason is because it's more pass orientated now. There's more five wides, more pro style offenses. It's like developing quarterbacks for the pros. So the running backs can be running a 4-3, can catch the ball. Good point. I didn't know. I used to live out in Oregon. I didn't know Oregon State Beavers have a black quarterback now. But Justin Fields has been the lightning rod in my chat room, not last night, but then a couple of nights before, because a lot of Dolphin fans are not liking what they saw out of one game, Tagovailoa. So I'm gonna check out the kid from Oregon State. I'll check him out. You know, not bad. Good observation by you. Appreciate that, man. You bringing something. You don't even come. You just started popping up here, man. You bringing something to the table. I love that. I love and appreciate that, my brother. Thank you so much. I mean that, bro. I'm glad I gave you a wrench last time you was here. I didn't even know I gave you a wrench. You know. Let me ask you this: since you're listening to me, you could type it in. Uh, do you feel Justin Fields is a top 4 pick? Let me know. Do you feel Justin Fields of Ohio State is a top 4 pick in this year's draft? Curious to hear your opinion about that. Go ahead, type it in. Let me find out some news today. Let me get Bleacher Report up here. Go. Find out anything. Yeah, there is Odell Beckham's birthday. Okay, trying to get some sports news. See what's going on today. I'll go through it. We go to here we go. NFL. Right to my boy right here. Alright, infantry skills didn't hit me back up. Waiting for him to do that. He's at the job right now. Yo, If you listening, infantry skills, whenever you want to pop up, just come on in, bro. When you got time, I'll definitely pop you up and we can chop up college football, bro. I do not mind talking to you, my brother. Appreciate you. Appreciate everybody who comes from. See what they're saying in the NFL today. Adam Schefter, Kendrick Bourne's test came back positive. Okay. Cares. Uh, can't wait for Monday Night Football. You kidding me? Packers will play tonight against the Niners. Monty Cooper is having a horrible fantasy and NFL season. Mitch Trubisky is hurt with shoulder. Golden Tate still acting up. Look at the odds for this week. I like this. I like the way this people do it. All right. Let me give you this. Those of you just coming in, welcome. Black Wall Street. Yo, pop up. Pop up. I'll talk to you, my brother. Let's go. Let's do this. I've been curious to do this. Pop on up, Black Wall Street. There goes the link. Pete's up here. What's up, Pete?
What's good, Maze? You can hear me?
Crystal clear. Yeah, Black Wall Street. Pop up here, bro. I just sent the link. How you doing, Pete? On the road today?
What's up, Maze? Blessed day, man. I'm out here, man. I'm on the road right now. Nasty weather down here, bro. It's been raining. It looks like it's gonna rain all day. You guys enjoy your day, everybody out there, and pretty much just hanging out with you, Maze. What's popping?
Yeah, I'm good, man. I was up to 5 in the morning on Tuesday night for the election. I was up to 3 in the morning last night, man. You popped in around 2 a.m., which I appreciate, bro. I'm waiting for Black Wall Street to get up here talk some investments. But while I do, um, let me talk to you for a little bit about what we usually talk about, which is dolphin business, bro.
We'll talk
What's the
all.
theme down there this week? Well, right now, bro, how's the vibe? They still killing Tua down there? They're giving him a chance.
The vibe down here, a lot of people are like double sided on it. They're pretty much double sided on it, but it seems like everybody's like giving him a pass because of it's his first game, and it was a win, and he wasn't needed much. So that's pretty much the. But guess what? I wake up today, and Adam Schefter's throwing up reports that you know they have to play this guy due to the draft capital that we have. There's no way. You know what I'm saying? Now you got some people in their feelings saying we can't draft a quarterback. We got to give him like 5 years. We can't do. I believe we can't sit on a quarterback for that long if he
We
isn't
can't do the
succeeding.
Ryan Tannehill experiment
Exactly.
again for 7 years. What the hell those dumbasses down there talking about?
I
Black Wall
agree.
Street, welcome to the panel, my friend. How are you?
Hey, what's going on, y'all? I'm doing well.
I'm good, man. I will get to you in a quick minute because I've been dying to get a guy who does what you do for a living up here. Pete, let me ask you this. I agree. I've been saying this since I guess it was Tuesday morning when I brought this up because I killed them on Tuesday. I said to you and everybody that the word is already that the Dolphins. I think it was you who said it. You said that the media kept pushing Tua, and when the Dolphins drafted him, they said these dumbasses actually took this guy. I get the feeling, Pete. I'm dead serious. I'm giving him to the Chief game. But if he does not put up the numbers after the Chief game, which is a marquee game because Mahomes is on the other side of the field, I'm done with him, bro. I'm going after Trevor Lawrence or Josh Fields, bro. I can't take. I can't do it for little midget out there, bro. I'm sorry.
I mean, the thing is, bro, I love our defense, Mason. We can't waste another great defense, bro. We can't just waste another great, having maybe 4 or 5 good seasons of a good top 10 defense, and then we have another, like what it seems like, check down Charlie. What was that last quarterback we had that used to just dump it down all the time?
It
Chad
was
Pennington.
Tannehill and
Chad
was
Pennington, Jay Fiedler. Like,
yeah,
we
we can't
can't
do that,
run with
man.
another Jay
Can't
Fiedler,
do that,
bro.
bro.
That
Can't do
just
that.
wants to work off a little play action and dump it down and throw slants all game.
Nah, that's not gonna work, man. Like I said,
Especially
I'm
with all the
giving.
draft capital that we have. If we could make, trade 2 firsts and a second and get the number 1 pick, for example, and draft a stud quarterback that's going to help out this stud defense, why not? If you got someone that can do
Yeah,
it
I
all
think
over the
so.
field.
Or they're gonna go for somebody like a Jameis Winston, that is taught under Sean Payton for a year.
And
Yeah, I agree.
I don't. I mean, it'll just probably go down as probably a bad pick. But if we end up drafting, let's say Trevor Lawrence, for example, we get it. We don't necessarily have to just dog Tua or maybe even trade him or get rid of him either, bro.
If
What's
New
wrong with him?
England came to us and wanted a third round pick, I mean, told us to get a third for him, I'll take it and just say keep him. I don't care. Josh McDaniels, just get this midget out of here. And that's the type of quarterback, by the way, Josh McDaniels likes. Wall Street, what's up, bro?
Hey, I'm good. I was
Yes.
just listening to
Yeah,
you
go ahead,
guys.
bro. Whatever you want.
Is Tua really that bad? I mean, he only played one game.
What stood out to like people like myself is, number one, he's so tiny compared to NFL players. He's tiny.
Yeah,
And number two, unlike Kyler Murray, this kid, you look at him in one game, bro, and if he cannot roll out, it's nothing.
Mm.
That's the problem I have, and
But
the experts are saying it too.
wasn't he the best pocket quarterback in college history?
Oh yeah, stats wise, but that's
Okay.
college. That's not the
So we
NFL.
need that. We need look.
But
That's why
that's
I'm telling you.
college.
When you
The
asked me that
NFL.
question, Mace, when you asked me, and I told you, it's kind of like he didn't come through in crucial situations. What do I mean by that? Tua didn't come through in third down.
Yeah, I know
Let's
what
just
you mean.
be ironic. Look, let's be. Let's be real. Let's be real. Tua on third down and 3rd and 1, when we up, most teams want to take a deep shot. This team went to
Facts.
Wildcat, bro.
That's
This
all
team
you
went
need
to
to know.
Wildcat and was happy to just try to get 1 yard to keep the chains moving.
Yeah,
They
that tells
they
you all
didn't
you
want
need
to
to know.
gamble with this guy.
No, and I get the feeling again, they'll either go after Jameis Winston or they'll go get a quarterback with the first round pick. And like someone said on Tuesday, you don't really need to get a franchise quarterback in round 1. That is true. Back to you, Wall Street. What you think, bro? Express your opinions about what
I'll
what
tell
you
you
want to.
right now.
Oh,
What
I
I
mean,
Pete,
This is
hold
what
up.
I'll
Go
do
ahead.
if I was the Dolphins and the Cowboys actually slip up, and let's say they want to turn the corner to Trevor Lawrence. I'm telling you right now, I'm getting Dak. I'm paying him, and and
Yeah, I would go for Dak Prescott too. I agree.
I'd rather go with Dak,
Definitely.
bro. That guy's the
I
real
would go
deal,
for
bro. He
Dak
proved all the
Prescott
doubters
myself.
wrong, and and there's nothing left for him to show, bro. Just to get on the team and start rolling again, bro.
Yeah,
An
and
ankle
I get
injury
the
isn't going to slow
feeling
him
the
down.
Cowboys are going for Trevor Lawrence. I'll say it again because I want to get Black Wall Street's opinion on anything he wants. Uh, I see the Cowboys tanking, and I see the Jets winning a couple of games. I keep telling people this because their schedule gets a lot easier now, and they're getting healthy again at receiver. I do see the Jets winning 3 or 4 games in the second half of the season. Black Wall Street, what's up, bro? Express your opinions, man. Go ahead.
well, I mean, I'll just say, like, I've always been a fan of Tua when he was in Alabama. I thought that he throws the ball with touch and that people can run with it after the catch. But after that hip injury, no one has seen him play at all. So, but what I'm hearing from you guys is that, like, he's just underwhelming right now, and he doesn't have that mobility that he's going to need to be effective as a short quarterback.
Bingo.
What you're saying is that the people that expected that are gonna tell you exactly. We wasted a 5th overall pick when we could have upgraded and gotten something different. You
Or
understand?
we could have got the kid in California right now.
Because that's not a surprise though, Black Wall Street. You get what I'm saying? It's not a big surprise that if he doesn't come back from this hip injury, you know, It's not. It's just everybody knew he had a real bad hip injury. Everybody knew it was going to be a gamble. And the Dolphins, I feel, were willing to gamble because of all the draft capital they already had gotten
And the
from
ownership
before.
who wants
So
it.
to them, it's like, but what's weird is they paid that guy $34 million guaranteed.
And let me say this too.
So it's a big gamble. I'm not
Pete, let me
saying he's
add this
bad.
too.
What?
No,
Hold
go
on,
ahead,
Mason.
Pete.
What I'm saying is, when your team has already projected the following draft after the quarterbacks gets drafted, already projected offensive linemen in the first round, and it already has projected receivers that are going to be going in the first round, and then the year that you came out, 3 of your receivers basically almost went in the first round. I mean,
Yeah, he had a great supporting cast, that's for sure.
That's why I was saying
that
the
shows
other night
how
with my
much talent
argument.
this guy needs
Yeah.
around him to try to succeed as well. If you want to go on the other.
Hey, Pete, you want to know something?
So it's kind of tricky with Tua, bro. He's gonna be
Pete,
nice.
you want to know
He's
something?
gonna be accurate. He's not gonna lose you games with 5 turnovers, but he might not win you
He's
games
too
either
small, bro.
when
So he's basically Alex Smith.
No, he's small, my friend. Like, he looks like a midget. He's Kyler Murray without the mobility, and that's not good.
Kyler Murray looks thicker than him.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, height-wise, he's Kyler Murray. He looks like without the mobility, and that's not good.
Yeah.
Hey, but this is gonna be a really good game come Sunday evening. Two number one.
Pete will be back. Go ahead, Black Wall Street. Go ahead, bro. He'll be back. He pops out from time to time.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I mean,
Express yourself.
Well, I was really, I thought that they shouldn't have benched Fitzsimmons. I thought he was doing well for them. I think that's one of the problems with him. Like, every time he plays for a team, he's always playing behind a quarterback that they want to play. So he never gets a chance to really.
And what's your squad, by the way?
I'm from Maryland.
Oh, so you're a Ravens guy.
I'm a Ravens guy. So
Okay. Yeah. So let me direct this at you. Let me direct this at you then.
Yeah, we do have.
How come your man cannot perform in the spotlight?
Tomorrow, Lamar Jackson.
Yes.
Well, the thing about it is that he doesn't have a reliable receiver. The tight end is good, but he's not going to. You need somebody who you can really rely on third down, rely on in the end zone, and that team is all schemes. They got this that pistol scheme that they run, and it really I think that they're kind of suppressing Lamar's development because they're doing this run option all the time. Like, I think any type of passer as mobile as Lamar Jackson. They're not running any RPO. They're not running bootlegs. They're not running, you know what I mean? Like, they should do more things to get him, especially with that offensive line being banged up. They should do more things to get him out in space, maybe throw on a run or something that he's more comfortable with. But this, that wishbone offense with the play action, like, teams are going to catch up to that. You can't just run that offense 2 years in a row and think teams aren't going to catch up to it.
Fasting, come up. I dropped the link. I'm here with Black Wall Street. Pete will be right back. I never had a Raven fan up here in years. I mean, like, talking to in years. So I'm going to talk to you about this. Something you would like. I think they are, to me, with the Steelers, Seahawks, the 3 quintessential franchises from top to bottom, especially you guys, because of the way you guys drafted through the years with Ozzie Newsome. I don't think the Ravens get enough credit because there's a black African American, probably the highest African American season ticket base in the NFL. It's in downtown Baltimore, which I saw. How old are you?
I'm 38.
Okay, so you was born when they built the Inner Harbor. Oh yeah, you was born there, but I used to go down there on vacation for like a weekend when Camden Yards was first built. They was building the Inner Harbor. It's one of the more beautiful places to spend the weekend, just to chill. And if you're going to see a football game, like if you're the visiting team or you're a Raven fan from out of town, It's a great place. Explain to the people who are watching, who will watch this. I get a lot of people who watch this afterwards. Explain to people who are going to see this the dynamic of being a Baltimore Raven fan in the Maryland, in the DMV region.
Okay, that's a great question. As a matter of fact,
Yeah, I don't talk to Raven fans much.
It's a great question. So just to give you some background, I live in Prince George's County, Maryland.
Yeah, I know what that's at.
That's closer to DC. So I actually grew up closer to DC. I just taken to the team. I've branched out and I've spent a lot of time in Baltimore over the years. And I've kind of, and one thing that I will tell you about that is that Baltimore, you know, it kind of gets a bit of a bad rap, but it's a very like an amicable city. It's like it has a lot of Southern hospitality to it. Like people,
yes, I noticed that. Yes,
people talk to you. People say hi. People from all races, all diversities, all cultures, and you know, it's got that kind of like a everybody knows your name kind of cheers type of atmosphere. So even if you go to like a Ravens game, or if you're near the Ravens Stadium, there's a lot of bars nearby, the harbor, like you were speaking about. You could be, you could be a fan outside. You could be a fan of the opposing team. You're going to have a good time. You're going to go to a bar. People are going to probably talk trash, but it's all in good fun. People are very passionate about the team. They're knowledgeable.
I know that for damn sure.
And they are, Baltimore is like it's like a kind of like a party type of city. It's kind of like a really, people just like to hang out, have a good time, kind of like
Minneapolis used to be before what happened to George Floyd. Minneapolis used to be that way, especially if you're college educated. It's a very affluent town. If you're college, seriously, Minneapolis, a lot of black people live there, bro. It's very affluent.
I've heard. There's a lot of people starting businesses in Minneapolis. There's a lot.
I'll tell you what it is. Something that white America does not like to talk about. All your big stores here, their headquarters is in Minneapolis. Target, Best Buy, all those type of stores. Their headquarters is in Minneapolis. The white man don't want to tell you that though.
Yeah, I saw that, especially like the huge mall that they had, the Mall of America and all that stuff.
It's like, a good. Imam Perry lives there now. He left New York to live there. He lives there now. He went to school out there. And Minneapolis is especially, again, if you're college educated, it's very good for you. If you're like me, you're blue collar. Now, I love the city because I'm on my business, but Baltimore's blue collar, complete opposite.
Yeah. Baltimore's like a blue collar.
It's a working man's city. So that's why a guy like me, especially if I'm black, African American, when I go down there, it's like, hey.
And another thing is, I want to just say, like, don't get put off by what they say about the crime. Like, anywhere
I don't worry about that.
Yeah, anywhere that you go, you know what places not to go to. You know what places to go to. And one thing I will say about Baltimore, like living in Baltimore for a while, people will tell you. They'll be like, "Don't go that way. You want to go that way?" I appreciate that. I'll tell you one time, I was in downtown Baltimore, and I was living like, I guess that's west side. I lived on the west side of Baltimore, and I was out drinking by downtown, and this is like before Uber, so I took the bus, and I would take the bus, like they'll take me near my house, and I could walk to the next stop. The bus driver didn't even let me off at my stop because he said there was a lot of crime there. He's just gonna let me off at closer to my house. And just not let me off at that stop because he just knows it's like a bad neighborhood. He knew I was from out of town.
I ain't getting that here in Bronx, New York, bro. I can tell you that right now.
That blew my mind. That blew my mind. I was like, wow, this guy doesn't know me from Adam, and he's out here saving my life.
I'm here with Black Wall Street. He's already added so much to the panel in just 10 minutes. It's incredible, the guys who pop in here, and I truly appreciate you. He retired. Tell me how happy you are as a Ravens fan to win 2 Super Bowls under the guidance of Ozzie Newsome. Go ahead with his great drafting through the years. Go ahead.
Oh, man. I mean, elated. People, I mean, you talk about like Minnesota's like the best kept secret. Like, Baltimore's the best kept secret in football, man.
Yes, they are. Yeah.
Even when we weren't, winning Super Bowls, we were in the mix for years. And I think, when you talk about the ability to draft. I mean, that changes franchises. Just a draft from like the 2018 draft, that's basically our offense. I mean, we got Lamar Jackson, Mark Andrews, Hollywood Brown, and we got Orlando Brown.
And the tight end you traded to Atlanta.
The tight end we traded was actually a first-round pick.
Yes.
So the drafting is amazing. And when I saw that they made that trade for Lamar Jackson, I can't even tell you how I felt, man. I can't even tell you how you felt. And it's funny because one thing I will say about Baltimore and the way they kind of handle things, what they did was they showed the world, and no one's ever been able to do this in the history of football. They showed the world that you can win with a running quarterback consistently.
Also, you show the world, and this is something I'm very proud of because he's one of my all-time favorite players. When I was a kid, when he was with the Browns, what it showed is a black man can build a dynamo in football. Just look at his first draft. He got 2 Hall of Famers. He got Jonathan Ogden at 5, Ray Lewis at 25. Enough said.
The biggest problem with the NFL, and this is why I was saying we're like the best kept secret of the NFL, because people don't, what you said is right. People don't give black people chances. And this is what happens. Baltimore, this is why I love the team and the city and everything so much, because this is what happens when you give black people a chance. This is what happens when you get a black GM, you get an owner that doesn't mind putting black people in the front office, you get a black quarterback. They would have a black coach if they wanted to. Harbaugh's been great. I love Harbaugh. But they just show that they don't mind putting black people in those type of positions. A lot of teams don't do that. A lot of teams will never have a black quarterback. They will never put a black man in the front office. They'll never have a black coach. I mean, the fact that, this is what it looks like when you have black people in charge, Let
me ask you a question then. I'm going to keep the topic. I'm going to go right back to Baltimore. What do you think about the Dolphins having an all-black organization and a black coach?
You know what, man? It's amazing. And what's even more amazing is that they're keeping them after that year last year. But
hey, let me tell you something about him. And a lot of Dolphin fans argued with me a couple of weeks ago. Now they're quiet. They play hard for him.
Yeah.
They played the 49ers a couple of weeks ago, man. No joke. They destroyed the 49ers out in San Francisco.
Yeah.
A player recovered a fumble, ran it to the coach, gave him the game ball, and the coach held it for the entire fourth quarter. That's all you need to know about these players, because they're a bunch of nobodies. Seriously, they are a bunch of nobodies. But they play hard for the coach. And I'm just saying this because me and you are talking. 2 brothers are talking right here, okay? If that regime wins a Super Bowl, that's going to open up a whole new world for African-American coaches and general managers in sports. Not just football, but all sports.
I think if they just make it to the playoffs, I think just making it to the playoffs will validate it.
It's amazing. You look at Miami, that they took a chance. I heard Atlanta's going to do the same thing. I heard Atlanta's going to look for a black head coach and a black general manager. That Arthur Blanket's going to do that, and I think that's a good move for Atlanta. You can get Jim Caldwell. You can get Eric Bieniemy. They're going to get a new quarterback. Who they will take they will trade for either Fields or the kid in Clemson, because they're both hometown kids, so they won't lose. They're going to give up the farm to get Josh Fields. Let's just say Josh Fields. Mm-hmm. I think that's a wise move. Back to your team, your franchise.
Yeah, I mean, I do say that though. I will just say that I respect Brian Flores. I think he's a great defensive mind. With the things that he's able to do after all.
They got the number 1. I was trying to tell the guy who was up here with us when you came they now got the number 1 defense in the league.
Yeah, I mean, they like you said, they play hard. They play well. They're disciplined. I mean, he's like the Black Belichick over there.
That's where he came from.
Yeah, that's what I mean. He's like the Black Belichick. I think I just coined a new phrase for the guy.
Yeah, man. When I look at the Ravens, because to me, the Ravens, this is the way I wanted the Dolphins to be like. Model yourself like the Ravens. Consistency, you build young. What I mean by build young is Ravens first year with John Harbaugh got to the championship game. Second year made the playoffs. Third year made the playoffs. Fourth year back to the championship game that you gave away in New England when the kicker missed a sure shot.
Hey man,
Won the championship your fifth year. That's what I'm talking about. I want the Dolphins to be like that, consistent, playoff consistent, grow as you do things. My question to you, young man, is this. Hey, Shirley, you want to come up, baby girl? Come on up. My question to you is this, young man. You've seen 25 years of greatness with the Raven organization. Put in your perspective as a football fan, as a Raven fan, that you can go to bed every night the day before the draft and it's Christmas Eve. Go ahead, explain it to the people here. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, it's just that you feel comfortable knowing that they're making right decisions for their team. The consistency. That's something that is kind of difficult to do because of changes in the front office. When it comes to like when people.
For a second, Shirley, don't worry about it. You could be moody, baby. Just come on up. Go ahead.
Yeah, they could. They can do that a lot of times, but it's just a matter of just making sure that you know that they're going to make the right decision. You feel like the decisions that they make. I follow the team religiously, so I'm already looking at the kind of the players that they want to pick.
And let me say this to you while you're talking. Let me add this to whenever you want to come up here, bro. This talk football, talk Ravens. You're always welcome. You always have a permanent place on the platform because you adding shit. Plus, your franchise has done shit for the last 25 years. Continue.
Well, I really appreciate that. Thanks a lot. I mean, I just found out about you off the Ramil's channel, but like I really like this stream, so you'll see more of me for sure. But
I appreciate you.
One thing I will say though is that there's this level of confidence that you have when you know that you have the right people in the right positions. I mean, I know a lot of other teams have similar situations where they know like they have a guy in their front office or whomever who they know that he's gonna be consistently do a good job. But yeah, man, it is kind of. It's not even the sleeping the night before that makes you excited. It's actually the actual draft because they're going to trade. They're going to make trades. They're going to look for the players that fit the system. They're going to try to steal players away from Pittsburgh and from Cleveland and stuff like that. So it actually is kind of fun watching the draft when you're a Ravens fan because you just know that they're going to make moves throughout the entire day. So to answer your question, you get more excited from the process than from the anticipation.
I'm curious, how do you guys down there, because I'm up here in New York City, how do you guys down there, how do you eat, how do you party that weekend? Because to me, you might as well call it Ravens weekend, man. How do you guys treat it? You guys eat crab cakes, all that good stuff down there. How do you guys prepare for the draft weekend?
Well, for one thing, there's a casino that's about 3 blocks away from the stadium.
Okay.
So a lot of times, they'll have a lot of events at the casino where they'll
Nice.
watch parties and all that kind of stuff. So the casino is like one of the big places to go. And like I was saying before, there's a bunch of like bars and stuff like that. A lot of places around the stadium. And when it comes to a Ravens game, even in the preseason, like it's all purple. Everywhere you go is purple. So just gonna be excitement for that. When I watch the draft, I've watched the draft at home. So I haven't been actually to a draft party per se, but because it's so long, they did 3-4 hours and that's the day. So I just watch it at home, but I do get excited. I trust me, man. Even the last draft, I was turned up, man. I got some drinks and everything, man. We was in the house watching the draft and
my brother,
fans and all that stuff. So it was cool. Mm-hmm.
My brothers, that's the name of your organization, Group Economics?
No, that's just I just saw that when the NBA players were doing that, putting the signs on there, I thought it was really interesting and cool to have group economics as one of the major issues or one of the bigger things for the Black community to focus on.
Yeah, all right. We'll focus on that later, me and you. Afternoon, gorgeous. How it is in the Windy City today?
Hey, it's actually really nice out.
Nice, just like it is up here for a change. Nice,
Yeah, I've
nice.
got a tank top on, and I'm thinking about if I even bother with bringing my sweatshirt. But I'm on my
Black
way
Wall
to
Street.
pick up my
No, I'm just
fucking
gonna
cat.
say Shirley here is a big Bears fan.
Oh, how you
Hey,
doing, Sharon?
hey, I'm doing good. How are you?
Doing well. Thank you.
Baby girl,
Good.
let me ask you a question because you got the big game. You got one of the biggest games Sunday in the future of that general manager, that clown you have as general manager. I heard Trubisky's in LA today getting his shoulder checked. They was going to switch back to him, but yeah, I heard in practice yesterday. My question to you is, sweetheart, a lot of people, I'm shocked at what I'm about to tell you. A lot of people are picking you to beat Tennessee Sunday. I am too. You know me, I ride the Bears until it's over. So,
Well,
what
I
you
mean,
think going through this game?
I pick us to win every time, but I think I mean our defense is strong and continues to be that way. I don't think it's a good. I wouldn't put Trubisky in for this game. I leave Foles in for a few more games at least. I know we talked about that before. I'm not about giving. I mean, yeah, he fucked up a couple games, but right now the record's 5-3, so his percentage is he's not 50-50. I say leave him in for a few more games at least, but if they're putting Trubisky in, I really don't know.
No, he's
I'd
out
say
in
it's a
LA
toss up.
checking the shoulder. Let me ask you this: if you're 5-3, you're 5-3 right now. If you go into the Green Bay game 7-3, would that be acceptable for you?
Yeah.
Okay. Because that's week 12 in Lambeau, and then they finished the year in Soldiers Field. I'm going to get back to the Ravens in a second, but I'm going to say something to you again since you're here. I listen to House Sports Talk Radio out there. Is my guy, Mike, his name slips my mind, and Tommy Waddle. Are those guys talking like the sky is falling right now?
Out here?
Yeah. Tommy Waddle, the former receiver, he has a sports talk show during the day out there.
Oh, I haven't.
No.
I haven't heard it.
Okay. God
I'm
bless
not
his
sure.
soul, by the way. This is one of the guys who really motivated me to do this. And one of these days, I'm going to give a tribute to him. And I loved him when he was here in New York. And I met him a couple of times. It's the late, great Chet Kopic. I loved him. You know who Chet is, right? Used to wear the suspenders, talking sports all the time.
No.
Okay, but ask someone you know. He's a Chicago guy, and he was here in New York a couple of years in the 90s. He is a tremendous. We lost a real great sportscaster in Chet Kopic. God bless him. Chicago.
Yeah, I miss what was Johnny? Was it Johnny Kerr that we had for the Bulls?
Johnny Red Kerr, yeah.
Johnny Red Kerr, yeah. Oh my
Bulls
God.
guy.
So I came into basketball about like 5 or 6 years before he retired, and then he passed away. And yeah, oh my God.
Yeah, well, remember, he
He was
called
awesome.
all the great Bulls championship games out there in your neck of the woods. So,
I mean, I do love me some Neil Funk and Stacey King too, though. They are.
Hey, sweetie, you a Black Hawk fan too?
No, you know what? I can't get down with hockey. It's just. I can't keep track of that puck. I'm just not that interested in it.
Okay, yeah, because you know me, I do hockey, so I know hockey. So I was curious to ask you some Black Hawk questions, but you don't do the Hawks.
I'm a football, basketball, and
I feel you. Cubs or White Sox?
I mean, I also baseball's boring. It's like watching paint dry. I'll say that.
You on the road, girl?
But Cubs. I'm about to start driving. Yeah, I gotta go pick up that's why I'm moody. Because I gotta go I dropped my cat off to get groomed this morning. I'm sorry, I'm gonna go off on a little tangent. I'll come right back to the sport.
No, go ahead, girl. Take care of your business. I'm here for a while. Go ahead.
Okay. So I dropped off my cat.
And I'm on tonight. I understand that.
Okay.
Don't worry, baby. And I'm on tonight too. Don't worry about it. I'm doing 2 shows today.
Okay.
All right, baby.
So I'll meet up
Have
for
a good day. And I'll
too.
pray for your cat.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, baby.
Bye.
Black, well, baby, have a good afternoon. Black Wall Street. Let me get back to you. Talk Ravens with you again. Get back to what we was talking about. I'm serious. I've never had a Raven guy up here before, or because the Ravens are one of these teams with their regional. And let's be honest. Let's call a spade a spade. A lot of people don't like them because it's black ran and your superstars are move the meter, if you know what I mean, with Ray Lewis. So a lot of people don't like the Ravens. They love Lamar across the country, but 'cause Lamar has changed their image. Where more people like them now. He was the #1 selling jersey last year.
And he's smart to not talk too. He's smart to know to shut up. He doesn't say anything outside of the ordinary.
Because he's ghetto. That's why.
that too.
All he does is has his mother around him and his girlfriend, and to me, that's good enough.
Right.
But getting back to them, I'm thinking about it as a franchise, an organization. You talked about how easy it is. You trust them when it comes to the draft. God damn, I wish I could trust my Dolphins that way. I can trust the Seahawks. I don't trust the Dolphins at all. But you have a beautiful stadium, which people don't like to talk about. You got some of the best looking cheerleaders I've ever seen. You know why, and I know why. And the fans, to me, are very, very intelligent. Love the team to death. Very underrated fan base.
Yeah.
Being a Raven fan, how proud of it makes you feel?
Like I was saying earlier, it's just a home type of atmosphere when you go to Baltimore. People just are accepting and they're just really cool with you. So even in the stadium, it's the same way. I mean, it gets loud. I mean, like you said, they're passionate, they're knowledgeable. I mean, you know how it is. You're in the stands and people will say things about certain place like, damn, I didn't even know. I thought I was the only person who knew that. Some stat from like 20 years ago or something like that. And people are knowledgeable and they're passionate. And like I said, it's just a welcome atmosphere. You could be, I've never been an away fan at the stadium, but if you wanted to do that, I'm sure you could. There are some Pittsburgh fans in Baltimore.
Oh, those ass clowns go everywhere, man. They had a game in Tennessee a couple weeks ago, and you look in the stands, they let 30,000 in Nashville for that game. I would say 25,000 were Steeler fans waving terrible towels.
Oh, wow.
These goddamn fools. Pittsburgh fan, I'm telling you, they're the type of fans, they don't give a damn what's going on. If they can get to a game where the Steelers are on the road, they'll get there.
Yeah.
Packer fan is the same way. Green Bay fan. If they don't give a damn about epidemics. If the game if there's a Packer game where it's a big game too. Like let's say Green Bay at Seattle. They're going to Seattle. Steeler fans, same way. If the Seattle said we're going to let 30,000 in, I bet you half of them will be Steeler fans, bro.
I can believe it.
These Steeler fans, God bless them. Salute to Steeler Nation. They travel. I'll say Steelers, Packers. Believe it or not, the Dolphin fans travel. Matter of fact, the Dolphin fans are better around the country than they are in Miami. Seriously. Yeah, Miami has the most dumbest, ignorant sports fans in America, bro. You can't take them seriously. It is so bad in Miami with the let's just say the imbecile sports knowledge that they don't even take phone calls in Miami sports radio. Miami sports radio sucks, bro. It used to be good. It sucks now because they don't take phone calls.
What?
Yeah, a guy like me who's in New York, no joke, because of what I know I'm talking about. That's why I'm doing this platform for you guys. I know what I'm talking about. Because I knew what I'm talking about, they will make me a special guest and just put me on the air because they knew I talk knowledge. There's fans down there ignorant. They're really ignorant in Miami. And that's no knock on my man Pete, because Pete knows what he's talking about when it comes to Dolphins. There's a few home guys down there but know what they're talking about, but the rest of them are ignorant, man. I'll give you a perfect example of what I mean. I'm not even going to pick on Tua today. Let's say one of their running backs is, we know and I know, are very mediocre. they'll make him out to be all pro. You know when you know your team sucks? Okay? You want to know when you know your team sucks with talent? They haven't had a star player being drafted in fantasy football since Ricky Williams, and that was 17 years ago. Think about what I just told you. Think about what I just told you. They have not had a superstar drafted in a fantasy football draft around the country since Ricky Williams 2003, bro.
Wow.
That tells you how inept that franchise has been, bro. And the sad thing is, their people are in denial. They think that they got all-pro receivers, all-pro defensive players. They got garbage. Now, let me say this, and I'm going to give credit where it's due. Their DBs this year have played all-pro caliber football. Their defense is ranked number 1 right now, which shocks the hell out of me. But they're playing. I told you before, young man, they're playing for that damn coach. They really are, bro. And when you play for a coach, that means that you respect the coach. When they hired him a year ago, me and a couple other people said, he'll be there for 2-3 years, develop the quarterback. He's gone. He's there to lose games till we get a quarterback. Seriously, that's the way we fight. What we have found out pleasantly is that this man can coach. This man's a my way or the highway guy. And they're developing players down there. Get your ass up here, bro. Ty Church, get you up here. Get your ass up here, Church. I don't give a damn you at work. Get up here, bro. When I look at the Ravens, getting back to you, because you're the vocal point, boy. You're the focal point today because you're a Ravens fan, bro. I'm directing at you, bro. John Harbaugh, 13 seasons. What's your honest opinion about it after 13 years?
Sorry, say it one more time.
John Harbaugh. You've had him for 13 years. Your opinion about it.
And the thing is, you never hear about him being on the hot seat. So that just lets you know how.
A couple of years ago he was.
Well,
he got passed.
But that's another good point. But you saw how he adapted his entire offense in the midseason, though. Like, come on now, he went from a drop back passer to basically a quarterback running the ball 15 carries a game in the middle of the season, and went to the playoffs. And then the next season he adapted the offense around him. And that's what I'm about, giving these black quarterbacks or these athletic quarterbacks, put them in a position to succeed. Don't just try to keep them in the pocket. And that's one thing I appreciate Harbaugh for having the wherewithal for that. And then another thing I will say is that I don't think a lot of people have even know about this, is that the Ravens were one of the first teams to hire an analytics department. And they got analytics, and that's why, you see them going for fourth down a lot and all that kind of stuff, because they have an analytics guy that goes to the stadium and he looks up and configures what the probability of doing this or doing that on those, in those short yardage situations and stuff like that. Now, I don't know what the hell he was thinking about last game against the Steelers, because he made some bad decisions, and
he does a lot, by the way. He makes some stupid decisions sometimes, but because of the consistency of winning and the draft is terrific, they let him get away with it.
Yeah, and like I said, they kind of they catered they catered the offense to him. They try to play it more to his strength. So with the offensive coordinator. I'm gonna get to Wink Martindale with the defense in a second. Joe Flacco, 11-year career in Baltimore. Your observation of his 11 years to the Ravens nest down there. I think he was a great quarterback for us. I think he gets a lot of bad publicity, but
because he's boring and he's quiet and he's stiff, he doesn't run well.
And he wins in the playoffs. And
yes, he does. He's the only one that beats New England.
He's the only one. He's the only person for the past decade who New England has worried about. They've done such a good job, when it comes to, like you said, just drafting, getting the right people for the system. But if you get a quarterback that can win for you, you gotta develop him, man. You gotta keep him. You can't just if Flacco had a bad season, they can't just be like, oh, we just need to make a change now. I don't think that's always the right decision.
Are you a season ticket holder?
No, I'm not a season. I'm not that. I don't get it like that.
I mean, you know what? I gotta look at their schedule next year. I'm gonna get us some good seats, bro. I don't do the nosebleeds. I'm gonna get us some good seats for the. I have a buddy in the black market. I'm gonna get us some good seats. I'm gonna come down. I'm gonna spend the weekend down there. Me and you're gonna have dinner. We're gonna hang out. You're gonna show me um a weekend as a Ravens fan down there.
All right,
I'm
man.
curious to see this, bro, because I've always see me with sports. I appreciate the better things of being a sports fan. And the one thing I do give credit to, and I never liked the Ravens, never, because they bullied the Dolphins all the time. To me, they used to be a penal colony. But the one thing I did respect about them to this day, they're a class organization from top to bottom. They had one of the greatest players to ever play the sport. Is, to me, top 3 GM of all time in any professional sport in Newsom. This kid, Eric DaCosta, has followed him now, the way he's drafted the last 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
To me, Baltimore, and I know people going to roll their eyes at me who are going to watch this later, and I don't give a fuck. It's a black city, and I'm the type of guy that I feel comfortable around my people. And it's a great, again, people don't give it enough credit. It's a great football town. And their fans, like my young man up here, Black Wall Street, can tell you, they love this team, and that's beautiful to see. In Miami, it's crazy. And what I mean by that is, I just told you that the Dolphin fans around the country are better than the fans down there. But one thing I do give the fans down there, though, they love that team, bro.
They do.
They love that team down there, bro, and I give them a lot of credit. I do.
I think one of the things is that Baltimore gets a bad rap, and then there aren't any other major sports teams other than the Orioles. And then ever since the Nationals came, a lot of the attention has gone to the Nationals from the Orioles.
And it doesn't hurt. It doesn't help that the Capitals and the Nationals have won titles down in that area the last couple of years.
Yeah,
that doesn't help.
It doesn't help at all, honestly. And the Ravens is really like, that's kind of like a heartbeat of the city. That's really the only team that they present to the rest of the country with. To represent Baltimore.
Did you guys show mercy to the Redskins a couple of weeks ago? Because I know how nasty that rivalry is. I do. That I know.
Yeah, we beat them fair and square.
You showed them mercy, though. You could have put a 50 spot if you wanted to.
The quarterback after that game, so.
Oh, the DMV part of this country, the Mid-Atlantic part of the United States don't get enough love when it comes to sports. I love everything. My favorite city, believe it or not, for sports is Philadelphia. I know you can roll your eyes at me right now. And the reason is they're very passionate in Philly. I live in New York. I hate the New York teams, but my demeanor is more of a Philadelphia sports fan. And that's when I go to Philly, they accept me very well because I can get along with anyone. But I love the sport. Now, I hate New York teams, so they love me in Philly. Okay. The fabric of the Philadelphia sports fan, whenever I give them props and I say they're the best sports city in America, better than Boston, they love me down there. They just do. They say, hey, you want something? I say, a couple of pretzels to take back up to North is fine, When I look at Baltimore, that part of the Mid-Atlantic part of the United States, what I love about the Baltimore fan is they wear their love for their team, which is the Ravens, and when the Orioles are good, and Maryland basketball. When it's all rocking for that reason, they wear their pride on their sleeve. Go ahead, comment on that.
Yeah, I'm actually I like Philadelphia. I like Philadelphia. That's actually a team that I really appreciate. If there was a team that I would like besides, secondary to the Ravens, it would be Philadelphia. Especially after they got, they brought in Vic and all the things that they've done. And I've always thought that Andy Reid was an offensive genius. I thought they gave him a bad rap when they left him out of there. But I think Philadelphia is very similar to Baltimore in that
I agree. Yeah.
it's like a blue collarish. I mean, they have the white collar stuff too, but it's more blue collarish. It's passionate fans. They're a little bit more rowdy. It's a little more
There
crazy.
you go. I was about to say, you took the words out of my mouth. Philadelphia is a lot more passionate. They live and die with their teams.
They crazy over there in Philly, though. But it's very, very similar. It's a very, very similar parallel to not only the cities, but also their football organizations. They're very similarly, I think.
When the Phillies played the Yankees in 2009 World Series, and when Philadelphia was the top of the world in baseball, and there was no Yankee Red Sox, I was very proud of Philadelphia. I used to go on national sports platforms, and I used to go. It's amazing how Philadelphia is the hub of the Northeast sports mecca now. And Boston, New York fan didn't like it. I mean, Yankee fan, Red Sox fan, they didn't like it too much, and I loved it. To stick the knife in their gut, I loved it. When the Ravens are good and they're right there, like they're all right now. I said this in the beginning of the year. Let me tell you this because you wasn't here. Before the football season, I said Baltimore and Dallas are the supreme teams. But this year, the Ravens really have to get it done with that quarterback because they have, in my opinion, top to bottom, most talented team in the sport. Comment on that.
I think the one thing, like I said before, I think they're missing that reliable pass catcher. I was saying something because like I said, Mark Andrews is a really good player, but they overuse him.
I agree.
They overuse him because he's really the only person that you can constantly you can
rely on.
Yeah, you can rely on to make a catch on a third down, especially and stuff like that. The guy Hollywood Brown, he's a secondary guy. I think we just need one more guy. And I was actually saying something to somebody this morning, man. I hope, man, Des Bryant could play, man. I hope he could play.
I love Des.
If he could get on that field, just the attention he'll get is enough to help open up our offense.
I thought you guys got AJ Green this week. I guess whoever told me that was wrong.
I don't know about AJ Green. I would love to have AJ Green, but all I know is that Des Bryant is on the practice squad. He's officially signed onto the team, and he seems like he wants to make
I think he's more. I know you're not gonna like what I'm gonna say because of rust. I think he's gonna be better ready for next season than this one. That's just me. I think he has too much rust. He hasn't played in 3 years.
Yeah, I mean, I do see that, but like I said, man, if you could just get him on the field, man, that will make a difference, man. That's just if he can run a route and if he could catch a ball, I'd rather have him there than any of the other guys, out besides next to Hollywood.
Church,
Brown.
come up here and tell him what you just said in the chat room. Come up here and tell him this.
Tell
the young man this, what you just said in the chat. I do agree, but I'm just going to say this, and I'm going to say it to him right now in his face, virtual. He's a big Cowboy fan, by the way, so with Des Bryant going to your team, he's going to be interested watching every move he makes. To you, I just asked you the question, and I think the Ravens, it depends, because if Pittsburgh wins the division, and the schedule is easy. The only tough game they got is Thanksgiving against you guys. They win that. They're going to lose one game all year, so the road's going to go through Pittsburgh. That means the Ravens with the new system is going to have to play somebody. Let's say you end up playing, I'm going to pick a team. It's not going to be easy. Let's say, and you got this team this Sunday, by the way, which I think is a hell of the NFL this weekend got some damn good games. Seattle at Buffalo, Chicago's at Tennessee. What about this one, folks? Baltimore at Indianapolis. What do you think about this game this Sunday, young man, at Indy?
Now, one thing I will say that just a little bit of Baltimore history. The Colts.
Yeah, I know it.
So there is still a little bit of Indianapolis-Baltimore rivalry. Like Indianapolis and Cleveland, there's always going to be bad blood between us just because of the way.
Of course.
And so there's always like it's a bit of a rivalry, honestly, that we have with Indianapolis.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I remember just the last time we played it in the playoffs and how intense it was, and I was wearing blue. And do it. Oh no! I just had a blue shirt. I like blue, my favorite color, whatever. I just didn't even think about it. But yeah, there's a rivalry with it, so it's probably going to be more intense than probably might seem on the surface. Like, I don't know. I know our team is young. I don't know what I don't know what the coaches are telling them, but there's a rivalry with that team, and I think that we know as a team that we're gonna have to beat these type of teams if we want to be legit. Like, we got exposed by Kansas City, and then all those turnovers against Pittsburgh kind of really, kind of took us a step backwards. So we need to kind of like prove that we could beat those top teams like we did last year. Pittsburgh, I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm not worried about Pittsburgh. I think those games
Wow.
I'm not worried about it. We had 4 turnovers, including a pick 6 and 2 interceptions and two turnovers in the red zone and a pick 6, 4 turnovers altogether, and it was still up to the last minute of the game. They were playing.
That's me about Indianapolis. And I had this argument the other day, but people don't realize Indianapolis is one of the few teams in football that is solid both sides of the football.
Yeah.
Phillip Rivers has no excuses this year because he has the best offensive line he's ever played on. Defensively, their front seven is as good as anybody on the planet in the NFL, front seven wise. When I look at this game Sunday, the very fascinating thing, if I'm a Ravens fan, I would look at very early. Do they send 7 or do they send 4? And you know the difference of that. If they're sending 4, that means that defensive front line is kicking some ass. And they don't have to blitz Lamar. And their linebackers are second to none in the sport. This is a fascinating game, in my opinion. Go ahead, comment on it.
Yeah, I think the real big battle is going to be that offense.
Take your time, I test. Take your time. Go ahead, young man.
Yeah. I think, like you said, that defense, Baltimore defense against Indy's offense, that's going to be like the biggest, impact of the game. If we just traded halfway from I know he was on Jacksonville, but I know he has a really good rapport with so this is last week he played well last week. That was his first week on the system. I think another week under his belt. I think
No. I'm looking at the other way around. Indianapolis front seven against your offense. That's the way I'm looking at this game.
Yeah, it's really up to Lamar, man. It's really up to if he makes his progressions, if he doesn't make those, those off balance throws, those sidearms off his back foot, falling down, stuff like that. If he just makes the right, don't try to be spectacular. Just play within the offense. I think we'll be okay. Because our offense, when we're clicking, we control the game. We control the game. We control the ground. We control the line of scrimmage. We control the clock. We control the game when we run the football. We got 3 really good running backs. I don't even care about. Mark Ingram. We need him eventually, but the guy Dobbins has played well, and we got a whole bunch of other guys that can put behind there. Lamar's good for at least 50 yards himself. So if we can just move those chains and don't turn the ball over, I think we'll be fine, honestly.
Yeah, I think it's a fascinating game. I do. Because I think for me, if I'm looking at this game, this is a much bigger game for Indianapolis. Because if they can play and beat you guys, that will tell us a lot about them moving forward. And I'm telling you, this is a game I didn't even know was on the schedule. And then I remembered having you up here. It is on the schedule for this weekend. I think it's a fascinating game, especially for the Colts. I think this is bigger for the Colts than it is for the Ravens.
I really like this channel, and I would love to comment, but if we lose, you might not hear from me on Monday.
Yo, let me tell you something. I'm being real with you, man. Win, lose, and dude, just to let you know, I have a pregame show every Sunday, 11 o'clock in the morning, man, before kickoff, man. You just come up, relax. I go around the league. I give you the weather. I give you injury reports up to date. I give you betting odds.
Oh wow! So you're ESPN over here, huh?
Yeah, man.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, man. I do hockey, I do football, I do baseball, and I'm doing the NBA this year for the brothers because I know the brothers love the NBA.
True.
You know, so I do I hate the NBA, but I do it for them, man. You know what I'm saying? So I don't want to look like a sellout. But I'm giving you hockey coverage every Thursday and Saturday night. But yeah, I'm not doing NBA. And I'm doing NBA every Wednesday and Friday nights because those are the heavy nights of the NBA schedule every week. So,
are you a baseball fan?
I'm a what?
Are you a baseball fan?
Hell yes.
Okay.
I'm gonna be going. I'm gonna have guys in time for spring training and go around spring training every night. Mm-hmm.
Just so you know, I'm a Dodgers fan, man. So
congratulations to you.
I'm very happy. It's been 4 years?
5 years, bro.
It's been a lot, man. It's been a lot. They done took my picture. They done threw him through the dirt, man, all these years, man.
Oh yeah, man. I was killing Dave Roberts because I love Dave, and I felt that. I'll tell you a quick story. Back in 2017, September of 2017, I was blind.
Oh wow!
So that was the first year the Dodgers made the World Series. And growing up as a kid, and I had a gentleman up here all night last night. We was talking about the grass at Dodger Stadium, how beautiful it is. And I told the story, not last night, but I'll tell you the story that the game 1 of the World Series, Dodgers Astros, I can barely see, but God bless me enough to see the pregame show. And I was looking at the beautiful grass at Dodger Stadium. I started tearing up because I know I can't really see the game. And a preacher sang the national anthem, and the jets flew by, and people with the flash bulbs were flashing, and they showed the grass. And then my eyes closed for the rest of the night. I couldn't see. I cried like a baby. And Kershaw did us all a favor. Him and Verlander pitched a beautiful game. The Dodgers won 2-1, but this was the key. A crisp 2 hours and 15-minute ball game. That's what I'm talking about. Well pitched. Dodgers win 2-1. I believe Bellinger hit a 2-run homer early in the game. Dodgers win. That's baseball. What's up, Itess?
What's up, baby?
Yeah, I had Pete up here earlier, and this young gentleman was here. He's here. He's a big Ravens fan, and we talked about Tua. Pete wants to give him a chance. Me and you are on the same page. I'm giving that midget 6 games. There you go. Were you at the team store, bro?
Nah, nigga, I'm at Publix.
Oh, you're at Publix. Yo, You picking up a sandwich?
What I'm doing here? Nah, I'm picking up some water.
Yeah, because in that Black Wall Street, that Publix down in South Florida is one of the best supermarkets in the world all over, bro. They make some tremendous sandwiches for your money.
Oh, yeah.
How much is a hero? $5 with all that meat in it?
I don't know. I don't know what a hero is. I get the chicken sandwich.
Oh, okay. So, I hear you, bro. How was your day so far?
It's going good. I took a good shit. You know what I'm saying? So I'm feeling I'm feeling light.
You gonna drive by those strip clubs on your way to where you going?
Nah, nigga. I'm good, bro. Like I'm getting some water. I already did my thing for the day. So it's just about get my water, get my little get right, and then I'm gonna get ready for the game tonight, man.
Yeah, man. I was on to 3 a.m. last night. The night before lecture, now I was on to 5 in the morning, bro. Then I had to go to work, man. Just putting in the time, bro. I'm gonna get with you with the Dolphins in a second.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm still talking Ravens.
Yeah, I'm gonna mute myself.
Young man, back to Black Wall Street, back to the great Ravens organization. And goddamn, they do it well, top to bottom. What's the best delicacy at the stadium? Oh, you never been to the stadium?
Well, the stadium. Honestly, I haven't been to the stadium since they won the last championship.
Damn, 8 years ago. Wow.
Was it 8 years? Damn, it was 8 years ago. Wow.
12, bro. Ray Rice was still there.
Damn. Yo, fuck yeah, y'all took my San Francisco championship.
I wanted to come last year, but the ticket they jacked those tickets up ever since Lamar and them started winning. and I was going to go to the a couple years ago when he first started playing, but somebody fell through with the tickets, didn't end up going, so I ended up going to that casino next door. I had a great time there. But I would, one thing I will say, around that harbor where the food is at, man. Like if you really want to eat some good food, go to that harbor, man.
I know the chicken wings, they're off the fucking chain, bro.
Yeah, if
I don't eat seafood, the chicken wings, they're off the chain, bro.
In the stadium, I think they got like a Phillips seafood kind of thing. So if you like the seafood, you know you're gonna have the good seafood, the good crab cakes.
Yeah,
they got a Ben's chili bowls, which is like it's a staple in DC. It's just like just French fries, hamburgers.
The way it's going right now, we're gonna play you next year because we're both in second place. Right now, where it stands, we're gonna play you next year.
It's gonna be a good game, man.
Question: if it's in Baltimore, I'll get us tickets, bro, and we'll hook up and we'll go to the game, bro. Seriously, if it's in Baltimore, I'll get us tickets, bro. I got a good friend of mine who can hook that up.
I'm gonna bring some tissues.
Yeah, man. For me, right? Because you always kick our ass, bro.
You talking about the Seahawks?
No, the Ravens, Dolphins, bro. They're both in second place, so if we both finish second, we definitely play each other next year in the AFC schedule, bro.
Yeah, I'll give you some crab cakes. Maybe take your mind off the horse or something.
Nah, I don't eat seafood, my brother. As long as they got chicken wings there, I'll last.
I ain't gonna lie.
For sure.
Dolphins owe Lamar one.
Yeah, opening day last year was embarrassing, man.
Yeah, we owe him one, bro. We basically got that train started. Because remember, before that game, he was still, can Lamar throw the ball?
Yeah.
And he took off from that game, dog. From that game, it set up his MVP season, bro. And that what got Minka out the fucking house. And now look what's going on, bro. Like, that game right there, I ain't gonna lie, fuck us up. Because that shit sent Minka to Pittsburgh.
You know what, though? I was telling him a few minutes ago before you popped up. Now we got the #1 ranked defense in the sport, bro.
That's crazy.
Yeah, man. Us, #1 defense, bro. I'll tell you one thing. Seriously, the way we played in Frisco and the way we played last Sunday, bro, shit.
But that's what I mean. Like, I don't know what the fuck them boys doing in that first 10 minutes. But it's like I told you, I'm a war guy. It's like a blitzkrieg, dog. Like when the Germans came,
yeah, man,
it was unexpected, bro. So they jump on their fucking head, and by the time you realize what's going on,
what did I tell you?
Bro.
When my show
jumped
first
on
started,
the 49ers. Go ahead.
No, I'm gonna let you roll it again. What did I tell you beginning of when I first started my show? Something I said will happen by next year.
You said the Dolphins defense will gel and the O-line will gel. Something
I said
along that
they
line.
will have a championship defense next year.
Oh, I didn't hear that part, but I knew
I did. I said, but this year when they get together, they're gonna be good. I said next year there'll be a Super Bowl defense, bro.
I ain't gonna lie, I didn't see this coming because I'm really like, I didn't see the front seven getting the pressure that it's getting, and I didn't see I know X to play. I'm still out on Byron Jones. I like Brandon Jones when he was coming out in the draft, but I think he still could have got Antoine Winfield. And even now to me, I'm still, I don't know, but who knows? Maybe it's scheme. Maybe it's the level of competition you've been playing. Because when you jumped on, like I told you, fool, like, you remember we was talking about golf.
Yeah.
I told you golf ain't like that, man. Everybody was like, golf? So I was like, yo, golf. I'm going to say it again. Golf, Jason, the guy in Buffalo, Josh Allen, Sam Darnold, Baker Mayfield, they're all the same guys, bro. Jimmy Garoppolo, Josh Rosen, they're all the same guys.
And yet the Ravens got the best guy at 30.
Hello.
But even with Lamar, you're starting to see the book is out on him. And I said this last year. I was so surprised that he took that step as far as his passing last year because he was flicking the ball. But I was like, all right, they're gonna have they already know he could run from the first year. Yeah. Now they have a full season of him throwing. What did they do? And I remember me and Ball Game went at it early in the season because I was like, his passing is not going to stay like that after the Chiefs game. Ball game was like, man, I didn't see any progression out of him. I was like, ball game, you got to wait. But ball game was right. The book is out on him. They know where he likes to throw the ball, and now they're taking those areas away, and
they're taking away Andrews now. Yeah.
Exactly. So now they're forcing him to throw outside the numbers, and that's where the top quarterbacks make their money. And he hasn't proven he could do that yet.
Yeah, we'll get to our quarterback in a second. You bring up a great point about falling to the hashes, because I don't think Tua Tagovailoa can do it. Black Wall Street, back to the Ravens. Back to you, my friend. We'll see Sunday. Yeah, so Black Wall Street.
One of the problems, like you said, we were talking about this earlier, and I was saying the only real pass-catching threat that he has that's consistent is Andrews. He doesn't have anybody else to really throw to outside of the numbers. You got that guy Hollywood Brown, but he's not a guy that you can give like.
He's a one-trick pony, straight down the middle, vertical.
He's a guy you got to put in space. He's a space guy.
Yeah.
So that's what I was saying. Like, I mean, I don't know what the other guy was commenting about, but man, if we could just get somebody, I thought
what he was saying is what my brother was saying is that the book is out on Lamar, and when Lamar plays against the big teams, that's why first question I asked you was he going to do it in the big games? Because against the big teams like Pittsburgh and Kansas City, and Kansas City defense sucks, by the way.
They got the book on him.
I just think he just needs an outside threat. I just think he needs a legit one receiver who knows can get open, who he can rely on, like rely on Andrews, because all these guys that's on this offense are all second-year players. There's nobody that's a real vet except for the guy Snead, and he's
good. Yeah, he's a good, reliable slot guy.
He's a good slot guy, but you need an outside guy. You need a guy to get him open.
Yeah, we got that problem in Miami. I know guys love this Devontae Parker. But
what's wrong with you?
But we need I test. Honestly, I said before to you the other day, bro. He's a perfect number 2. Devontae Parker.
Yeah, I think number 1 too. The Dolphins could use. But I don't know what happened with this guy Antonio. I don't know why he went to Tampa Bay of all games.
Him and Brady gets on his knee pads for him. That's why. It's no joke. Yeah. Russell Wilson wanted him too, but he went with Brady.
Hey man, he's like DJ Metcalf. One guy, I don't know why he slipped.
Brady looked. Brady looked like he got one of Giselle homies. Like he got one of his model homies to fuck AB.
Yo, let me tell you something.
Because Giselle got on the hole.
One thing I've always told people is that it's really funny that Tom Brady went to Tampa Bay a year after those allegations that Kraft had when he went to Tampa Bay to them strip clubs or them massage parlors.
Well, the reason why he went to Tampa Bay was because of his wife. His wife wears the pants in the family, just like Nessa. That's Kaepernick's girlfriend. She wears the pants in the relationship. And if Nessa tells him to go play football, he'll play. If Nessa says, I want your ass home, while I DJ across the world, you're going to stay home. Well, that's the same thing with Tom Brady. Gazelle runs the house. He wanted to go home to San Francisco.
Damn, bro. We had Brady. Yeah, we had the.
Don't worry, bro. In 2022, Aaron Rodgers will go home. You'll win your Super Bowl that year.
I get it, but I ain't looking for one Super Bowl. I'm looking for.
I know Rodgers will get you a couple because Jimmy G's out. The word is they're going to trade Jimmy G back to New England.
I heard he might trade.
I did the video yesterday.
I'll watch it later. Yeah, that's the rumor. They're going to trade his ass back to New England. Take the 2. They'll pay New England pay the salary. Take the second round pick. New England's picking the top 10, bro. Take it.
I doubt Belichick is that dumb because look, he gave him away for it.
He loves Jimmy G. It was the owner Brady who got rid of him.
But he's seen a full season of Jimmy G, and he's seen that what he thought he was is depreciated. Fool. He knows Jimmy G ain't like that, so he ain't gonna give us no 2. But he won't give us no 2 for us. You gotta think about it. It's like a businessman. You know we trying to get rid of him, so you're not gonna give us what we asking for him.
Trust me, Belichick will give you a second rounder. Run with it.
Really?
Yes, run with it. It's
I'll take that.
Rounder.
I'll take it.
Yeah, take it. Just say, take your ass out of here, bro. And your sex number. Jimmy G dates porn stars.
Porn stars. Yeah. That's why
That
he
bitch
fucked
was
up in the
bad,
head,
though.
dog.
That bitch he had a couple years ago, he was going to have dinner with. That bitch was a bad bitch, bro.
They're all bad. That's the thing. They're all bad. They're walking around with that thing.
Woo!
That thing, bro. Hey, the fuck? What time is it? Let me see.
Woohoo, bro.
But Jimmy G, man, he could never get it right, man. That's why I was like, yo, why the fuck we ain't at least kick the tires on Tom Brady? They let Tom Brady just go, and he wanted to come to San Francisco, and they were like, nah, Jimmy G is the guy. And in my head, I'm like, I don't know, bro, because he don't put no fear in nobody. That's the thing as a quarterback. Your quarterback, if he don't put fear in the defense, then you ain't got no quarterback, man. All the top guys, yo, defense is fearing him. When Brady step on that field, bro, as old as he is, they're like, man, that's not Brady. It's like Aaron Rodgers. It's like Andrew Luck stepped out there, just like when Drew Brees stepped out. Even your boy Lamar, he scares them to a point. But Jimmy G, he can't run. He's accurate when he's on, but the minute you get anybody flying around his legs, yo, he turns into a bitch, yo.
Asked me, I test yesterday. This will make your blood boil. Ready? I'm gonna let you answer it. I said, hell's no. Someone asked me yesterday why I take Jimmy G in Miami, bro. I said,
hell fuck no, bro. Don't touch him. Don't touch him. That's poison, bro. Don't touch him, bro. I'm telling you from first account. Jimmy G is the Tannehill of the NFC East, yo. I mean the NFC West, bro.
A perfect pass to Emmanuel Sanders.
Bro, I'm telling you, go watch my video. You're gonna be like, my God.
I'm gonna watch it. I'm gonna watch it after. I'm gonna watch it right now while
it's crazy, bro, how he missed that throw, and it's crazy the interceptions he throws because it's like he literally, if his first read isn't there and people are flying around his feet, he throws the ball up for grabs, bro. He gives a fuck. If he sees a flash of red around there, even if it's 5 Dolphins there. Like that throw he threw to the interception he threw to Bobby McCain. Bro, look at this fucking throw. He just threw it up. Jerome Baker is undercutting Jeremy McKinnon. And he still throws it up with Bobby McCain just in the middle of the field. Like, that's a quarterback. Brady will never do that.
Miami Dolphins
quarterbacks will never do some of this. Yeah. I'm about to change that shit. Huh?
By the way, a new logo for Larry L. Dolphins fans panel. Here's his topic today. He must have been listening to somebody. Tua on trial. You goddamn right, Larry. He's on trial, motherfucker.
Larry be on my dick, man. Hey, I put out topics and then I see everybody talking on the topic.
What's your channel called again, bro?
Yeah, Miami Dolphins Digest. I'm about to change it to Miami Dolphins Raw. But Miami Dolphins Digest.
Watch your video on Jimmy G, bro. Yo, you gonna do a 901?
Bro. Huh?
You gonna do a 901 too?
Yeah, I should because that's all I do. I watch the Dolphins and I watch the Niners. That's all I do. I watch the whole league, but I focus on
Black Wall Street. Stay right there. Don't leave. I'm watching this Jimmy G shit right here, man. It's comical, bro.
This is trash, bro.
This shit is comical.
Like, when you see that throw to Emmanuel Sanders, bro, it's like, oh my God. Any other quarterback will make that throw. And
I'm glad I subscribed to you, bro, when you told me you was doing this shit.
I appreciate it, man.
Oh, damn, Jimmy, bro. You threw that pick against the Rams, bro, in the Coliseum.
Look at all the interceptions.
I'm looking at it. I'm watching it right now.
They're fucking terrible, bro.
There's the pick against the Redskins in the rain. I remember that game. I think you guys won what 9-0.
9-0. The only shutout, bro.
Yeah, man. I'm looking at this one against.
But look at him. Look at all the fuck ups. Look
Panthers.
at all the time.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
You know what I'm saying? And imagine a quarterback that didn't do that on our team.
That one was against the Seahawks. That was the Monday night game.
Yeah, I remember that.
Changed
and then
the whole game around, by the way.
The whole game, bro. Jadeveon Clowney, all that. Fuck the whole game up.
I wish Clowney was still in Seattle. They should have paid him. Oh,
I wish we
fucking action in San Francisco against the looks like the Patriots. No, it's not the Patriots. Who is this? The Cardinals. Okay. You know I'm watching this shit. I'm telling you who he's getting picked off against. Patrick.
Exactly.
This was opening day. I remember this. I saw this game. I told the audience they had no answers for Kyler Murray. They had no for Hopkins. I remember this. This is in New Orleans. Yeah, I remember this.
All those fucking picks, bro, this nigga threw. And we still, in spite of him,
they won games. Got to the Super Bowl. Remember what? Now I see why. Remember what Shanahan did in the playoffs? Like he took the ball out of his hands.
Took the ball out his hand. He said, "Yo, all that bullshit you've been. Look at what he's doing in the season." Shanahan said, "Yo, you threw that pick to Kendrick. Yo, he didn't throw the ball no
awesome
more."
Awesome job, my friend. Awesome job. Awesome job.
Give me this fucking ball, bro. You ain't throwing the ball no more.
With that video, my friend. Did you do the editing yourself?
That's the thing. Like I just know how to put shit together.
Yeah, I hear you, but you're borging a little bit. Talk now. Yeah, you're borging.
I did it all on my phone, dog.
Okay,
I'm under a highway.
Good, man. Black Wolf, I want to get back to you with the playoff system right now. Do you like the 7-game, 17 playoff? Do you like the fact that the Ravens are in the hunt for a Super Bowl?
Yeah, I think the 7-game playoff. NFL 30 or 32.
32.
32. Yeah, I think that's okay. I mean, the NBA does something similar to that, where it's like almost like half the teams are in the playoffs. Yeah, I mean, I'm always about postseason. If you can get people in the postseason and get into that environment, I'm all for it. About the Ravens, like I said, man, like I just get worried about Lamar, passing the ball consistently, man. Like, you guys are just talking about Jimmy G took his team to the Super Bowl, so I mean, if we could just not turn the ball over, I think we'll be fine.
Yeah, but Lamar is not as bad as Jimmy G's. Lamar's problem is just hitting the right spots in the clutch in the playoff. That's it. Other than that, he's good. Jimmy G is a comedy act.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean. It's like, he's better than Jimmy G, and Jimmy G took his team to the Super Bowl with a good defense and innovative offense. So, I mean, I think the thing is I just get worried about that inconsistency passing, man. Like, the last playoff game that we played against Tennessee, I just thought it was bad play calling personally.
Yeah.
But you've got to make those throws, man. You got to make those throws. And
I think they were shocked because Tennessee punched them in the face early, and they showed the rest of us, but they have a glass jaw. That's the point I'm making. The Ravens have a glass jaw, and if they prove to the rest of us that they can take. But now I'm gonna say something to you. Don't get mad at me. Don't lose to Miami in the playoffs, because in here it will be a celebration all winter long, right?
Hell yeah, because we never beat. Yeah, we never beat the Ravens. Bro, we've never beat anything.
Yeah, because we've been your bitch. Don't let us beat you in the playoffs, bro.
Hey man, meet you at the top, man. We'll meet you at the top. That's when you get. But it's the Dolphins are you're up and coming, man. Just keep it going, man. You're like a few pieces away. It's 2 pieces away. Maybe another pass catcher, maybe a lineman. Y'all 1 piece or 2 away.
I'm gonna tell you what we need. We need a kick-ass middle linebacker. We need a top running back. We need a number 1 running back who can play 3 downs. We need a receiver that's a superstar. We need a middle linebacker that can kick ass, and we need what you just got from the Vikings.
Yeah,
and the scary thing is, we have the picks to do it.
Yeah, do. Yeah, do.
It comes down to Tua. Tua can't play. We gotta get a quarterback. I mean, I told these guys Jameis Winston, which I think a year under not Todd. Sean Payton should help him.
Man, listen, man. Mike Evans made him look really good, man. Mike Evans made him look really good. Because not for Mike Evans,
I'm serious. They're talking about it right now in another Dolphin panel as we speak.
Well,
Tua looks bad these next 5 weeks. And we're not talking throwing interceptions. What we're talking about is putting up numbers. I'm going to tell you the quarterbacks he plays the next 5 weeks. You ready? Kyler Murray this week. Justin Herbert the next week. I'm going to skip the Jet game. Joe Burrow, Patrick Mahomes. There you go.
Ouch.
What we want to see is him compete against those quarterbacks. And if he can't do it, if he played like he did Sunday, then we know what we got and we're going to move on.
That is as challenging a matchup as you can have.
There you go.
Your second game playing in the NFL after a year off. That's about as tough as it gets. Sheesh.
Yeah, those next, I'm skipping the Jet game. Those 4 guys, and then after that, Cam Newton, Derek Carr. It didn't finish the year with Josh Allen. And the Raiders are going to be playing for something, just like we are. Yeah. Except for New England game. New England's done. But he's going to still be facing Cam Newton in warm weather in Miami.
Right.
I mean, his schedule is brutal. And you know what? I'm going to tell you something else. I know when my buddy comes back, he'll co-sign it. Our coach don't like the kid.
You don't think so?
No, he didn't want him. They wanted the kid in Green Bay.
Oh, Love?
I did too.
You won't see him for like 5 years, man.
No, Love will start in 2022.
Okay. Okay.
Rodgers already said he's getting the hell out.
Oh.
What happens if they don't win this year? Who are they going to blame?
All right. Well,
I mean, one thing Green Bay, people don't understand from Green Bay fan. Green Bay fan is like, let's say in football, the Pittsburgh Steelers fan, the Baltimore Raven fan. They expect championship or bust in Green Bay. It's been 10 years. You don't lose games like you did at home against the pitiful Vikings on Sunday like they just did. That's like the Ravens. I'll give it to you in all conference. That's like you losing to the Jets on Sunday. You get it?
Yeah, yeah.
If the Ravens lost at home to the Jets, what would you people say down there?
Not nice things.
Yeah, inexcusable. We played the Seahawks a couple weeks ago, and I told the fan base in Miami, we should put up 34 points on that pathetic Seahawk defense. You know, they were like, they were still thinking they were the 2014 Legion of Boom. I was never more angry as a Dolphin fan after that game in here, bro. I ripped Ryan Fitzpatrick at a-hole. I ripped the coaching staff for calling a scared. They were scared that game, bro. They settled for field goals instead of getting touchdowns, man. That was inexcusable. And here's the scary part. The quarterback was having a good year before they benched him. But this is what the coach did. He said, you know what? I'm looking at my schedule right now. We'll play Tua. But if he doesn't perform, I don't want to hear from you no more. And what I get the feeling, and I haven't spoken about it yet, but I can speak about it with you because you have no dog in the fight. I can see Flores leaving Miami if they tell him we're going to stick with Tua.
I hope not, man. He's got a good deal. Looks like
Tua got to show us a lot, bro.
Well, I mean, I don't, man. This is tough, man. He came off a hip surgery. Hasn't thrown a football in like who knows how long, and now you got him playing against Mahomes and everybody else. It's you know that's what it's all about. Put him trial by fire, but man,
Yo, you drafted this kid number 5.
You traded up for him, yeah, you did.
No, we didn't trade up for him. He was there for us.
Yeah, that's right. They said they were willing to trade. They were going to trade up for that first pick if they needed to. That's what I heard, though. I don't know.
Yeah, man. My point I'm making is that you Dolphin fan, you wanted this loser. You got him now. I warned you about this guy, and you get what you get.
I mean, I understand why they took the risk, though. I mean, if he plays like he played in Alabama, you're a genius, and you don't want to be the guy who passed up on that guy because he might because he might have been injured or whatever. But I thought it was worth the risk, But I thought Fitzpatrick was doing good though. I thought he was playing well. I don't know why they benched him. Honestly, I thought they could have had him look up behind Fitzpatrick for a year, get him to heal, get back acclimated to the game, but. I just think that they brought him out there too quickly, honestly. But you might be right with what you're talking about with Flores, just saying, let's see what the kid can do, and then if not, I could go back to Fitzsimmons. But we'll see, or Fitzpatrick.
Yeah, because what we saw as Dolphin fans on Sunday wasn't. It was like a train wreck.
You threw for what, 90 yards?
Yeah. It was a train wreck. I mean, in Miami, Bob Greasy did it. Dan Marino did it. Let me throw in one more guy that did it. Gus Frerotte did it. We want a quarterback that can light up the skyline. If you can't do that, you don't belong. We're giving him 5 more games. We're giving him to the Chief game against Patrick Mahomes. If he doesn't do it, then it's a wrap.
I hope he's studying his playbook, man.
You better hope that because if this does end up happening, we're gonna have to give up our plans on getting certain needs to get another quarterback. And I'm not too thrilled about that, my brother.
How old is Fitzmagic? How old is he?
38.
Ooh. Oh yeah. You can't.
I'm not.
I mean, these days Brady's what 45. But Brady. I don't think Brady can throw. I don't think Brady could throw. I don't think he could throw past 20 yards. Honestly, I think that's.
I'm not happy at what I saw Sunday. I was like, That's exactly what I said. I'm looking at this game and I see him trying to throw a 8-yard out. I was like, Really? This is what you spent the number 5 pick of the draft for? You gotta be kidding me. Me and you can throw an out pass better than him.
Man, I just, I just hope he gets it together, man. I think, he just needs to get a hold of that offense, get a hold of, who he can throw to and the tendencies of the game. But it's a fast game, man. The game moves fast, man. I don't know how long it's going to take for him to adapt. Like even Lamar, they basically ran the ball with him the first, that first year.
We don't have a running game.
Yeah.
Can't help him there.
Yeah. Hope he has a good eyesight.
Oops, there it is. Oh my God. Hey, look. In Miami, you are there to throw the football at least 34 times a week and throw bombs and electrify the fan base. And if this is what we're going to get with a good defense, I'm not even talking about Super Bowl defense. I'm saying good defense. We have a problem.
Yeah, I can see that. I just don't think you should give up on him too quick. even if he doesn't perform well this year, I think you should just give him,
he's getting 10 games, bro. It's not like he's getting a spoonful, and he's going up against guys on the other side of the football. I'm talking about the other quarterback that's marquee now.
Yeah.
Including Burrow. Think about what I'm about to tell you. Listen to what I'm about to say. He gets what's the kid in California?
Herbert?
He gets Herbert, Burrow, and Mahomes and Newton his next 4 home games. Not on the road, at home.
Yeah, you gotta show something. I get that. You gotta show something.
Yeah.
He might be the next Josh Rosen over here, huh?
Yeah. And that's the way we're going to treat him. Because if he doesn't perform, he's out, and we'll get Josh Fields or we'll get somebody else with one of our picks. And that's a fucking wasted pick. That's the difference between you and your franchise and us. Ozzie Newsome gets it right. Eric DeCosta gets it right. We get it wrong. Now, young man, you see why I'm treating you like bona fide air?
Listen, man. It's like that sometimes, man. It's like that. You never know what could happen, man. You never know what could happen.
Well, at the draft, you guys have a lot of haters.
Well,
Raven fans get a lot of hate when they show up because you guys do it right.
I mean, sorry, I don't know what to tell you.
When was your last bad pick? Kyle Bowler?
Well, I've got a couple 6-rounders that haven't shown us anything, but we'll give them a couple more years.
You know what our problem is? We're like the Seahawks, but in another way. Our 5, 6, and 7s and the undrafted free agents are the ones who make the team.
Hey, man.
This is all you need to know, buddy. And my buddy who's coming up is going to confirm this. Itus. Bro. All right. He's on hold. I got him. Bro, our 2013 and 14 drafts are not even on the team, bro.
Well, y'all traded a lot of people last year, though. I thought y'all should have kept those guys that y'all traded.
Yeah, Minka Fitzpatrick was a mistake. Ended up all pro for Mike Tomlin. Gee, I wonder why.
And the lineman, the guy.
Now Tunsil is giving us what we got now. He can go. Plus the Texans are 1-7. He can go.
Okay. Yeah.
When they made the trade, I thought they were crazy. I did. When they made the Tunsil trade, I'm like, really? But then when I thought about it, I said, okay. I know the Texans as an organization, they suck. And you got fools in here that are giving them credibility for what? Being one of the biggest choking teams in the history of the sport in 20 years of football? Really? Good fan base, but the team sucks. I had a female in another panel who's a big Texan fan. Sweetheart, sister knew what she was talking about, but I kept telling her, honey, it ain't working. It's going to work in Miami, but it ain't working for you. I'm sorry. What the Ravens have done for us is they're building us a championship defense. Okay, I'll take it. I'd rather have a defense in the power running game anyway.
Hey, man, defense will take you to the playoffs, man.
Yeah. Next year, I expect us to be a Super Bowl defense. So, right now, I like what I see on most of the team except offense. Offense sucks. I test you there, bro? No, he's not back yet. Yeah, I like what we're doing on the entire team except offense. Offense, we suck. Offensive line is very good. Young, good, physical. But receivers, in my opinion, is mediocre at best. And quarterback below.
Did you guys draft a receiver in this past draft?
No.
What? Oh, why not? It's like the biggest wide receiver draft of all.
We even drafted running back. That's how stupid and inept this organization is, and we had the picks to do it. I mean, we got some of the dumbest fans and some of the dumbest personnel people on the planet Earth. And this young man who's up here, and they wonder why he's so angry all the time at the organization. I Tess, you there, bro? I Tess. Yeah, he's not back yet. Yeah, and this is why, a guy like me admires you for the team you support, but I'm skeptical of my own fan base. The reason?
Well, I mean, I think when you guys start winning again, I think the fan base will come back.
No, the fan base is there. The problem with us is we're divided. We're a very divided fan base. You got the guys like me who are logical, who tell it like it is. You got the guys like the young man that was up here before that's very frustrated at the organization, don't believe, because they lie a lot. The media lied to us down there, and their organization's been lying to us for years. You there now? No, he's off again. They lie. You can't trust them. You can't trust. Oh, he's driving. That's why. You can't trust a word they say. That's the problem. And then you get the Kool-Aid drinkers. Those fools.
Well, as soon as you guys start winning, I think winning cures all ills. So I think a playoff appearance will make a big difference.
No, consistency in the playoffs will make a big difference.
True.
When allow the smart ones see us going to the playoffs year after year, going to the AFC Championship game, going to the Super Bowl, that's when we'll start to believe. Until then, they're full of shit.
You need to go to that restaurant, get Dan Marino, fix him up, and get him in that huddle again or something, man.
I can't. No, I need. What I need is the truth. Give me Jordan Love, bro. That's what I want. I want Jordan Love. I'll give the Packers the Texans pick, which is a top 5 pick. Just give me Jordan Love, bro. I'll take it for you.
Top 5 pick for Jordan Love?
Yes, I would do that. Maybe
a second, but not a first?
Yeah, I would. Yeah. That's how much I love the boy. Reminds me so much of Patrick Mahomes.
He's that good?
Yeah. And he's learning under the best in Aaron Rodgers. And I heard Aaron Rodgers have taken him under his wing.
Yeah, that's a good offense to kind of get.
Yes, it is. I agree with that. It's a damn good offense. I hear the rap music. Can you turn that down for a second? Turn that down for a second. I'll mute. All right. Getting back to you. While he's driving, I hope he didn't turn off the road. Let me see if he's with us. I'm gonna switch to Little Wall Street investing for a second.
Okay.
Tell me about how you got into the stock market. This is really why I brought you up here. Go ahead.
Okay, so it's an interesting story. When I first, like when I was 16, a friend of mine asked me to join the stock market club with him. So I was like, okay, sure, let's do it. And he told us, a lot about the stock market and stuff like that. But for me, they asked us a stock to get, and I chose Nike because I saw how people would buy Jordan and stuff like that.
I can't. You can hear me?
Hear you, Chris. I've been calling you for the last 5 minutes.
You was jamming there.
Yeah, go ahead. Yo. I'm gonna put you on mute Listen to the music. I got you. I got you. Don't worry about it. Continue, sir. About how you got to the stock market.
Yo.
That people were buying the Jordan, and I just happened to be looking at the stock, and I saw that the stock had risen because they had they had beat their earnings expectations for the quarter, and I knew that was because everybody bought those Jordans that came out around that time or whatever. So I saw that correlation between the company and the stock and how it's affected. So that's what got me interested in it. And so what I started to do is I started to look at companies that I knew were doing well, and I would see how their stock was doing. And then that's how I started investing. And that's still primarily how I invest. I invest mostly fundamentally as well as technically. But the biggest thing is just looking for companies that seem like they're doing well in the climate that you're in at the time, and then just find a good stock for them. I told people about the Zoom stock. I think people can still buy Zoom stock, because it's going to only grow while we're in this pandemic. So what I tell people is to look at companies that are doing well at this time, and then just take a look at their stock, and then take a look at some of their rival companies, some of the similar companies, and
fascinating
correlation is. And it's really that simple. You don't have to do be all into the earnings, the price, PE ratios, and all that other kind of stuff. Just look at a company that is going to do well, and then just follow that company. And it's really you can find one or two stocks just like that, and then you'll be good.
Alex HQ in the chat room said you are jamming. Right. Oh, my man was jamming. Yeah, he's jamming to his music. Let me say, I have Tac. You know who Tac Man is in the chat room? Well, Tac Man is a guy that I had a show a couple of weeks ago, my brother. You will have loved it. It was 4.5 hours of nothing but the stock market and how to invest. And guys had some app called Robinhood and Fidelity. And these guys were really rocking the chat room with investment ideas and stocks. Yeah. How do you feel when young black men, young black men or men of color are seriously into the stock market and know what they're talking about?
It's an amazing feeling. Things like the stock market, is one of those things that people is a very taboo subject because people aren't, versed in that type of field. And people branching out and looking at other opportunities is what it's really all about, especially now in this climate that we're in. Just look at other ways that you can, build income for you and your family. And the stock market is a great way to do that, especially if you're looking for long-term income, because you can follow a stock and, just the stock market alone, if you just wanted to invest with just like S&P. That does better than any CD that you can get in the bank.
Are you willing to be my stock market information guy?
Yeah, sure. I was actually thinking I've got a lot of things going on right now, but hopefully towards the end of this year I can start, really putting more content out on my page concerning the stock market. Because it's a great time to invest right now. It's a really good time to invest.
Speak of the devil, get your ass up here, bro. This is the brother I was just telling you about. Get up here, champion. My boys, all my boys are in here. Get up here, bro. Let's talk some. Yeah, man, I heard, bro. Get up here, man. We're gonna talk some. I got an investment, young man up here. Get up here, bro. I just put the link in the room. Get up here, bro. We're going to talk about this shit. I'm going to let you two guys talk. I'm just going to sit back and listen. This is the type of stuff I like to do in here. It's stuff like what you're telling us right now, bro. I think it's very informative, especially for young black men. It's very informative.
And I know you were talking about the Robinhood and stuff. Like even Cash App, you can trade stocks with Cash App now.
I heard they don't pay off enough. Like they don't give you a lot. I heard it's just a little tad percentage.
Yeah, but it gives you knowledge on how to invest in the stock market. You can use what they do in Cash App. You can do it with Robinhood too, but they do you don't have to invest in a stock, a whole stock, like a whole share. You could just invest in a percentage of a share. So let's say if you had like $5 that you wanted to invest,
yeah,
you invest $5 into Walmart. They're going to give you $5 worth of a share. So right now, Walmart is like at like $140 something a share. So $5 would give you like
I'll give you 20 minutes, brother. Enjoy your lunch.
Yeah, very small percentage of of the entire stock. But as the stock grows, that little $5 grows as well.
Big time, get up here, bro. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm getting the guys who I was telling you about, who rocked it that night. They're here. One of them is eating his lunch. The other one, I hope you can get up here and you guys can rock it, bro. I'll just give you guys the platform and get up here, big time. Let's go. No excuses, bro. This man is my new Wall Street guy, and you pick the day of the week, bro. What day is good for you? Saturday morning, good for you?
Yeah. Saturday morning works.
Sure. Well, what time around? I could do this, bro.
Oh yeah, sure. Probably 10ish, or maybe 10, or around that time.
You got it. Every Saturday, 10 o'clock. I'll make my nephew make you a logo, bro, and just put it up.
That's what's up, man. Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, no problem, champion. Big time. Go ahead, bro. Let's hear about some investments ideas. Go ahead, boy.
What's up, fellas?
What's up? I got Black Wall Street here. Go ahead, man. Tac Man said he'll be up after lunch.
Another Dolphin fan, I see.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I'm a big Dolphins fan. Wall Street's doing his due diligence for sure. It sounds like knows what he's talking about. Just a second ago, he was talking about fractional shares. That's definitely a good thing to use, especially when you can't buy a full share of.
I'll let you guys rock it. Go ahead.
And it's good to buy as much as you can, but can't buy like an Amazon or something like that. So yeah, for sure, fractional shares are big.
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly, and especially if you're starting off.
Right.
You were talking about Mace was talking about Cash App and there's some tax implications and stuff like that. But you can use it as a way to get acclimated to trading stocks, seeing the stocks go up and down, feeling that pressure. Should I buy? Should I sell? Just to have that is good to learn what trading stocks is really about. And as you build your confidence, you can definitely get into a better, like a Fidelity or TD Ameritrade or E-Trade or something like that, as you kind of build that confidence and build that experience with it. So it's a great way to start off and to get get used to seeing the stocks go up and down and being in that energy and stuff. So
no, you're right, man. That's a great way to look at it. Especially, my thing is that school doesn't do it enough, doesn't do anything in that sense. I think consumer math and all that crap is a bunch of BS. I think they need to start teaching young economics. I mean, any young child, any young boy or girl can learn economics in a very slowly. Maybe starting in junior high. I mean, I think it should be utilized. You don't have to learn it in high school to college. And then, learning how to, trade stocks and understand the stock market. They don't do that. And I think that's something that schools can utilize a lot better, because you're not going to learn anything with consumer math anymore. It's just, checks are checks are just, it's something that's, it's a dated thing now. I'm not saying that checks are not used, but it's a complete waste of time, I think.
Yeah, I agree. And also, like you were saying, they don't stress financial literacy at all. Like taxes. I mean, these are things that are really simple that they could teach in a classroom, but that makes it even more important for us to empower people. Things like this, even having this type of conversation is great, just to inform people. Just give them some information, because like you said, they're not teaching these things in school. And that, for our people, especially, I think it's important for us to try to help empower each other with that type of knowledge. And things like this is a great way to do that. Let people come up here, learn a little bit at their own pace, be able to interact with people who are like-minded, who understand how stocks work and stuff like that. Like, that's what it's all about to me, because we're part of the solution. We're part of the people that are helping to build that financial literacy and economic understanding in our community. So, like, I think it's, before you came on, he was just talking about how important it is for, people of color to have that type of financial knowledge. And I think that, you can see my avatar is the group economics. I think that's one of the biggest things that we need to focus on, especially right now in this climate. It's hard out here for us. So we need to kind of work on other ways that we can build, ourselves up, despite what's going on in the world. So
you're right, man. Share that knowledge. I mean, it's not everybody wants to make money. If you keep it for yourself, that would be a shame. Share what you have, and give your knowledge to somebody else that can, transcend it to somebody else. There's a YouTube channel called Earn Your Leisure, and it's a bunch of young Black Americans, men that speak this, talking about the stock market and stuff like that, and very educational. And they were talking with this young man that he was like, I think 12 or something like that. But he did his mother was going to school, and while she went to school learning about the stock market and other things, she would teach her son. And then he started getting involved into trading, and he started talking about his biggest amount that he had made off an option, and it was off of Tesla when all the pandemic was coming out, and he made over, like, I think $70,000 to $80,000 on that option. Yeah. So, but this kid, I mean, he was with his mom doing this, and they were going back and forth helping each other out. Is she teaching him? That's exactly what you need to do to get these individuals or young men or young women out there to show that there are other things that you can do and be successful, and and learn at a young age, because their mind's such a sponge. So yeah, why not do that? And this young man just did it, showing anybody up that couldn't, and just to have them understand what he did, how he did it, and what he's looking for. Mind you, he knows especially more about options than I would probably ever do, and still trying to learn about. Still don't want to take a step in until I really get and grasp it. But to me, it's just an amazing thing to see young, talented men and women, boys and girls, to do that and share that knowledge with somebody else that wants to learn. Just like you said, this is something that can benefit you going forward in the long term.
Absolutely. And that's an amazing story.
Sure, you didn't hear it. That was outstanding, big time. This is what I'm talking about. I had this type of knowledge for 4.5 hours a month ago, bro. It was an outstanding platform.
Yeah, man. I mean, that's what it's all about. I mean, that's what it's all about, is just empowering each other. And that's what you would love to see, especially in our families, just to kind of empower our younger generation about literacy, and just doing things a little bit different than what we've been taught for so long. And I mean, geez, this is awesome to hear stuff like that. It's almost like that's what you do it for, even though I didn't do it.
Let me tell you something, my brother. You get more than sports in here.
I see. I see, man. This is really dope, man. I really like this page, man.
Yo, you're welcome anytime. Talk Ravens. I don't think Big Time was listening earlier when we was going through the Ravens, man. But
yeah, man, I could do Ravens all day, man.
Now let me ask you this: in your career right now, young man, Big Time, you're gonna meet yourself. How is it going for you? Being a young stockbroker, bro.
Well, I'm not a young stockbroker. I trade stocks. I also have a regular job and stuff. I just trade stocks as well. But it's going okay. It's going pretty good. Like I said,
you go.
Yeah, well, like I This is a funny story I've been telling people for the past 5 months or whatever. Is that I got a stimulus check for $400, and when I saw that, I immediately bought Zoom stock. And Zoom at that time was at $119.
Yeah.
So now it's like $490. So
yes, the guy who's coming up after his lunch, he did the same thing.
Yeah,
man, he did the same thing. Yeah.
Because that Zoom, like once they started talking about this pandemic, that's all I heard was Zoom. And the thing about Zoom, which gives it, because people were talking about, they got the Facebook chat and the Google chat and all that other kind of stuff. But Zoom, which makes this more, makes it so much more successful than all those other companies in the video chat, is that it's used in corporate world as well. It's not just used in, personally for people. You can use it personally and you can use it in the corporate world. And that showed me that, okay, this is going to really make money because all these companies are starting to work.
Gotta stay home. Yeah, their workers stay at home. Their meetings going to be out of their house. Yeah.
And then another thing to think about, just think about this holiday season. They're talking about, a second wave and all this other kind of stuff going on. People are going to be having, my family in particular, we're having a Zoom Thanksgiving. I know there's going to be a lot of Zoom Christmas. There's going to be a lot of
hells yes
doing Zoom during the during this whole holiday time. Not being able to go out and stuff like that. They're going to be using Zoom during those Christmas breaks and all the other kind of New Year's, the whole holiday season. I believe that there's still going to be a high demand for Zoom. So there's no reason to get out of it.
Go ahead, Big Time.
No, I mean he's right, and I wish I had jumped on that bandwagon like Black Wall Street and Tech did, but I didn't. I mean, it would have been nice if I did, but I jumped on the bandwagon with Quaycom and Square, and the biggest one was Invisalign. If you look up Invisalign, the reason why they jumped up so high was due to the fact that people could not go to the dentist, so people started using Invisalign. And you would not have thought about that if you just think outside the box. So my suggestion is to look at all the sectors, that you have and see what you might be missing and what could be growing and what in a new company that it may be a company that's been around for a little bit, that you could actually see, okay, what will happen if this doesn't happen or this does happen. And I think, honestly, I wish we could do this, is get together as a group and say, hey, maybe these are the type of stocks that will go, or shares, companies that will go up within the next few months, because that's exactly how you're going to make money. And sometimes, just like, Black stock, just like you said, that it's that with me, I work full time. So sometimes when I'm going back and forth, I find myself kind of being lackadaisical because I work a full-time job. So if I'm telling I'm going to do myself justice and say, hey, I'm going to do this, sometimes I find myself forgetting about what I was going to do next. And by the time you've already lost, it's already made its move. And now I'm already in the back seat wondering, well, should I go ahead and do it or not? I wish that I had a little bit more time to dabble into it, because I've lost a lot of money into it, but I have been more aggressive. So, now that I've sat there and I've kind of, worked on my portfolio a little bit, and now I'm managing a little bit better. Now I'm going ahead and, doing a little bit of my due diligence to where if some companies are not doing as well, I'll, get rid of them right now and look for a company that has a little bit more potential growth. And so I can get a little bit more growth into it. So more diversification too, as well.
Yeah, man. A few things. First of all, I just wanted to say, like, that is exactly what it's all about. Like, how you explained, how you looked at those companies. That that's really all that's all it really is to it. It's not this big complex thing. It's not this thing that's too difficult for us to understand, like they make it to seem. It's just about finding companies that you feel are going to do well, and like you said, specific sectors, and then just kind of just go through the pluses and minuses of it. Mace was talking about earlier about doing like something on Saturdays about the stock market. So that probably would be a great way to, people could come together and just talk about like what they see going on in the market, and what stock that they looking at, looking into that they feel might have some growth potential. So
that's a dream of mine to do a show like that, bro.
And that's what you said. That's what you said. So
it's true. That's how I feel about it.
Yeah, it's happening, So once we get that set up, we could do that, and that could be a whole nother, I'm
gonna let you guys rock. I'm gonna congratulate Sister George on her 100th show. Go ahead, you guys can keep talking.
No, but there's also one thing I will say, because I faced a similar issue, a very similar issue, and the thing that I realized is that it really just comes down to finding some time within that 6 to 10 p.m. window of getting a time to prepare for the market for the next day. If you could find a time within your evening, you could dedicate like just 30 minutes, 45 minutes, an hour of just looking at the market, just seeing what's happening. And then maybe if you see something that may be able to, if you see a good setup, maybe look into that for the next day or for the next week. But it really just, it's a discipline thing, because to do something like this, the potential is there. I've seen people, from the recession who took all the retirement money out of the bank and just started trading stocks and learning how to do it. And eventually they figured it out, and they were doing that, for a living. So there's potential there. It's just about just finding a way to kind of bridge that gap between where we are now and where we want to be. Like what's the difference between where I am and where I want to be? What can I put in the middle of that can get me to that point? And for me, I knew that time management was important for me, because like I said, that 6 to 10 window is so critical. You watch one game, you got to go to bed. That's the end of that's it. So it's a matter of just trying to find a way to put in like maybe 30 or so minutes of just looking at the market, looking at certain, trends that you may see, and then just kind of building up a setup that you might see for the future. Just putting that time to do that will help a lot in terms of getting your portfolio set up. So when you are at work, you're not, stressing or anything. And then you can just look at your Robinhood or whatever app that you use and just kind of see the progress. And then from there, you maybe put like a stop loss or something, so you don't have to worry about it or follow it the whole time. Or, or like I said, just look into it and to see what direction that you feel like it'll go, and then just follow it from there. So it's possible, man. It's a paradigm shift. You got to just shift your mind from thinking like I'm a working man trying to do the stock market to I'm a future stock market person who's just working right now. You got to get into that energy of it, and then you'll find ways that you can bridge that gap of where you are, where you want to be. So yeah. I don't know stuff to say, man.
No, you're good. You're good, man. You're right. You're right. So I put Qualcomm in there. I don't know if you know who they are, but so they actually have a deal with Apple with their 5G, and their chip is basically in all the iPhone 12s that just came out. So just yesterday, let's just say they moved up from like 124 to 128. And then after the stock market, because of their earnings that came out, they went up to like 146, 147. They're standing at 145. There's nothing but potential growth within this company. So that's something to look at. It's not very high. It's not really, it's a little bit high, but not too high where you can't get a grasp of it. Kind of like, where if you're talking about Zoom or you're talking about Tesla, where you would have to put fractional shares involved unless you have the money that you can buy so much. But like you said earlier, you got a stimulus check that you used to start off. Well, that's exactly what I did too, man. Mm-hmm. The thing is that you have to do your due diligence, because people get afraid to doing something like this. And they say, man, I'm going to do it. And then they don't do it. And you just got to get your feet in the wet to do it. And you'll start actually, learning more about it, because you don't want to fail at it. But yeah. So you're talking about earlier companies about how if you like a company, go ahead and start investing in it, look into it. But don't forget about those companies that are very similar, because you made another point about that too. So if you look at Pepsi, they're much higher than, let's say, a Coke. look at similar stocks that are very much like a Pepsi, and Coke is just like right there, of course. You know, it's just as good of a company, just lower shares of stock, lower shares that you can buy.
Hey, big time. Which one is bigger, Pepsi? How much? Who has more? Which one costs more, Pepsi or Coke?
So Pepsi has the amount for Pepsi is more than Coke,
Okay.
but they also do have more products than Coke does. Doesn't necessarily mean it's a better company. Coke's been around for many years as well. But what I was getting to though is that Coke is just as good of a company and has a lot of growth and potential as well. So if you can't afford Pepsi, go for Coke. But still do your due diligence and look into the company before you put your money in there. It's kind of like looking at Lowe's and Home Depot. Home Depot's much more expensive too, in the 200s. But Lowe's is where it was before that. I remember was in the early mid 120s or 130s. So yeah, I mean both companies are very good potentially. Go for the cheaper one. I mean, why spend more money on a company that's no better or no less, not any better than them? But just because their stock is higher doesn't mean that they're any better. Look at AMD. AMD is another potential growth stock that you're sitting there going, man, if I could remember that it was at 30 now it's at almost around 83 or 84. That stock, that company has so much potential. Just get into it. But look into it before you get into it. That you have to, again, with everything else, you have to do your due diligence, just like with football and basketball, any type of thing that you're into. Just do your research. Get in, and if you don't like it, they say whatever type of products that you like to use, and then start, putting your funds putting your money into those companies because you're used to those type of companies. So if you like them, you're using it.
This is outstanding platform that, wow. I mean, you two guys going back and forth about investments and the stock market is a Black Wall Street. I promise you. I'm gonna talk to my nephew today, and I'm gonna have him. We're gonna design you a nice logo. So when you come on Saturday mornings, it's all yours, bro.
All right, man. I appreciate everything that you guys are doing, man. So,
no problem. What's up, Beasley?
Nothing is wrong for me. I love coming to talk about the market and love trying to empower people. So I do this anyway.
Been great. Yeah, you're doing a hell of a job today. Big time. You're always great. Beasley, sleep well this morning, bro?
Yeah, I always sleep well. I might get to bed kind of late lately.
Not tonight. I'm going to bed early, bro. I'm gonna do a nice early.
I miss going to bed early, man.
Not for me, bro. I gotta be. I'm gonna go to sleep before 11 o'clock tonight. I gotta be up at 4 a.m., bro.
Yeah. I would go to bed. Shucks.
You into stock? You into investing, bro?
Yeah, not necessarily in stocks, but
okay. Yeah, I get the feeling. Yeah, these two young men are doing a phenomenal job exchanging stock tips, bro. This is great platform.
Yeah, they sound like they're knowledgeable, but the shit's still a gamble.
It's a gamble, but you know what? I think these two men will agree with this. Life is a risk. You never know if you don't try, if you don't take it.
Yeah, it's true.
That's like betting on games, bro. That's a risk too.
Some of those stocks they mentioned, they seem like they're so overpriced. They're so overvalued for companies. There's no fundamentals. Tesla is a company that loses money. Loses millions of dollars every. No, I mean I'm not knocking them, but
no, I'm not saying you're knocking them. What I'm saying is you brought up a point, an observation by yourself.
Yeah, you got a lot of companies that lose money, and that lose money, but are popular and they're very and they're valuable.
Well, and Beasley, remember one thing, my brother. I'm gonna let you keep talking. I don't instigate, bro. Or I'm just letting these guys know that what they're investing in. You said that they lose money.
I'm just talking about Tesla in particular.
Yeah. They talked about Tesla.
Yeah, no, I just heard them. I just heard them, and the shares are super expensive, and I spend a lot of time up in the area. I drive past when I go to the city to take care of business. I drive past the major Tesla showroom right there in San Francisco, and I watch it on a Sunday sometimes or on a Saturday in the evening, and it's full of people buying the cars. I mean, the car's a hell of a car.
The young boy made a trade, right? Big time, and got $80,000 off it.
Yeah, that was from Learn Your Leisure. It's a good. You both should check. Anybody should check it out.
I'm gonna try and reach out to one of those guys and have them over here.
Channel. It's a great channel for sure.
People lose too, and you had a situation earlier this year where the stock market was correcting and was tumbling, was losing. It was losing 1,000 points a day, and the only thing that saved it is that they created stimulus and gave money to the investment banks, and they pumped billions of dollars into the market. So, and it came back to where, like, close to where it was. And the way, I mean, look, what's going on around, man, it's affecting industry all over the place. And these companies' earnings, a lot of companies, tech companies are doing well. A lot of tech companies are doing well, but there's a lot of other industries that aren't going to do as well.
Well, I got the magnificent Beasley here. I got the
but
brilliant
you know what?
one, Black Wall Street.
What's going on with the election?
I don't know, man. I'm staying away from it today.
Really?
I'll do that tonight. Yeah, I'll do that tonight.
Say a few things to the
Yeah, go ahead, speak, man. I got Mr. Smooth up here, big time. Yeah, go ahead.
We were actually talking about this a little bit right before you got on, but first thing,
I'll let you guys do it. I'll be back.
Me personally, first thing, I don't like it when people say that the stock market is gambling. You're managing risk, but you're not gambling. Gambling is when you're just using chance. That's not the stock market. A lot of companies are doing extremely well, but a lot of people, one of the mistakes that people do is that they only go for those big stocks that you're talking about, like the Teslas and the Amazons. And like we were just discussing, there are other companies that may be similar that have a smaller cap space. You can buy those or buy into those companies, and and have a lot more information about them than you're right. Tesla is overvalued. There are a lot of fundamental issues with the stock, even though it's still rising, and that may be some cause for concern. So then don't trade that stock. Just find another stock that will do better in the climate that you're in at the moment.
You don't know, and it's timing, and
right. You're right. So like for the Zoom stock thing, once we were already aware of the potential of Zoom before we got the stimulus money. When the stimulus money came, it was like, okay, I already see the potential in this stock. I already know what I'm going to do before I even take the trade. So once you put your due diligence, you do your research, you take the time to look at the stock before you make the trade. That plays a huge part. A lot of people, the mistake that they make is oh, this is a big stock. This is a good company. Let me just go ahead and buy it. Everybody says it's a great company. And then the next thing you know, the stock goes down and they don't understand why. So that's why it's really important that whenever you do invest in stock, you do make the diligence of finding out about the company first.
Because as individual, day traders or traders or investors, you're subject to the whims of the big traders on Wall Street that do big blocks, that buy and sell, hundreds of thousands of shares at a time. And I still would say that it's gambling because it's not like you can only win; you can lose as well.
Well, that's life. I mean, that's not. I mean, I don't.
But so I mean, that's even stockbrokers and traders will tell you that is gambling.
I don't know that many that will, but I mean, to each his own. I mean, I understand how you feel about it. But the thing about it is you want to empower yourself with the knowledge of a company. And when it comes to trading in the stock market, you can always get a stop loss. A stop loss is a set price that once a price hits that level, you automatically liquidate money from that.
In a free falling market like it was earlier this year. Okay, it was a free falling market, and I'm assuming you're in the market then. In a free falling market, sometimes you can't get out. You can't find a buyer because the market's falling, and it was falling 1,000, 1,500 points a day, and it's being propped up artificially, which doesn't mean you can't make money on shorting the market. Then again, I've been talking about shorting this market for shorting the indexes for 3 or 4 years now, and it just seems to bounce back. That's how it's almost rigged, I guess, for it to go up or stay up.
Yeah, and one thing I learned from the recession is that these banks are going to be too big to fail. So it doesn't, even if they're fundamentally wrong in America, it doesn't make sense to bet against the banks. So even if you just knowing that information that you just said now, you know about the corruption of the banks. So just from that information alone, you know that you would make money if you put money in American banks because you know they're not going to let them fail. So right then and there, you already know of an advantage that you can have in the stock.
The investment banks, your Wells Fargo's, your Bank of America's, your Goldman Sachs, your Morgan Stanley's, they're publicly held companies that have to show, or the CEO's job is to, for earnings.
Exactly.
Earnings. So they'll make money where they can. But let me ask you, how young of a man are you?
Sorry, what?
How young of a man are you? Are you under 40?
I'm 38. Yeah.
Yeah. See, that puts a lot in perspective. So I'm assuming 20 years ago, it's been right about 20 years when the tech stocks collapsed, and it was a huge collapse, that you weren't trading then, that you didn't experience that.
Man, when I was 17 years old, I told my mother, "Hey, Mom, for a graduation present, I would love to get some stock into this new computer company I found out called Google, because they have a search engine that's much better than anything else in the market. Even though they're a small up-and-coming company, I saw the potential in them because I knew that they did something that no one else could do." It comes down to the research and the companies. It really does. I mean, I invest in Bank of America. Bank of America is in my portfolio because I know they're not going to go down. I saw what happened during the recession. At the last hour, they threw $700 billion into the market overnight. So that told me, okay, they're never going to let these banks go down, no matter what they do. So
they can go down, but they're not going to.
They're not going to stay down.
They're not going to go. They're not going to go to zero.
They've been going. Most of the
a lot of people during that particular sell-off, and I'm older than you, but a lot of people during that particular sell-off, because it was just up, internet, tech. A lot of people got hurt pretty bad.
Yeah, and I think don't chase don't chase what everybody else is doing. I think you're doing your due diligence. I mean, my goal is to empower people so they can make the right decisions on their own. When it comes to stuff like the stock market, make a well-informed decision using the knowledge that they have. And one of the things I learned, that those banks are not going to go down ever. And it really depends on the company that you really look into. You make sure you do your due diligence. If the company goes bad, you have to take some responsibility and say, you know what, I just picked the wrong stock. I got to do better at picking the right stocks in these environments. Those things happen. Listen, I was there during the flash crash. That was a computer crash. That was way more intense than the sell-off that we had from the normal market movements. That was a computer that shut down the NASDAQ. They had to close the NASDAQ for a few hours to get that figured out. So these things happen. You know that going in. That's why it's really important to have that stop loss. That stop loss really saves you. Even in a flash crash, it'll save you. But
the flash crash The flash crash wasn't anything like the sell off that you had earlier this year. Anything that you can lose in, it's a gamble. And the way the market's way high like this, you know, there's a chance for a big correction, particularly with this pandemic and earnings being down. And you have to realize the traders, the big traders on Wall Street, they don't give a shit. They make money when this shit goes up or if this shit goes down. So when the market starts dropping 1,000 points a day, there's still people making money shorting it. And they will push things to the dang brink, and then they'll start picking things up when they hit a certain level. And there may be more stimulus money for the stock market. I don't know, but you know, I've marketed private placement deals, tech deals, like in the late 90s, and I've watched that shit damn collapse and ruin my little ruin some of the ruin the ventures that I worked on. But you know, more power to you. More power to you. If you've been trading, you know, the past 15 years, you know, you've had a good run. But it also can spoil you into think that it only goes up.
Yeah, but I think, and you're right, Beardsley. You know, there is going to be a correction. I think you've seen a few corrections here and there. Next year, I'm sure the market will, you know, correct itself. I don't think it's going to be as bad as everybody says it's going to be, but it's going to hurt some people. But this is where diversification helps. You're not going to put all your eggs in one basket either. If you do, you're looking for a lot of trouble. Well, so you have to put a lot of due diligence in making sure that you're looking into many different things. And like Black Stock Market said, if you're sitting there saying that if you follow people, you're bound to find some issues and problems. You just have to make sure you're educating yourself. I got
a call I got to take. I'll be right back. Excuse me.
But yeah, you know, one thing I just say is that, you know, a lot of people are always going to have their reservations when it comes to the stock market. And you know, one thing I tell new people is to do that, you know, like I was saying earlier, that little Cash App and do the little Robin Hood where you can just put a little bit of money in and then just kind of get familiar with how the stock market works. Yeah. And then that will give you the confidence to do it, to put more money into the stock market. And also just, you know, that discipline, like, you know, a lot of people don't understand the importance of having a stop loss. Like, I don't even trade without a stop loss. And the stop loss is basically when a stock gets to a certain price, it automatically liquidates your shares that you have in it, so that you don't have to worry about it getting too low and you losing all the money in your account. So like, let's say like the Walmart, or let's say like Qualcomm. You were talking about Qualcomm earlier. Let's say you see the growth potential. It's at 145 right now. You see it getting to like, you know, 160 or something like that. You would buy the stock and then you would put a stop loss at about like maybe 130, 135 or something like that. And what that basically says is, even if the stock goes against your favor and it goes down to 130, 135, it's automatically going to take your money out. So you don't lose any more money after that. And then that, like, you know, those are the type of things that you want to do when you're trading, so that you cover yourself. Because you're right, anything can happen in the market. I mean, you know, this election, just over the past 2 days, the market has gone crazy. Like, a lot of people aren't even trading in the market right now. So that is part of it, but you want to be protected. It's kind of like if you're gonna be a skydiver, if you're gonna be jumping out of airplanes, you want to make sure you check your umbrella. You know what I mean? You want to make sure you check your parachute before you jump out. You know what I mean? That's the same way you want to do when you're trading. You want to make sure you're protected and secured before you even put your money out there on the line, so that you know no matter what happens, you know what your threshold is.
No, that's a great point. That's a great point. Because if you don't, like you said, if you're just jumping in just to jump in, you're gonna get burnt. You're gonna break something. And
you will.
It's happened to me a couple of times, and I'm learning from it. So, again, you have to get your feet wet, and the smartest thing to do is just to, get some funds together and educate yourself with what you're doing, and watch a lot of YouTube, and because there's a lot of individuals out there who really know what they're doing, and just read and watch the stock market, watch Bloomberg or whatever else you want to watch. I mean, because then you'll start to understand. But yeah, I mean, I've made a few bad choices, and I've lived with it, and I have to live with it, and hopefully I don't do those things again. I mean, you live and learn, like you say, and you keep on pushing forward, and hopefully you don't make the same mistake again, because if you do, then you're not learning, right? So, I've had to reestablish myself and rebalance, because I didn't see any potential growth, and it's like when me and Tack were talking a month ago or whatever about this. I had to sit there and look at what I was doing, because when I first start off, if you're like starting off with a Webull or a Robinhood account, or even like E-Trade, or you're looking at a Fidelity, if you set a certain amount, you're looking at all these companies, you're like a kid in a candy store, but It's not doing you any justice by buying them all, because you do have you can buy dividend companies that give you dividends, and you're not going to get any money by buying one share. It takes multiple shares to get anything out of those dividend companies, but they're out there, and you can make some good money. So it depends on which way you want to go, but it's just doing your due diligence. The stock market's going to go up and down. That it's a question of how much it's going to hurt you, and if you have an issue, or if there's an issue to where your companies are going down too much and you don't have enough growth, you need to start balancing it out a little bit. That means you have too much in one sector than another, and it's something to learn from. But give and take, like life, give and take.
Yeah. I mean, it's a learning process. That's the biggest thing about it, is that
high tech. We're talking investments. Go ahead.
It's a learning process. And I wanted to say this because I just thought about this, and I think you guys will resonate with you guys. Like, trading the stock market is kind of like the Dolphins situation, right? Like with Tua. It's like, let's see how this works, and we're going to put our due diligence into it. And then if it doesn't work, we know at a certain point you need to get out of this situation and then move on to another situation. Like you were talking to me earlier, Mace, you were telling me like they're giving Tua to the end of the season to prove whether or not he's going to be the next quarterback. So that's kind of like what you do with a stock. You put your due diligence and everything else, and you focus on the stock, and you see, all right, let's see how this stock performs over time. Let's see the growth that it has. Let's see the potential that it has. If it's something that we feel like the potential is there, then we'll be willing to continue to invest in it. But if we don't feel like it's doing it to the potential that we feel that it has, then it's okay to look into something else that might give us what we need. So it's the same kind of thing when you're doing a stock. It's the same type of evaluation. If you look at it like that, then you can say, okay, now I see, do I want to keep this stock? Do I want to get rid of this stock? An interception is kind of like, a correction. You know what I mean? So if it has too many corrections, maybe it's not, it's the same thing. You just got to relate it in that way. And, that's a good way to kind of look at it in terms of, how long you should stay into a stock, or if you should invest into the stock or whatnot.
Yeah, that's a great way of looking at it, man. It's a great way.
You talked about Tua for about a good hour before you came on, so I was like, when the eye test came on, this made me think like, okay, Dolphins, and it just clicked. So yeah.
Any type of analogy that you can put in something like that, and somebody can understand that, to make it understand them a little bit easier, for sure. Yep.
I completely correlate the stock market with sports. I do it totally. I look at a stock like I look at a team or a player, and then just kind of evaluate it the same way. Just like you look at the scores and the stats, I look at the scores and the stats of the stocks. It's the same kind of thing. If you could kind of find a way to integrate it in a way that you can that it works for you, then do it, man. It's all about finding your niche and finding your finding what works the best for you.
Yeah, go ahead. Eye test. Your eye test. You got something to say? Go ahead. Eye test. He's not ready. Go ahead, Tack. Well, by the way, good.
No, I'm here. Yeah,
go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I'm listening to what he said. That was a great, a great way of putting it, like evaluating a stock just like you evaluate a player. My only question would be, all right, you know how we evaluate players. One, we can see how they look when they're playing. And then if you need more evaluation on them, you go into their numbers, like their numbers comparable to other players. That's how, usually people make their evaluation on certain players. They look at them and then they go into their numbers. Now, how can you do that with a stock? Like if I'm looking at a stock, I can't visually look at the stock play on the field. So we're basically looking how the stock plays in the, I guess the metaphoric NFL field, but the stock field. How do I judge what it looks like opposed to, because I only see that we're looking at numbers. Like what should I be looking at the number? Should I be looking at the 52-week peak? Should I be looking at the cap limit that the company's under? Like if they're in the billions or the millions? Like there are certain things I look at in the stock. So I just want to know how you look at it and how you would tell me, based on your analogy with the NFL, how do I analyze a stock? How I would analyze a player?
All right. So one thing that we were talking about earlier, we were talking about like the difference between like Coke and Pepsi, because those are cola companies. They both sell the same thing, but they do it differently. So we were looking at the Pepsi stock and we were comparing it to the Coke stock. And then, we were just talking about the differences between the two companies. And then, there's other soft drink companies out there as well that might be even cheaper than those companies that you might want to invest in if you don't want to put as much, because I forget how much you were saying, but Coke and Pepsi, they've been around for a while, so the price of their stocks is a little bit higher. And then the other question you were talking about, just kind of how can you evaluate the talent without them being on the field? Is it basically like a stock? And what you do is just like you do with a player, you look at their past tape. You look at what they've done in the past. You look at their tape. And in the market, it's called back testing. Is that you could look at a stock and look at a company, and then you can see how they've done over time, how they've done in the past. Like how did they do during the pandemic? How did they do over the past 5 years? And that it depends on how long you want to hold on to the stock as well. If you want to hold on to it for a few months, then you might want to see what it's done up to so far this year. If you want to hold on to it for a few years, you might want to see what it's done so far this decade or whatever else have you. But it's just about you want to try to make it as simple as possible. You want to try to just look for a company, say, okay, I like this company. And then, like I said, you could look at the rivals, you could look at other companies that are similar to it, and then you could just look at it. Like me personally, there's just so much information about a stock, but one thing that doesn't lie is the chart. It's either up or it's down. The price of the stock doesn't lie. So you can look at the price of the stock and just get a overall evaluation of how it's doing just by looking at the price and how the price is done over time.
So you mean let's say it opens up at 19, but over 5 years it started off at let's say 5. So it showed continuous growth. So a stock like that, I should invest in long term, or what would you do with a stock like that?
You just want to do your research first. You want to just see okay, what does the company do and why is it growing? Because that's going to play a big part in terms of what's going to keep it growing. So if it's growing because of, for whatever reason, you got to make sure that that's still going to be happening for as long as you're going to be stock.
Yeah, that makes sense. Damn, that makes sense. That makes perfect sense.
Thanks, man. Tack, how you feeling, my brother? Good afternoon to you, man. How you feeling?
I feel a little shitty because it was a bad bet, man. I do actually not get on that conference. I got torture, but other than that, I'm fine, man.
Yeah, always I talk to you like you my brother, bro. That's how I talk to you, man. I don't talk to you because you know how I told you the other day, man. That's how I really feel, bro. So yo, I'm sorry you're not feeling too good, bro. Seriously.
Oh no, yeah, it's just no, it's just I got too greedy. That's all. But like I
Okay.
said, personally, life-wise, I'm great, man. I can't complain. I'm still alive.
Fellas, I'm gonna throw him right into the wolves with you, okay? Go ahead, tell him what you think of something that you feel good on the market today or lately. Go ahead, tell these guys.
Oh, well, as far as what I feel good about marketing, definitely Neo. I bought a Neo back in like 6 months ago for $2.30. Nice $40. I was expecting to go up $40, but
I keep on hearing about this Neo stock, man. That's the they work with Tesla.
yeah, it's electric. Yeah, it's an electrical car in China, and my only regret was
I've been hearing a lot about Neo, man. So for the past couple months, so that might be it's very hot in the stock market.
There's another one called Flying Eagle. That's gonna be a good long-term hold. I bought a 70 share of those.
The only thing I would say about the Chinese stocks is you got to see what the administration is going to do with the trade relations.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. Because that's what fucks a lot of people up. Because
I don't know how much they say Biden loves China. And I don't know. So we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, I mean, definitely wasn't bad for $2.30.
Because I tell you, man, Trump don't like China. So if it wasn't for that, what was going on? Oh yeah, they were doing all that investigating for Russia and all that stuff, and then COVID hit after that. Like if it wasn't for that stuff, man, he'd still be beefing with China right now. They'd still be going back and forth.
The thing is, America and China were putting tariffs on each other early in 2019. So every time Trump would put a tariff on China, they were reversing do the same thing. So that's why a lot of people are like, damn, this corona came conveniently because both economies were attacking each other, and the coronavirus came and shut both economies down. But the thing is, China got their economy going first. You know what I'm saying? So we really don't know what the ramifications between the U.S. and China relations, because, bro, they've been beefing this whole time. Like even now, like Trump blames them for the coronavirus. So I doubt that the relations, just because the president changes, is just automatically just going to kick up. It's still some residual things going on, because when we put tariffs on each other as two of the biggest traded countries, we suffer, but the people who suffer really are the smaller countries, like, you know what I'm saying, the Taiwan, the Australia, the fucking what was that country that got hit hard? They suffered a lot. Italy, countries like that, they were begging Trump not to beef with China. He went ahead and did it anyway, even though it fucked them up. So you don't know what that shit like. If you a Shopify merchant, like that fucked you up, because we get most of our supplies from Shopify from China.
Right. Alibaba and all that stuff.
All that shit, bro. And with the corona, that shit shut everything down, dog.
Yeah, man.
And then you could see what was going on, because Shopify went on like this fire sale. They were just selling websites. People were selling their websites.
Yeah. I saw something like that. Yeah.
Bro, I almost bought one like an idiot, but I was like, man, fuck this. I'm gonna wait till this shit over, because most of the suppliers are in China.
Right. It's like 4 weeks to shipment and all that nonsense. Yeah.
All that bullshit, bro. And then you can't get the same merchandise like you do from there at that price in America, because they're not running shit like that here.
Right.
Yeah, China got us by the balls. People don't know that. They got us by the balls, bro. Because they don't.
But you're right, I-Test. You're right about that. That's why, even though there's many individuals out there, many people that don't like Trump, I don't care for Trump either. But the one thing he's given us economically will be better than any other president you can name or throw off the back. And
right.
one thing that he's done is he's basically brought it back to China and said, if you're not going to be with us, you're against us. And he's taken everything back. He's taken everything back, what we actually had, and now we're diversifying ourselves. I mean, what did you know about TikTok? He's saying if you're not gonna do something and listen to what we're gonna do here, then we're gonna buy TikTok. We're gonna take TikTok. I'll get an American company to buy TikTok, and we're gonna do our due diligence. We're gonna make money. We outsource too many jobs outside of the United States. Everything. So that's one thing he's doing, man. I think that, especially with these big companies, American companies that outsource cheap, and then we have our own American people that are jobless. So he's bringing these sources back and these companies back and saying, hey, if you're going to outsource these jobs, then you're going to pay for it in the long run. By the end of it, you're going to pay more by outsourcing to and paying those penalties to the United States than you are when you're outsourcing these jobs. So he wants to bring these jobs back in. He wants to get these American people to work. Now, again, like I said, I don't agree with everything he says. I don't like Donald Trump, but economically, though, I think he's doing something that no other president's doing. He's holding these individuals, especially like China, think that they have us by the balls, and now he's holding them accountable. You have to treat them like shit to get that back. I mean,
you gotta think about it. So, all the other presidents just sat there and kissed their ass. If it wasn't for Clinton let them into the WTO. You feel me? They wasn't even in the World Trade Organization before Clinton let them in. So from that time span, from Clinton letting them in to us outsourcing all our jobs, like, bro, you can't call Comcast and talk to an American. You're talking to somebody in Pakistan somewhere. You feel me? Like, all the jobs are gone. And like you said, as long as Trump has been there, he's been the only president. And like you said, I don't fuck with Trump, obviously. But, bro, he's the only one with balls that told China, enough of this shit. Y'all been raping us too long. And what blew me was that Americans actually was like, that was wrong. And I was like, yo, as much as you don't like the man and you don't like what he stands for, at least you could give him this because, all right, I don't know if y'all know about Huawei. You know about what happened with Huawei? You remember Huawei?
Talking about the phone company?
All right, Huawei is a communication company, right, from China. They were supposed to be in negotiations with America because they wanted to unroll 5G. They wanted to unroll 5G across the whole world, and Huawei was going to be the telecommunication company that featured it, right? But Trump, and remember, Obama signed off on this. All these other presidents signed off on this. Trump came in and was like, "Dog, he's the only one with fucking sense." Because let me ask you a question: if Huawei is rolling out 5G and they're going to be your telecommunication company, and 5G is basically going to be the internet service, like we're basically running this country on the internet. That means that this telecommunication company has access to your national defense. He was the only one that picked up on that as all the presidents. He was like, that makes no sense. Basically, China is going to have access to our national defense if we let Huawei take over and roll out 5G. So he told them, look, we're going to run Huawei and y'all could just, you know what I'm saying? But the Chinese government was like, nah, it's our company, it's our telecommunication hardware, whatever we're going to be using. So no, we have to run it. He said, fuck that, get Huawei out of this country. Dog, there's no more Huawei in this country. Y'all don't even know if people realize that. There used to be Huawei tablets, Huawei phones. All that shit is gone. He got rid of all that shit. What did China do? China went and made a deal with Russia. Now Huawei is their telecommunication company. That's crazy, bro. And then we sit there and we're like, Trump is the enemy. And he has his fault. But the thing about the Republicans, you know what they are.
What's up, bro?
You know what I'm saying? The Republicans tell you straight up, dog, we about guns, we about pro-life, we about money. They're up front with their shit. Democrats lie, bro. They sit there, they say all kind of shit, and then when they get in office, they fucking legalize gay marriage. They legalize the crime bill.
Yep.
All Democrats, bro.
Yep, facts. He's right.
So me, I'd rather know my enemy and my enemy tell me he don't like me than someone to pretend to be my friend.
Hell
but
yes.
Really my enemy, bro. Because if you look at all the Democrats, what they stand for don't go with nothing having to do with us, yo. Like you could, bro. There was a nigga in 2017 that predicted all the civil unrest because Antifa was jumping into Black Lives Matter and all that shit. In 2017, he said this. And it took motherfuckers now to realize what he was talking about, bro.
Yeah, this panel's lit, bro. Rashid dropped off again. I was gonna bring him up. Go ahead, Tack. Tack man.
Oh yeah.
Go ahead, bro.
I'm just listening to you guys, man. I'm just chilling right now.
Just chilling. Big time. Go ahead, bro.
Oh, what's going on, Big Time? How you doing, brother?
What's up, Tack? How are you, sir?
Yeah, just another day, you know. Just blessed to be alive. I can't complain. Just
you were the lucky. So you were the lucky one that got Neo at $2 a share, huh?
Yeah, well, I gotta thank the this YouTuber called Financial Literacy 101. I usually go to his live stream. He breaks down the certain stocks and he evaluate. He also gonna answer any question on the during the live stream. He has a live stream from Monday to Friday from 7 a.m. Western time, 10 a.m. on the Eastern time, and he'll answer pretty much any question. You can actually email him and he will reply back. Yeah, this dude's he's legit. He's the one who informed me about the Neo, Carol stock, Flying Eagles. Yeah, but you know all other stocks. But he's a very informative. He has a great insight on stocks. Also other business strategies. So if you guys are interested, you should definitely check it out, though.
Yeah, I'll check the Flying Eagle. But like we were talking about earlier, though, man, you just because you're getting that information from somebody, you do your research, though, right?
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, I
right.
do my diligence. I don't just jump in. So that the same thing with Flying Eagle. I didn't just buy it because somebody would break it down. I had to do my own. I gotta see, like, when I saw this company might make the contract with a DraftKings, that really caught my attention because DraftKings is only gonna go up. Right now it's dipping, but the sports you can't hold the sports back forever. Sports gonna slowly come back the way it is. It's just gonna take long. It's gonna take a little slow process.
Yeah, it took that dip though, didn't it? Like it's back where it was, but it went up to about 60 and then it dropped back down to like 35. So you take the wins and take the wins and losses, unless just like there's one, I think so, I can't remember who it was, but you can buy all the shares you want to, depending on how much it is at that particular time. And you can go ahead and buy you can buy the amount that the stock stops at and take that win and then go ahead and sell, especially if it might drop. That's playing a risky game though too, but at least you're not losing very much. And you take it and then you rebuy the shares back, but you've still made a tremendous amount from the money from the amount that you made prior to that. So it's hard to say, man. I don't know. It's a tough game to time the stock market's really tough, but yeah. It
is tough because in its uncertain times. So definitely, like, luckily, for example, I bought my Carol stock at $4.85 and it went up to $8, but I sold it. So right after I sold it, it dipped back to under $5. So I bought another one. So when it goes back up, I'm gonna flip it again.
Yeah.
So trust me, I take my losses too, but it wasn't huge. It could have been worse because I did my diligence and I did my research. But in this, no matter what's the situation we're in, stock, you have to be willing to lose before you win.
Yeah.
And you have to have a disposable income because I think a lot of people misunderstood. And as soon as you get the stock, you're gonna get the 40% gain. It doesn't work that way.
What did I tell the gentleman when he was up here before Big Time in Black Wall Street? He was up here and I told him what? Playing the stock market is like taking a risk, and in life you have to take some risk. You just heard what my man Tack just told you. He took a risk. You win some, you use some. Go ahead, Black Wall Street. Go ahead, bro.
Oh no, I mean, I just saying what you guys are saying. I think what you're saying is right. One thing I would say is that I saw that with DraftKings, like there was like an options play. It was why it dropped so low. I was actually in that trade. I actually lost some money in that trade because I didn't find that out. I didn't do my due diligence. I didn't look into it, and it's one of the things that, Mace, you were saying something like, when it comes to the football, right? Like you know, like the injury report, you know, the weather, you know what I mean? You know, so many things concerning that game and those players. It's similar to the stock market. It's similar to like when you look at those stocks. You gotta look at all the different variables, you know, when you make that trade, because like you said, you never know what could happen. And then, like you guys said, once you are familiar with the stock, you can see those dips and you can buy those dips, make some more money, buy those dips, make more money again. So it's just really about you know, just doing the due diligence to research those companies. I know I sound like a broken record, but you know, you do that in every trade, you're gonna make money.
Yeah, absolutely. Because my cousin's coworker, I missed out on the Beyond Meat train. He bought it for under 60. I believe he got it between 50 to 55 range. So he bought it. He bought like 10,000 share, and he sold it for 150.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it went to 150. Yeah, it did over the summer.
Yeah, I read. Yeah, because you know everybody was panicking. They're running out of meat. They didn't know what was going on. I saw the news when they said Wendy's was run out of the beef. It's like the end of the world and everything.
Yeah, Wendy's don't got no beef. Then what is life then?
Hey, go to China, get some chicken.
I get that beef from China. I don't let China beef.
You know, I-Test, going back to what you were saying earlier, though, man, people think emotionally about that stuff. They can't pull their emotion away from themselves, unfortunately. And I get it. It is emotional, but if you can't push yourself away from being emotional about it, and you talk to individuals that are very emotional, I don't think they're thinking very clearly about it. So there are certain ways to look at it, bad or good. You just have to take the good and the bad sometimes. I mean, hell, all those motherfuckers there are corrupt, and all they care about are themselves, anyways. But at the end of the day, if you're thinking emotionally about it, I can't talk to you. We have to think logically about this. I don't care if I disagree with you or not. I can disagree with you. I still respect your opinion. But if you can't talk to me, you know, at least logically about it instead of emotionally about it, like a woman, then you know I'm off. I'm off somewhere else. I don't care.
Boy, this is what you get up here. But this 2-minute statement this young man just made, folks, because a lot of people watch this broadcast later, believe it or not. I've been noticing. This is what you get. You get intelligent, well-thought ideas from these gentlemen up here. With the great Tac Man, the evanescent I-Test, Smooth Big Time, and Big Daddy Warbucks, Black Wall Street, bro.
I love your intro, man.
I-Test, you got anything to say, bro? I-Test. I guess not. Go ahead, Tac. I'm letting you guys rock this.
I'm chilling, man. I'm listening to the Big Time and Black Wall Street. I'm just soaking up the game.
Black Wall
Street. Mace was bringing up,
bro. How you like it?
I love it, man. This is great. This is what it's all about, man.
This is what you get up here, bro.
This is what it's all about. And the thing I like is just it's not no, you know, ain't no name calling, ain't no
back. That's right. That's how I control my room, bro.
All that going on, because you know, this in the live stream before this one, man, it was screaming. There was so much screaming.
I was in there with you.
I had to mute it, man. It was just screaming.
Yeah, I was in Ramir's room. Excellent show, by the way.
It was a good show, but man.
Yeah, man. I'm glad I seeked your name out. When I saw you in the chat room, I said, bro, Black Wall Street. Let me see if this guy's interested in coming up and talking. God damn, for the last hour and 15 minutes, man, it's been spectacular Wall Street talk. All right, Tess, you still there, bro? All right.
Yeah, man.
It's your turn to rock. Whatever you want to talk about, bro. It's your turn, bro. You know I'll go around the horn.
Yeah, but they talking good shit. I'm just listening.
You could change it up if you want.
I mean, what y'all want to talk about, bro?
You want to talk about Tua again?
Nah.
All right,
I mean, bro, we done exhausted that. You know, like, what else is there to say? We got to wait to see if he's really that guy.
By the way, fellas, if you like the NBA, 13 days from now is the NBA draft. I will have this man right here, Tac Man. I will have enough Legion of Knicks up here. We're going to do the draft from the first pick to the last pick that Wednesday night. Also, we're going to do a pre-game and post-game of the draft. So if you like the NBA draft, be here on the 18th, which is 13 days from now. So if you like the NBA and you like the draft, come in this room and we'll be here.
Yeah, this draft stream going to be sponsored by LeBron James.
Is it really?
Nah, I'm just playing, man. The first pick going to be EJ Johnson, first overall pick.
Okay.
Nah, I'm just fucking with you.
I gotta find the draft order while you guys are talking.
Hey, Mace.
What's up?
Have you checked out David Jenkins Jr. highlight?
I'm gonna do it right now. I'm glad you brought that up. Let me do it right now while you guys be talking. I'm gonna do it right now.
From South Dakota Jackrabbit. That's the name of the college.
Football or basketball?
Yeah. He's a transfer from South Dakota. Now he's playing. He's gonna play for UNLV.
Yeah, I got it. David Jenkins Jr. Let me take a look at this kid.
Oh yeah, the kid can ball, man.
Oh, I got it right here. Yeah, here we go. The kid's a new hope for UNLV. That's the what you call it, the headline for him.
Trust me, he'll give you better hope than Joe Biden. I'll tell you. Can't trust Joe. Can't trust him, man. He's probably playing Mario Kart with underage girl right now.
I'm gonna leave that alone, bro.
But you know what? If you let me have Kamala Harris, I'll vote for Joe Biden.
Hells yes. Me and you got that in common, bro. You give me Kamala Harris, I'm a happy motherfucker.
She's a firecracker.
Oh yeah, boy. Yo, bro.
Shit, I give her that fucking fire. Shit, man.
3 days, bro.
Oh no, 3 nights, all night. I take it like
goddamn, Kamala Harris got it going, bro.
Take like that woman got it going. Take like 6-pack of Red Bull, fucking 800 milligram Viagra.
Damn. She has that burning bush, that burning fire.
Oh man, I got hey man.
Kamala is very good to look at for the eyes for me, bro.
Hey man, she might be old, man. I got the jumper cable for these old hoes, man.
Yeah, she does it for me, bro. I ain't gonna sit here and lie about it.
Hey, she does it for me first because I ain't black.
That good natural hair, man. You know.
Yeah, I like the good natural. I don't want the Super Saiyan weed, man.
She literally got Indian in her family. So
I don't know, man. She looks good to me, bro.
Yeah, she not bad at all.
Well, hey, I mean, she can still crank it up, you know. She's
gonna make it interesting in that office. It'll be interesting to see a female. I mean, granted that they win, it looks like they're gonna win, but it'll be interesting to see a female in the office, though. You know,
I'm not looking at it like that.
it'll be, you know, it's unprecedented. You know, it'll be interesting to see what happens and how she handles that position. Because you know, Mike Pence doesn't do anything. He's usually in the background. I don't think Kamala has that personality. So
Kamala is what would you like to say? I'll say it in a better way. With older guys, when you hit 35, 36 years old, you run into women that we label dragon women, ice princesses, bro. That's Kamala Harris. And women like that, bitch, who don't care if you live or die, bro. She gets what she gets from you, and she's gone.
She's I call her a slutty granny. Looking good.
I'm gonna leave that alone.
Hey, don't leave that alone, Mace. You feel the same way, shit.
I don't look at her as a slutty granny, bro. I look at her more as a fucking dime piece. If I had that for a couple of days, boy, I'd be a happy motherfucker, bro.
Yeah, I need that grandma's cookie, man.
She don't have to cook. I'll fucking order out. I'll cook. Fuck it.
I'll be talking about cooking.
If she's coming over, she better be cooking. Gosh damn it, I'm saying.
Not for me. She's coming over. I'll do the cooking or I'll order out.
No,
don't worry about it. There's no.
Don't put that mate that on. Make her put it on. I mean,
no, she's fine with me. What's up, Ice?
I mean, if she's gonna be a guest, I can see if she being a guest. You know, you wanna be a good host for her, but you know, any other circumstances, you wanna, you know, She was vice president, David. Pull some strings.
If she's my guest, it goes by my rules, and I'll sit there and tell her, hey, if
No.
you can cook better than me,
bend the rules
that's
for
it.
her.
Ain't no bending the rules. I'll bend the rules for her too. She can bend over and I'll give her a rule.
She'll do.
Oh man. Hi Tess, you think she's all right or no?
Yeah, what you say, bro?
I said, do you think Kamala Harris is good to bang, bro?
Kamala Harris? I don't know. Kamala Harris look good?
Yeah, to bang.
Does Kamala Harris look good? Like she look good?
There you go.
I'm asking you, does she look good?
Oh hell yes. I'll fucking you give me that for a weekend, you'll never see me again, bro.
Chick?
Hell yes, she's gonna be the vice president of the United States.
Now I'm asking another female. What you think about Kamala? She was like, she alright.
Yeah, she is alright.
I need women young.
I should do a whole night on Kamala Harris, bro.
We even extensions.
Oh yeah, bro.
Why? After the first nut, you ain't gonna want her around no more.
Man,
he said it's all gonna fall off. What are you gonna be getting? Like you're pulling her hair, a little bit of the side her hair start falling off. You're going, what the hell is that shit?
Bro, she probably can't take the heat, man. You probably break her hip. No, you probably break her hip.
I'm gonna try and break her apart, bro.
That's what I be trying to do. Every time I'm trying to break something. I don't think she can handle me.
You gotta get some bills passed.
Black people laugh. Black people matter.
Oh man, I'll take this to 5:00 Eastern, then I'll be back around 7:00, and we'll roll this to about 11:30 tonight, bro. But this has been great, man. I want to talk. One of the things I want to talk about. I might as well, since I got you here now, Itus. What do you think of the game tonight, bro?
You already know we finna get our ass whooped. Nah, let me not say that. Yo, Nick Mullins. Yo, Jimmy. You already know Jimmy a part of that, but Nick Mullins don't give a fuck, man. So he finna come out there and just fling it, bro.
If you haven't seen his video yet on Jimmy Garoppolo, I watched it about an hour and a half ago. It's comical.
No, it's hilarious, bro. Because Jimmy he can't get right, bro. He can't
I was
get right.
letting him know every play in his video. Let him know I'm watching this shit. This shit was hysterical, bro. Oh goddamn! Jimmy G is a fucking fuck up. I didn't know he was that bad of a fuck up in San Francisco, bro.
Terrible, bro. Like
watch his video, and you'll see all you need to know about Jimmy G since he's been a Niner.
Man, I ain't gonna lie. When he was banging up porn star, he was killing it. But
oh yeah, I was talking about that earlier.
But now his ankle's worse than Carlos Boozer from Utah Jazz. That's how.
Damn, that's porn stars hot, bro. Who he had a couple of years ago, bro.
Oh yeah, she was. She was for. She was for every
fucking porn stars, yo. You know what I mean? You can't keep fucking porn stars, yo. They fuck your bones up.
Yeah.
Well, I don't watch porn, so I don't really know.
Well, that's good, man. I gotta stay away from the Russian porn, man. That's been my fucking habit.
Nah, I'm not into it like that.
I gotta switch my style, man. I'm trying to get away from Russian and go back to the fucking China.
I got a Raven fan up here. I got a Seahawk fan up here. I got 3 Dolphin fans up here.
Miami gonna put up a fight this Sunday. Just so you guys know.
That motherfucker better throw for 300 yards on Sunday.
He's not. It's hard to throw even 200 yards against Buda Bakers and what's that? I mean, Murphy. Those secondaries are very underrated, man. They're very smart and they're very.
I put the link in, Rashid.
Very efficient, especially Patrick Peterson might fall apart, but he has no speed, but he still has that technique, so you can put him in the slot.
Patrick Peterson sure didn't look that way against the against the
DK
Seahawks
Metcalf.
a couple weeks
Yeah.
ago.
Oh yeah, he locked down DK Metcalf, man.
Locked him down. I was like, what the fuck?
But he couldn't lock down Tyler Lockett, though. Lockett was on fire that game.
That's the thing. They take turns.
What's up, she?
Like next game, this game coming up, everyone's gonna be focused on
What's up,
Tyler
bro?
Lockett gonna play. That's what they do. They take turns each week.
Yeah.
So you got at a defensive coordinator say, okay, I know DK just went out, and I know they're gonna try to involve Tyler this week. So keep your same game plan on Tyler, but understand that they can see DK in there. So.
Man.
Yeah, but then what I'm worried about is Brady and AB. Cause I ain't know Brady was gonna look like. I knew he was gonna look good, but dog, he looked like he's better. He look even better.
Oh man.
You got Mike Evans, Godwin. He's got receivers.
That's what I mean.
Evans been hurt off and on.
They've been hurt all year.
That's why they convinced Bruce Arians to get AB.
This dude had Edelman.
Miller,
he had N'Keal Harris. Who else? I don't even know who other receivers. Yes,
Cam Newton's finding it out right now as we speak.
Exactly. That team can't throw for shit. Like they have no receivers. And
then when you look at it, Brady took that same team to the fucking playoffs.
And we got guys in Miami right now. Look like we have the quarterback. He's on the bench.
Oh, you're talking about Jerry Staham.
No, not those clowns. I'm talking about Miami. But we have our quarterback on the bench right now.
Oh, hey.
Playing a scrub.
Look, man, this Miami has a lot of potential, man. During the next free agency, this year's draft was very strong for the offensive side, offensive player. So, you guys should definitely be excited for the especially the running back and the wide receiver position. You guys should definitely get excited about this year.
Yeah, big time.
Draft. It's a deep draft, but
man, fuck a draft, yo. I'm tired of fucking looking at fucking players.
Well, fellas, next year. With the
talk about the drive,
I'm talking the big time and eye test. What's up, Sheet? I'm Mike yourself. I'm talking you two in particular.
You gotta
the defense is going to get better this year.
You gotta
next year we'll have a Super Bowl defense. I promise both of you guys.
Make sure
defense gonna be on par. Remember, we've had teams with defenses. It's always been the quarterback.
Me and eye test said this earlier. You wasn't here, big time. I told you guys. Big eye test and me spoke about it earlier this afternoon. I told you, big time. The defense will come. There'll be a very good defense by the end of the season. Right now, they're playing like I thought they would. Next year, I promise you, we'll have a Super Bowl defense.
Bro, they the number one defense in the NFL right now.
Yes, they are.
Do you hear them though? Like I can't remember who the analyst was, but they called them the no-name defense.
A new generation, new school.
2.0. That's just ridiculous.
Why? They are no-name defense.
Come on, 2.0. Come on, like do something. I don't know.
Something more. What do you want them to be called? The Aquaman?
I'm just saying that's a disrespect to the no-name defense. I'm just saying.
Oh, they won a Super Bowl. It won't be in a couple of years. It won't be.
I'm not saying that they won't, but give them their due. Or give them a different nickname. Don't give it 2.0. I mean,
we'll find a nickname for him.
I mean, how would you feel? If somebody called him up to saying that your Seattle defense, you had the Legion of Doom Part 2? I don't know. I'm just saying. I don't know.
You're right about one thing, Tag. Let me say something. I test Rocket. Howard and Eric Rowe have been on point this year. That's facts. Go ahead, I test.
No, what Big Time is saying is true. Like, they haven't proven anything for you to start calling them 2.0. What happens in the next 5 games if they really show their true colors?
I will say this. If they can contain Tyler Murray, they're going to be good the next 5 weeks.
Yeah, they do that. But I haven't seen no one do that yet. You know what I'm saying? If they could keep him under wrap and keep Hopkins under wrap, now you're saying something. But you still haven't done with that no-name defense.
If that does happen, and they keep Hopkins and those guys under wraps, and we lose a game 20-14 because the goddamn quarterback couldn't put up more than 150 yards, that's it.
That's crazy. No, if they hold Kyler Murray down, because remember, y'all played Seattle tough.
Yeah.
Y'all blew us out.
Yeah.
They blew out the Rams.
Yeah.
So it's like, all right. And remember, this is the toughest division in the NFL.
Yeah.
So they blew out us and the Rams, and they played Seattle tough. If they beat the Rams, if they beat the Cardinals, the Dolphins gonna do something as far as defense goes.
We better score though.
That's what I mean. That offense.
And let me ask you guys this. This is for everybody in the panel, but I'm gonna do the two Dolphin guys in here first. Let's say we win the game and he throws for a measly 135 yards.
It's not good enough. It's not good enough. That's not what you drafted him for. Fitzpatrick could do that. Probably more.
Big time?
Yeah. What's up?
I said we win the game Sunday, but the quarterback throws for a measly 135 yards.
What's the score?
We win 17-14.
It must be a defensive game then.
Yes.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. I'm a little bit skeptical just because we need to see Tua go over 200 to feel something. But you know what's worse, him throwing 3 or 4 interceptions and then we lose compared to us winning or losing by 3, just by 3, and him not throwing interceptions. But
what's worse? You want the truth? We winning 17-14, he does nothing. Seriously. If we win, let's say 20-17, but the defense got turnovers, we roughed up Kyler Murray, we chased him around,
it wasn't
and he
of the
does nothing. Hey.
Exactly, bro. You're doing what we did with Jimmy Garoppolo. We're the defense and everybody else masked Jimmy Garoppolo.
You know what? I'm going to say something. This is to the Dolphin guys. I'm going to let everybody else back in. What's up, Rashid? If we're winning ugly like that because we have a defense, that's the bright spot. We have an offensive line. We have a defense. We have no running game. We have no quarterback.
That's crazy. And you drafted him at 5 when you could have got the other guy.
I swear to God, if I come in here at 7:30, because by the way, to let everybody know that they switched the game. Miami and Arizona is the game the whole country sees Sunday on CBS. They switched the Cowboy game to 1 o'clock because the Cowboys are playing the 4th-string quarterback, and CBS ain't going to show you that. Okay? So they switched. The Dolphin game was at 4:25 anyway, but they're showing it now to the whole country.
That's it. So they're going to put him on center stage. Yo, this is it, yo. This is his coming out party. You got your first game. You got your feet wet in the Jet game. You got your first game out the way. Now you should perform.
It's going to be him against Kyler Murray, CBS, Nance, and Tony Romo will be there. Whole country will see this game now.
And Tony Romo is going to critique his game
for
the world to see.
Yeah, no one cares about the 4th-string Dallas quarterback who they're going to start on. God, I know we all hate them. God bless the Cowboys, bro.
Man, fuck the Cowboys.
It's got to that point with them, bro.
Man, fuck the Cowboys. I hope that fucking stadium burns down, yo.
Go ahead, guys. The other guys in the chat room, go ahead. Express yourselves, bro.
Yo, Kyler Murray, he's a beast. But if the defense could hold Kyler Murray down and Tua still can't, bro, he was the number 1. This is what everyone told me. This is the number 1 accuracy quarterback ever in college history. That means any quarterback that's came before and after, no one's ever been that accurate. And if this guy comes in and he's throwing 150-yard game, 200, that's fucking disappointing because it tells you that it wasn't him in Alabama. It was everybody else. So basically, the Dolphins got duped again, yo. You took a quarterback that was surrounded by 5-star talent that was hurt, and then you had a chance to get you Justin Herbert, who looks like Dan Marino. They favor each other. Their mannerisms, their hair, all that crazy shit. He looks like a young Dan Marino. You had a chance to get that, but you took the Hawaiian, undersized, non-athletic. I don't know, bro.
And you know what's funny? That's the
Sound
quarterback Marino liked in the draft was
Come on,
Justin
dog.
Herbert.
I fucking love Justin Herbert last year because remember he was supposed to come out. Dolphin fans wanted him, and then he went back to school. But then all of a sudden it was tank for Tua, and I was like, why? This motherfucker's always hurt.
Yeah, you're
And
right
this was-
about that, about
and
Joe
this will be-
Burrow. He's accurate, but he doesn't have the arm. Go ahead, continue, eye test.
Yeah, like this was before his 2019 season, before he got more injuries on that body. Because before this last season with the hip, the seasons before he had a knee injury, he had an ankle tightrope, he had an index finger surgery. He had 3 injuries going into the college season this year before he got the other ankle in the hip.
Facts.
You don't take that number 5 when Justin Herbert is right there with no injury, 6 whatever, looking like a fucking Adonis, throwing the ball.
I agree.
And you said, I'm going to take the project. That's fucking down,
Tells you
bro.
how idiotic, and big time I want you to chime in, how idiotic this organization's been. I talked to with Black Wall Street earlier this afternoon, how much of a joke we've been in the front office.
That's hilarious.
Big time. Go ahead, bro.
Okay.
No, it's hard to argue that point, that eye test is making. I mean, the way Herbert's playing, the only thing I can sit there and say is that, he's had this tendency to flip the ball over a few times, but again, it's his first start. I think a lot of had to do with the defense, putting them in the position the way they were at. I also believe the offense wasn't opened up for him. So there's no excuses coming into this Arizona game. He should be able to open it up. It'll be a question if he only throws over 150 yards and they win, then you have to question, is it the offensive coordinator not opening up for him, or is it Tua? So we'll see what happens there.
What's up, Don't Smoke Rocks?
Was the offense open for Ryan Fitzpatrick?
Oh, no. I mean, again, you make a valid point. But I also sit there and look at it's his first start. It's not, these other quarterbacks have had 6 or 7 other starts, man. So I think you just got to give him at least a couple more games to. Again, I mean, it's hard to say how the game would have went if it was a close game or the defense wasn't doing what it was doing. I think they would have opened it up. I hope they open it up because then you're going to be looking at something like, a Tim Tebow type of deal where they're holding them back until the fourth quarter and then let them loose. It makes no sense. So I just hope it's not that issue. I mean, it does. If you're not a Dolphin, if you're a Dolphins fan, it has to be in the back of your mind that he only is throwing 100 yards and a touchdown. He's just not turning the ball over. That's a good thing. But yeah, of course, NFL today, you want to see those 200, 300, 400-yard games. This, like you said, this Arizona game is gonna prove something. You're gonna see.
I think the next 5 games, I'm giving him until he faces Patrick Mahomes. But let me say this. I'm gonna go back to something you just said. Sunday's game is something, but about the following Sunday, next Sunday, when Justin Herbert comes to town.
No, I agree with Big Time. They've had starts, but here's what I'm gonna say, Big Time, to you. How did Justin Herbert and Burrow look at in their first start?
Yeah,
they look pretty good.
They look good, even win, lose, or draw. You don't care if they win, lose, draw. You feel me?
That's
all
what
you
I've been
care
saying.
about is what does he look like? Does he look overwhelmed?
And what I saw Sunday, fellas, and I didn't talk about it Sunday. I was so happy with the win. The defense looked awesome. I talked about it Tuesday, though, Big Time. You wasn't here. And eye test was here, bro. Is this something, you know how it is, the eye test? No pun intended, eye test. The eye test?
No.
He didn't pass the eye test to me. He looked too tiny. Every time he tried to do that rollout, there was somebody there in his face, like they expected it. And this was a team that was getting their ass kicked in the Rams.
And remember, he never put him out the game. Like, he never finished them off. That game was still in doubt.
Yep. Those are little things I look at. And when I saw that, I said, during the week, I'm going to talk about this shit. And then I heard our friend and a colleague, his room was lit Sunday afternoon and Sunday night. People mad that they see what I see. Also, Larry L. on his platform as we speak That's the discussion about Tua Tagovailoa. That is he a bust? Yeah, I could have told you that.
No, here's the thing, yo. I'm not gonna say that, mate. I'm a realist, bro. So from day one, I always said you don't take an injured quarterback. All right, we got him now. Now that we got him, let's see if the kid could play. Even though in the back of my mind, I'm always gonna be worried about that hip, and that's not where you want to be as a fan, where you're always worried down. Like that's not a good place. Like I'd rather someone who's like when Ryan Tannehill was here before the injury. We never worried about injuries. We worried about if this motherfucker was going to throw an interception or if he was going to take a bad sack. With Tua, we have to worry about all that because one, we don't know if he could get acclimated to the game like the way he was tearing them up in college. We don't know if he got that in him in the NFL.
Who in the chat room is a vet for a better future by protecting your needs? Who by protecting your seeds? Who the hell is this? Come on up here, bro, because you got a wrench. I must know you.
So what
so
I'm
you were saying?
Yeah, like it ain't about his win or loss. It's about how he looked in that game. I didn't care. Like when he took that hit from Aaron Donald, he got up. I was like, okay, that's a check. Yeah. You can get up after a hit. All right. And then when he threw the touchdown pass to Devontae Parker, I was like, that's another check because we've never had a quarterback able to fit a ball in the red zone like that tight. You feel me?
Yeah, so Tack is cracking me up in the chat room, bro.
So I'll give him that.
The next big thing.
I'll give him that. I'll give him that. But at the end of the day, I need to see that guy that's gonna lead the other 10 players on offense and lead this whole team. And he's going to grow into that role. I get it. And I'm not an overreactionary person. Oh, his first game was garbage. But I got to look at it and be like, I mean, first impressions matter, bro. Like, your first pass to be a strap six.
Oh, I know who this is.
It has to be a sack strip fumble. Like, that's your first NFL pass. Like, that's a bad omen to me, bro. Yeah. And again, I said it the other day. That game was like God was with him. I don't know how.
What's up, Grande?
His number is number 1. He threw his first NFL touchdown to number 11. Yeah. His first game was on 11-1. You feel me? Like it was so many symbolisms going on in that game, and he didn't have to do shit. He ain't gonna.
No, he better do something this next 5 games, bro. I'm giving him 5 games.
He got his mulligan, bro. He got his get out of jail free card.
Oh, we'll find out Sunday.
They eased them in to this first game.
We'll find out Sunday.
You're not the only one that said that. I think that some analysts said the same thing with the 1s and the 11s and stuff like that.
You got that from me because my Instagram, I put that shit up before the game.
John Elway had a terrible first game and got benched. And look how he turned out. Facts. Tua owns the Magic City in Atlanta.
No, but you're right, man. I mean, you talk about Tua like as in, he got up after that. Donald just pretty much.
Yeah, he did get mowed down by Donald and Brockers.
But I mean, he got back up, like you said, through that touchdown to Parker. I mean, that was nice to see. I mean, and you have a valid point, man. That even as a fan, in the back of your head, you have to think like, well, is he going to get injured because of the injury that he had? And that's valid because if you didn't think
with the national pundits now involved, who he's going up against 4 of the next 5 games, it ain't going to have nothing to do if he gets hurt. It's going to be, can he duel with these quarterbacks? Murray, Herbert,
Burrow.
The kid from Burrow, and Mahomes. Good luck with that. And Dolphin Media, don't lie to us, making up some injury why after 2 games he's not playing after the Jet game, they're going to pull him. We don't want to hear no injury report because you lied down in Miami.
Or the game is too much for him right now. Like, he needs time to learn. Nah, don't give me that.
Nope.
I don't
other quarterbacks have walked in who are his peers, the one who went number 1 and the one who went number 6. And they look
supposed to be better than both of them. Remember, that was the whole thing. He's better than both of them.
That's right.
They can't tie his jockstrap.
And if he never got hurt, the Bengals would have took him at number 1.
Number one. And the Bengals was crazy about the Dolphins. They wanted Burrow. They tried to trade up for him, but the Bengals said, fuck no. So they were like, all right, we'll settle for Tua. So you already settled for the guy when you could have took Herbert.
Oh, could have took the kid from Clemson to be your to go along with the rest of this damn good defense right now.
So I would have did so much different things in this draft. Yeah, I would have set Miami up.
I would have traded a little bit up to get one of the running backs. Look at the two running backs, the one we went to Detroit and the one for Baltimore. And the kid from Baltimore is a third string, and he's balling.
Bro, you had three
on KC too.
Yeah, you could have whatever you wanted, yo. You had 3 first-round picks. You could have did whatever you wanted. You came out of that first round with Tua, Solomon, Austin
Jackson, that DB from Auburn. That's a typical Dolphins draft.
Bro, Iguanagami and Austin Jackson could have been, so many other people.
Yep.
To help this team.
And then, this is typical Dolphin tradition, fellas. They draft unknown offensive linemen late in the draft, and they look good.
The best word is Solomon Kinley to me. He looked great. Solomon Kinley looked good.
Billy Porter's replacing Chan Gale.
So, I got a question for you, man. So, you watched the whole Miami game? Did you watch the whole Miami game?
I did.
All right. So just throw, because I didn't. I've only seen highlights of it. So just throw some stuff at me. So if you're watching the offense compared to what they were running before Tua and now with Tua, with the type of lead that they had, do you think the offense was vanilla? Do you think that they were actually putting the same type of offense out there for Tua, or do you think they were holding back a little bit because of the lead?
No, you're right. Any offensive coach, I don't care who it is, what you're going to do is protect the lead. So, obviously, if you came out there with a game plan, okay, we're going to attack with Tua. Once you get that lead, you have to scale it down because you don't want to put the ball in harm's way so that they can get back in the game. So, yeah, they condensed they gave them a game plan not to screw it up. I get it. I understand that. They did. You're not going to go 4 wide and you're up. You know what I'm saying? You got to run the ball. You got to do. So they did vanilla down the offense. I get that. So you're right on that.
All right. Then since he asked that question, I'm going to play devil's advocate then, okay? On Sunday, if the game is close and he's still doing the same bullshit, what are you going to say then Sunday night in here when I'm going to be killing?
You already know what I'm going to say.
That's all I want to know.
I'm giving him his excuse this first game. Like, he got his first game.
I'm not giving him no excuse. I'm like Larry L. and the rest of them in his room. They're wondering, what the hell did we get?
No, remember, it didn't look good, but you got to take into account what was going on. Like, we had a lead.
I'm different. I'm like Kyle Shanahan. I got a team down by 30. I'm putting them out by 50.
But you got a juggernaut of a team. We don't know what the Dolphins is.
The point is, didn't you show a video 2 hours ago? Jimmy G is a fuck up.
But he's throwing picks.
But my point is, they're still. But with that clown, they're still blowing teams out when they're healthy.
Are the Dolphins on that level yet? Do we have a Deebo Samuel? Do we have a Brandon Ayuk? Do we have a George Kittle?
All right, let me ask you a question. Whose receiving core is better healthy? Dolphins, Niners?
Better healthy? Niners.
Yeah. Wow.
Because they have two guys that could do a lot of things. Deebo and Ayuk.
I'm not going to argue with guys. I love Ayuk.
Yo, Deebo and Ayuk could run reverses and they can go down the field. And you already know. Deebo runs niggas over.
God, man, you crazy, bro. Don't smoke rocks. Dolphins are not on the same level, though. Okay? Don't smoke rocks. Okay. I'm going to say it one more time. Since Big Time asked you that question, this is for you, Big Time. Sunday night, when I do the post-game show of this game, and I don't care I don't care if they win or lose, but he's putting up the same result. I want to hear from you. and I want to hear your excuse for him then.
No, Mace, no excuses, man. I mean, I'll sit there and tell you straight up. I mean, I've been here pretty much straight up the whole time
I
with
know you have.
All right,
But all I'm saying to you is,
I understand what you're saying, but my thing is that I'm not going to flip flop. There's too many flip floppers out here,
of course,
and it gets frustrating. This is the reason why I don't even go into any of these channels anymore, because
I don't blame you.
The people that are saying something before are saying something totally different now.
Yeah. I just told you what room is doing that right now as we speak.
I get it. You know, maybe their thought process has changed, but there's too much flip flopping going on. So I'm done with that. My thing is that iTest is perfectly on point in the sense that yes, you know, and he watched the whole game. That's what I wanted to know. I didn't, so I wanted to know his thought process behind it. So we go into this Arizona game. Yes, I believe that they're going to have to let Tua, you know, they're going to have to let him. They're going to have to let him push out. They're going to have to give him the reins and let the offense fly. If they don't let that offense fly, then and he still throws 150 yards with no interceptions, maybe a touchdown, I have to have it in the back of my mind that yeah, there's something there. I don't know what's going on, but it's scary to think that though.
Here you go, Miami Tua, 185 yards with 2 TDs. No, I want 275 yards, 3 TDs. That's what I want every week, consistent. He's supposed to be the savior, and if he's not putting up those type of numbers, then we have a problem. But a problem we can solve. But here's the problem with that: if you go with a veteran, like next year, you go with a guy like Jameis Winston. You can fulfill what we need to fulfill in the draft. You trade up, then we're going to have to spend free agent money in March. That's the decision they're going to have to make. Okay? Because, again, what I saw last Sunday, forget the numbers. What I saw that was scary was this, to answer Big Time's question. The Rams played press man. The Rams had this kid scouted out, and he looks tiny, Big Time. When you see him against Kyler Murray this Sunday, you're gonna look at two guys about the same height. The difference is, Kyler Murray is a little bigger, but what you're gonna see is Kyler Murray can run. He can't.
Super athletic.
He can't. He's not super athletic, Big Time. That's the problem with him. He's a pocket passer.
That's undersized.
Yep, undersized. Bingo. There you go. Yeah. Bingo.
Yeah, he does have to throw through throwing lane, and that's another. It's too many. All right, he's undersized. He's not mobile, and he's hurt.
That's it. And to hear these Dolphin fans in another chat room, this is why Big Time don't want to go nowhere. Telling you that he's Russell Wilson, he's this guy, get that bullshit. The fucking midget.
But again, he comes out there and he light him up. What are you gonna say?
Then I'll stay quiet for a week.
But that's what Big Time is talking about. It's too much flip flopping. Like you gotta have a stance.
I'm not flip flopping. I said I'll stay quiet. He's still got 4 more games after this week.
No, I get you, but my thing is you have to have a concrete stance that everyone could be like, all right, you're not like me. My thing is the injuries always bothered me, and now I'm not too sure if the skill set from college could translate to the NFL because again, the NFL players are big, they're bigger, faster, stronger, and they've watched your college tape and. Like they said in the game coming in, they said they didn't have no tape on Tua, so they had to watch all his college film. So
and
now,
let me say something to Big Time. Since he asked you the question, I'm gonna give him another answer. Monday morning, when I got home from therapy, I took a little nap. I woke up 12:30. Know they was talking about on ESPN and Mike Florio and NFL Network. You know what they was talking about? How Big Time? All 3 platforms. Should the Dolphins seriously consider trading up in the draft to get a Taylor Lawrence or Josh Fields. That's all they've been talking about ever since. What do that tell you?
Just
but like
it's not the numbers. It's not the numbers. It's something else that me and I-Test just said.
All right. You remember before they drafted him, we were like, nah, don't draft.
That's what I've been
saying. Everybody else was like, draft him. But like I said, NFL
trash.
NFL is built on storylines. So
and what did I say also? I told you something. Me and you spoke about this I-Test the other day. And guys were shooting me down, but you agree with me. He doesn't have Jerry Jeudy, the receiver from the Raiders, and the other guy in Miami. And I'm going to tell you something right now. And this is for those who care to listen. I-Test agrees with this. If they decide to keep him big time, I promise you, he'll have a brand new receiving core next year in Miami. And I don't think they're the problem. Am I right, I-Test?
No, they're not the problem because they were performing with Fitzpatrick.
Yep.
Parker had his best season last year.
That's all you need to know. It has nothing to do with the numbers, I-Test, why I don't like what I saw. What I see is a midget out there, and this is not college. This is the pros, and he looks tiny. You will see it for yourself Sunday.
Aesthetically, it didn't look good. It didn't look good just watching it on the film, but again, we got to give him the first game. We had the lead. They vanillaed down the offense. He wasn't asked to do much. So we got to give him that. But I doubt they get that start on Arizona. And let's say they do get that start on Arizona and he does the same thing. Then again, we still don't know because he wasn't asked to do
You want to make a bet? I'm gonna play devil's advocate right now again. You want to make a bet if we see those same numbers and we lose against Herbert and Joe Burrow?
I mean, those games we should dominate those teams except for the Chargers. The Chargers got a pretty good defense.
Yeah, but my point is, if we still see what we see, forget the numbers. We still see what we see, but he's not big enough to be a pocket quarterback with no mobility.
No, but the thing is, he's not gonna grow. It's not like all of a sudden he's gonna grow 6'5".
Scary.
So what you need to see is, can he manipulate that pocket still at that size? Russell Wilson and all these other people, they're not the biggest, but they know how to throw through angles. They know how to manipulate the pocket. He's a rookie, so
I'm giving him 5 games. These 5 games against 4 elite. Well, I don't say elite. 2 elite quarterbacks and 2 very nice quarterbacks to start their careers.
I mean, Mace, if you give him 5, why not just give him 2? I don't get it. Why 5? Why not just 2? I don't understand.
Because I'm being fair, big time. I'm being fair.
Honestly, if you want to be fair, just give him 1 game.
No, I'm being fair.
I'm saying, like, I'm trying to understand the 5 to 2. I don't understand it. The I-Test brought up a valid point where he has to manipulate the pocket, and like these other quarterbacks do. The only other quarterback you sit there and say that he had played a long time ago that was much shorter was Doug Flutie. Now, he was athletic, but he was a pocket passer. Again, it goes back to what I-Test said. It goes back to what I-Test said, though, is that if he can manipulate the pocket as good as these other quarterbacks have, he's going to have that opportunity. They're going to honestly. Here's the thing: he's going to have to. They're going to have to open up this offense. They have to because
next week for ownership.
I think they're going to have. It's not going to be a game like the Rams. So I feel that it's going to be a very good game back and forth. So I think we'll see a different Tua. The question is what we're going to see offensively. And I don't know. I don't know. Listen, I'm a Dolphins fan until I die. I want to see the team succeed, but I also know that here's the thing. There's been many teams out there that have, teams that have won the Super Bowl that have managed to win the Super Bowl just with an average quarterback. We don't want that, of course. I get that. But if we can get to the playoffs and manage Tua and give him, and he can still build up his rep and throw 200 yards and then start possibly building up. Because here's the thing: how many times did we see? How many times did we see? I'm losing a blank. Tannehill throw for under 200 or around 200 so many years, and finally his last year or second to last year, he was over 250 yards or whatever. And that's
Tannehill
what
is 6'4", 227 pounds.
Yeah. I'm just saying that, you know,
That plays a big difference when it comes to NFL quarterbacks.
I'm just talking in general, as in his passing. I mean, because it was more frustrating to me where you get a guy like Tannehill that has a great arm. I felt he had a decent arm that still was only able to throw 200 yards. And in the NFL, in order to be at least a decent quarterback or a prime quarterback, you have to throw 250 or higher and 2 to 3 touchdowns. We haven't seen that consistently. So I don't know if it had to do with maybe looking at Fitzpatrick where he was throwing these numbers up and everybody's going, you know, gaga for that. You know, it's hard to say, man. But yeah,
I'm going to get back. I'm going to keep it with you. But I want I-Test to chime in. I-Test, would you admit that when you saw the game, forget the defense? Didn't you find it kind of ironic that the Rams knew everything he was going to do when he rolled out and played the receivers' press coverage?
The thing is, the rollout, that's his bread and butter. He's been doing that since Alabama. So they kind of was getting ready for that. I'll give you that. So they were like, all right, what are the Dolphins? Because you got to think about it. This is his first start. What would an offensive coordinator do to his rookie quarterback his first start? You give him plays that he's most comfortable running. So you give him plays that he ran in college, and you give him some sprint out plays that he runs while he's in the league, and you build on that. But
well, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Same topic. What happened if it was reverse Sunday? Forget turnovers. That Miami had to play catch up and they couldn't do it.
No, but that's the thing. Those are questions that you know what I'm saying? We can't say what if or what else. But what happened was they jumped out on them and they had to dumb down the offense because you don't want to put the ball in risk when you have a lead.
This is a time where I agree with the Dolphin fan. And this is what's going to hurt Tua. The quarterbacks he's facing coming up. That's going to be a problem.
Let me
because if he looks, I don't care about the stat. If he
Let me
looks the way I saw him look on Sunday, we have a problem.
Yeah. That's what Big Time is saying. With what Big Time is saying, like we had a Tannehill, right, who had all the physical attributes. He was whatever. But his issue was the decision making he made. Like he didn't have the field awareness. Like after his first read isn't there, he's taking a sack, a terrible sack at that. So Tannehill had all the physical attributes, but he didn't have it upstairs. And that's what followed him in Tennessee. Like everyone is going gaga for Tannehill, but you take the ball out of Derrick Henry's hands and you put it on his shoulders to throw it.
You saw that last 2 weeks.
So that'll never win you any game. And remember, this is the same guy who had the physical attributes. So me, I'm not a physical attribute guy. If you can get the job done, you can get the job done. That's why I was an advocate for Russell Wilson when he's coming out, even at that height, because I saw the skill set. So now what I want to see is if if Tua, forget the first game. We understand what happened the first game. Now moving forward, if one, you can adapt to the NFL. You could throw through those throwing lanes. You can manipulate the pocket. Even if the game is out of reach, you show that the Dolphins are not going to lose the game because of Tua. No, Tua's going to fight to the end, and he's going to always give the Dolphins a chance to win. That's what you want in a quarterback. You don't need a quarterback that's going to manage a win. You need a quarterback that's either, when he's in a shootout, can go round for round with whoever the other quarterback is, and if he has to come back, he has the potential to do that. And he's a person that even if they're down, the team always know they have a chance to come back because this quarterback is going to try to get us in the game or keep us in the game. That's all you need in your quarterback. You need to show that. You don't forget, let's say he throws 200 yards, 2 touchdowns, an interception in the next game. He's showing progression. He's showing, okay, I can get better. And you have to give these rookie quarterbacks time to get their feet wet in the NFL.
So how do you explain Burrow and Justin Herbert?
They have no they're playing with house money, just like how Fitzpatrick will playing with house money.
Don't you think the Dolphins?
Fitzpatrick, let me finish this. Let me finish before I lose my point. Fitzpatrick, how he was playing so well was because there were no expectations. Everyone knew that Tua was the heir apparent and that he could just come out there and sling the ball. That's no pressure. You could play a game when you have no pressure on you easier, just like Justin Herbert and Burrow. Justin Herbert came in the middle of a game because the fucking doctor stabbed Tyrod Taylor in the lung. So they're not expecting shit out of Justin Herbert. So, hey, kid, go out there and play. If I throw an interception, who cares? I wasn't supposed to be out here anyway. Joe Burrow, they suck. He's the number one pick. They know there's nothing around him. Hey, kid, go out there and sling that fucking ball. We want to see if you could throw. He has no restrictions. He has nobody bat an eye if Joe Burrow throws five interceptions in the game. You know why? Because he's shown the NFL that he can throw the ball. That's all they wanted to see out of Joe Burrow his first year. If he wins, that's icing on the cake.
But about this guy here.
This guy here, he's starting behind the 8 ball because unlike the other 2 quarterbacks, he's coming in one injured. He didn't finish his college season. He's coming in injured. He's not physically built like the other 2. And there are more expectations on him. The whole
Especially
city,
the delusional fan base.
The Miami fan base is on him. He's the savior for his whole, like Hawaii is Mariota and Tua. Now it's Tua because Mariota flamed out. So he has his whole, I don't know if Hawaii is a country, but he has that whole region behind him.
Bro.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, well, whatever. But he has that whole fucking he has that whole region behind him. That's another form of pressure. Then he has the allure of Dan Marino because remember, we've been looking for a quarterback since Dan Marino. So now everyone basically is saying, you're the next Dan Marino. He's coming in with tremendous more pressure than the other 2 could never.
I totally agree. That's why I asked you that question. I totally
That's
agree.
what I mean. So now that's why they could go out there and fling the ball the way they are. And that's why the pressure might be mounting on Tua right now.
I think it is.
So you got to give him a different grading curve because of that. Because the other 2
bitch last week before the game that he doesn't have his guy no more. He's not happy with the move. So right there, if he plays another game like this, like he just played, Gilsicki's going to check out. He's going to go, yo, this motherfucker ain't getting me the ball.
But that's the thing. That's why they're NFL players. They're supposed to be professionals. Like Gesicki, remember going through Cutler and Tannehill and how unpredictable the quarterback play was. When you finally get someone who knows how to get you the ball, of course you're going to be upset when somebody switches that up on you. You're going to be like, damn, I had a good thing going with Fitzpatrick. I don't know what's going to happen with me and Tua. But he's a professional. He has to go out there and play. But, of course, he knows how it was playing with a guy that knew how to get him the ball. He doesn't know how Tua is. He doesn't know if Tua could do that in the game. Maybe in practice, yeah. But he doesn't know if Tua has that in the game to get him the ball the same way Fitzpatrick does.
Yeah. Go ahead, big time.
Mace, I told you a week ago before this game started, I said one of the things that Tua is going to have is that he's going to have his whole team behind him, whether it be defense or offense, and they're going to have to carry him for at least a couple games, I'd say. And you're right. You're right about the numbers. I can't lie that what I've seen. Man, I wish I would have seen more from him, but we didn't. I don't want to jump into conclusions for a couple games to see what this offense truly has for him. But this offense, the wide receivers are going to have to bail him out sometimes. That means they're going to have to come back for the ball more often. They're going to have to be in tune with him. They're going to have to carry him, just like this offensive line. And honestly, like I said to you this last week again, I said the offensive line, I said, we'll see how good this offensive line is with Tua compared to Fitzpatrick. Was Fitzpatrick actually the guy that was holding it together and making this offensive line look like, gods? Or were they actually, are they that bad to where Tua is going to have a hard time? Now, the reason why you want to know why they didn't want to start Tua in the beginning is because that if this offensive line is as bad as it could be, then we're going to be in the same situation as the Bengals. So I'm hoping this offensive line isn't that bad. I'm just thinking that it's just growing pains. And just like y'all said, I just think though that with bringing a wideout, Cincinnati's done this consistently throughout the years, bringing up a wideout with a quarterback. Now, who are they going to bring up if we don't have a problem? Because we have Williams, we have Parker. Again, these guys have to step up like veterans. If they're not going to do it, then Tua's going to struggle. They have to put him on his back for a little bit. That's unfortunate. And that defense is doing everything. Now what is the offense going to do?
Yeah, I said it before. I'll say it again. You look at this team defensively, they're fine. The pass rush is now coming along. They're doing what they're supposed to do. The corners are playing well. The linebackers are making plays. On offense, they have no offense. They have receivers. They have some decent receivers. They have a decent tight end, which is pretty good. They have an offensive line that's growing every week. The problem is they have no quarterback yet, and he's on the bench. They have no running game, which is another major problem. That they have no running game.
Running game is a huge problem. That's going to take away from anything that any other team. I mean, at least Cincinnati has that right now. So that takes a lot of pressure off of Burrow, even though he's on his back quite a few times and he's getting right back up. But that's one thing that, even I sat there and stated. He even sat there and said he was impressed with Tua getting back up off of that, that Donald just, throwing him down like a rag doll. He could have sat there and couldn't have shaken it off. And I think that he did, because if he didn't, he would have looked a little bit more shaky throughout the game. I don't think that's what it was, but I don't know, man. It's so early. I don't want to frustrate myself.
You got upset when you said, then Mace, why don't you give him 2 games? No, I'm being fair, bro. I'm giving him 6 games, and he's already played 1. He has 5 more.
I wasn't upset, Mace. I'm just sitting there saying there's too many. There's platform, bro. No, there's too many. In the beginning of the year, everybody was saying, well, if Tua starts, we're only going to give him 5 games, and then once 5 games goes around, we might as well just tank for Lawrence. I'm going, you're only going to give this kid 5 games. You got to give this kid more than that. You got to give him at least a year. If he does that bad, then fine, let's move on. No big deal. But 5 games is not going to.
If you give him a year, you may not be in position to get a good quarterback.
I'm talking about the beginning of the season. Now you have the rest of the season. You have the rest of the season.
Give him 10 games.
Well, yeah, give him 10 games. You have the whole rest of the season. See what he does. If he doesn't do anything,
for me, it's 5 games. For in reality, he's getting 10 games.
Yeah.
What I'm gonna say is I agree with big time. Like the O-line, I was never convinced that they were that good. I really do feel that Fitzpatrick, him being the veteran, he masked a lot of deficiencies that the O-line has. And he's right. If the O-line is really that bad and Fitzpatrick was masking it, then Tua's in for a long day.
Well, let me ask you this. What happens if he's always clean every game?
If he's clean and he still can't get the job done, then that's what I mean. You have another problem.
That's what I'm saying.
You have another problem. It's not the O-line.
That's what I'm saying. That's 6 games.
It's not the O-line. It's not the receivers, because the receivers were making plays with Fitzpatrick. And if Tua's that guy, he's supposed to be better than Fitzpatrick. He should make more plays.
If the uniform is clean, you're right, I-Test. If that uniform is clean for both of you, by the Chief, at the end of the Chief game, and the Chiefs, to me, defense is mediocre at best, that's all you need to know.
No, they gave him, what's crazy about how they gave him these games? These are the games. The first 6 games of the season, opposed to the Seahawks and the Rams and the Niners, those are cupcake games. You were supposed to win. Now, unexpectedly, you beat the Rams and the Niners, and you lost to Buffalo. No, that was a hard game too. And we didn't know the Patriots were that bad, but the Patriots got them. But other than that, these are the games. These games coming up.
Yeah, these 6 games coming up. And he already played 1. They won. Good for them.
But this is the heart of the season. Like this. Yep. Are the Dolphins' real competition? So I'm happy.
Go ahead,
I'm happy that they put them up against the strength of the schedule.
Mm-hmm.
The strength of the schedule is the teams that he's about to play.
Yep.
If he played earlier in the season, let's say he was the one who started the season, I still kind of think it would be incomplete, because he would have beat a 49er team that has no starters. Everyone's hurt. He would have beat a Jags team that's tanking, and he would have beat a Jets team. We still wouldn't know what we got into it.
That's
true. The fact that he has to play the fat of the schedule right now, the elite team, this is going to tell you everything you need to know because he's not playing any cupcakes, and he's playing with a team that's damn near in playoff contention. So this is the best scenario you could give a young quarterback to see if he really has it. Because if the team digresses, a team that's 500 right now, but they digress, no, they're over 500. If they digress with if they digress with him, then that means he couldn't handle the situation. He couldn't handle the moment. And that's a problem in and of itself.
This is for big time. Watch the game Sunday, my friend. Tell me, in your opinion, honestly, forget what he does. Does he pass the eye test? No pun intended. That's how I judge it. The eye test.
Bro, you right.
No, I mean, I'm not speaking for eye test, but I like.
No, not him. I'm saying.
No, listen. No, Mace. Listen to me. Give me a second. I like that you say that, but you're saying no disrespect. I think when you have a avatar like eye test, to me, there's a little bit more involved in that. I don't think you're disrespecting him by saying that. I think, when you have eye tests is sitting there showing that, to me, it's actually telling you, hey, what you see might not what you get. You better look a little bit deeper and clearer into what you see and what you get. That's the way I take it.
Let me say this right now to you.
You
said you really didn't see the game Sunday.
You spot on, big time.
If I'm wrong, why all these Dolphin fans in the Messiah's room on Sunday night all of a sudden were angry what they saw? They didn't even give a fuck about the game that they won.
They expected 500 yards and 5 touchdowns.
Bingo! Thank you. That's what I've been saying. There you go, big time. Today, same topic. Did we make a mistake?
But you got to realize these are fans that are fueled by media.
Yeah, they're sycophants. Yeah, no. I'll be right back. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah, they're not real fans. They're not fans who watch the game and understand the game to be like, okay, no, they go off of what people tell them. And what people been telling them for years is that Tua is baby Jesus. He could throw touchdowns with his feet. And they didn't see that, and it threw them off. I expected the game to kind of look like that. Not that bad as far as his performance, but I expected it to be like what I saw. So now moving forward, what you want to see as a fan is progression. If you see him being more aware on the field, he knows where to throw the ball. He's putting the ball where it needs to be because in the NFL, there's only 2 degrees of separation between players. So you're throwing in the tighter windows than you were. There is no Henry Ruggs and Jerry Jeudy with 10 yards of separation and you could just throw a slant. No, that doesn't happen. Now we need to find out if you could fit the ball in and if you could place the ball correctly, because the key in the NFL is throwing a catchable, a runnable ball to the receiver. You don't want to throw a ball that he has to come back for and that the DB catches up to him. No, you want to throw it a little bit in front of him that he could snatch it out the air and keep running. These are the things you look for in a quarterback. And when Big Time talks about that's what I look at. Like, I don't look at the game as the game. I look at the game with the nuances of the game. That's why I call myself eye test, because you could tell a lot from the first time you lay eyes on a player or on a certain game. You could tell a lot, and then you could go back later and be like, does what my eyes tell me match up with what the numbers say? And that's what I live on. That's what I've always done.
Hey, I have a question for you guys. How is it? How do you, from what you guys have seen, is Fitzpatrick a better locker room guy? Like, do they kind of like, do they like him in the locker room, or is that a thing with him and Tua? Maybe they kind of feel the type of way that they got rid of Fitzmagic in the middle of the season, and they're not playing as hard for Tua. You think that might be an issue or a thing?
You want to answer, Big Time?
I'll go real quick. I'll be honest with you. What Fitzpatrick gave the whole team in general, I feel, gave him leadership. I think he was a good leader in the locker room. He was positive, and I also believe that on the field he was positive. Now I sit there and say sometimes his play wasn't great, but he always gave 100% out there, and that's what you wanted. Now, as for them playing harder for him, I think, I don't believe that's the case with one game, But I also believe, like I said earlier, is that this offense with the wideouts and everybody else in the offensive line, they're gonna have to carry him a little bit for the first few games. That's just my opinion. I just believe that they're gonna have to do that. So yeah.
His locker room presence, Fitzpatrick. I mean, everywhere he goes, everyone loves him, bro. Like you remember when he was with Tampa Bay and he took Deshaun Jackson chain and he had him on. He looked like Conor McGregor in the press conference. Like everywhere, you know what I mean? Like I'll give you a perfect example. Like I'm a sports guy. I play sports my whole life. I'm still athletic to this day, so I understand. Like, you know, I could look at a team and look at, okay, are these guys really vibing? Like, do they really like each other? You could just tell. And, bro, everyone loves Fitzpatrick. You know what Fitzpatrick is? He's the guy who comes into the locker room and cracks jokes. Like, everything is a joke. He got everyone laughing. He knows everyone. He knows your person. He knows you personally. He fucks with you, you know what I'm saying? But when he gets on that field, he's about business. People understand that. They understand he's a professional, but in the locker room, he's a fun-loving guy. So when a team gravitates to someone like that, opposed to Tua, who looks like he's more reserved, he's more lead by his actions, and he's even said that, it's a different form of leadership. So even though they might be different and they both might be effective, one is more fun. Like one, you know what I'm saying? You seen when Fitzpatrick throw a touchdown and he's carrying people off the field. Like he's a fun-loving guy, bro. So yeah.
I'll drop the link.
People honestly are always going to gravitate to someone with that personality, even if
and
Tua
Pete was on this panel, by the way, guys. So I'm going to ask him how it was in Larry's room. Go ahead, keep talking.
I don't know if that answers your question. He's a great leader, and them replacing him like that. I think the issue that bothered a lot of people was the fact that it came out before Fitzpatrick knew about it. Because you remember his little press conference, he was like,
I'm sick.
He found out. Yeah, he found out. You know, he don't strike me as a guy that would have been upset that he was replaced, but at least give him a chance to, okay, I know now I could tell my kids, I could tell my wife, I could, you know what I'm saying, process it. But when you find out from the world, and then your coach comes to you and be like, "Yeah, man, it's true. We're gonna."
His agent leaked it out. Lee Steinberg.
You know what I'm saying? So whatever it is, it wasn't done professionally, and I think that's what bothered him more than him losing the job. Honestly,
I can see that. Yeah, that makes sense. You're right though. Like even when he was on the Jets, you know, they were kind of, you know, vouching for him.
They fucking love him, dog. To this day, Brandon Marshall sucks his dick everywhere he goes. Like,
yo, Pete, come up here. Oh, okay. Pete, put one in the chat room. Are they still supporting Tua in there, or do they want somebody new? Put a one if they supporting them. I mean, put a one if they want Tua out, or put a two that they still supporting them. Go ahead.
If they want Tua out, then that tells you all you need to know about that fan or that fan base.
Oh,
they fucking retarded.
They want them out. Yep, there it is. They want them out. Okay.
It's fucking retarded, bro. So a fan base like that, you don't pay attention to.
That's not Matt doing that. That's not Pete. Cut it out.
They go with whatever the win is. Bro. You can't win with people like that, and that's why I will never win, because they go with the win. They don't look at shit logically. How can I sit there for months tell y'all, yo, I'm not sure about this guy strictly because of the injury? Take Herbert. Take a flyer on Herbert, and then if Herbert fucks up, you still in position next year to get another guy. But no, you take the project, because the project might be it. But at the end of the day, the project is always going to have an injury issue, because no one plays the NFL and does not get hurt. It's impossible.
I asked TD back in June. If you have a chance to get Tyler Lawrence with the first pick, would you do it? He said, no, I'm going with Tua. I'm going to hold him to that. And I'm going to go over there in his room, and I'm going to fry his ass in front of his disciples.
The Tua for comeback player of the year.
I'm going to leave that alone, bro.
Tyler Lawrence is he's out of our reach right now. Unless we I mean, unless we do horribly the second half of the season, then he's
They
going to
got
be
the
out.
Texans pick, bro. You keep
They
forgetting
got
that.
the Texans pick. Yeah, they got the 4th pick right now.
Well, but we have to think. I understand that part of it, but there are other teams out there, even with Cincinnati. Here's. I was talking to my brother about this the other day. This is just hypothetical. This is a big hypothetical. So what happens if, let's say, Cincinnati somehow, let's say if there's a team like Cincinnati that ends up getting the #1 pick, Trevor Lawrence right there, baby. Now Cincinnati can use that as trade bait and maybe get a few trades out of it, and then move back in the draft for a team that wants him that bad. I mean, that could happen. I'm not saying but
it's going to happen because Atlanta's already let it be known they're going to trade everything to get either him or Josh Fields.
Yeah, that's not a surprise though with Atlanta. But now going back to Miami. I mean, I'm just sitting here thinking like we need a running back. We need a running back. I mean, and I think it's gonna really show how Tua's gonna struggle. Just because of the running game we don't have, it's gonna make Tua struggle. So again, even though we want to see 300-yard games and 250-yard games, I think we're asking a little bit too much in a sense, just because of no running game. Now Gaskin's out for 3 to 4 weeks. I mean, somebody's gonna have to step up, and that means, like I said, our offensive team is gonna have to step up for Tua. If not, he's gonna struggle. And you're gonna say 5 games away from now, it's his fault? No. We're not prepared. Our offense, and Ball Game brought it up way earlier, a few months back, that defense is going to hold its own, and you're going to see the progression. The offense is going to take its time. That's the problem here, is that we're seeing a rookie coming in, and we're having an issue and a problem. At least the other 2 teams that you talk about have a decent running game. We don't.
Yep, that's a big problem. That's why I'm saying what I'm saying.
You brought this kid in. Fitzpatrick made it work.
Yeah.
Fitzpatrick made it work.
And I think I'm going to tell you something that made it worse. But you're going to hear beginning next week, and I will play it up here. The quarterback that was picked behind him is having a monster year.
Monster.
And you better believe Stephen Ross, I keep telling you guys this. Stephen Ross lives here, bro. When he hears, he does not like to be laughed at. And his New York buddies love laughing at him when the Dolphins don't do good.
Because fucking Greer sits there and does fucking retarded shit. I know Ross
is a free agent.
Ross would be like, I need the quarterback. I need the quarterback this year. And
No, go ahead, Big Time.
I'm sorry, Tess. Go ahead. I apologize. My bad.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to ask Tess. So I understand what you're saying, man, that, Fitzpatrick was able to do it. But are you not sitting there saying, though, that Fitzpatrick's been around the league for 16 years? He has his dip and dunks. He has, he has his little, what do you call it? Little things, little tricks of the trade that he knows. Tua doesn't know that yet. I understand that he does need to have that, I don't know. He needs to know where to go at times and what to do just spontaneously. But do you think that he's going to catch on that quick within one game compared to Fitzpatrick that's been in the league for 16 years? That's what goes back to saying that when people didn't want Fitzpatrick to start the first game of the season, it goes back to that just because of where we're at right now, possibly with an offensive line, but definitely with no running game.
Big Time, I ask you an honest question because I answered this 2 weeks ago. I want you to answer this. In your heart of hearts, do you think Flores really likes Tua?
I think he has to like Tua.
Not really.
If he doesn't like Tua, then I don't feel we would have gotten Tua. This notion about him not having the a say in about getting Tua.
Stephen Ross. Let me say this right now.
I understand what you're
the national pundits are coming out in droves saying this.
Yeah.
He was an ownership organizational pick, not a coach's pick.
I'm not sitting there saying that that wasn't Ross fully. I'm just saying that I don't know, man. I can throw an argument out there that Flores is not a chump coach. So, you know, and if he doesn't like Tua, and if you don't think that Flores didn't have a part in him starting now, then you're joking yourself. He did. I know Ross and they all got together. That's what I'm assuming what happened.
Test, you buy that, or what me and you agreed with 2 weeks ago about Flores with Tua?
Well, here's my thought the whole time. He didn't want the guy, but he understood he understood the organization wanted him. And understand, there's not a lot of black coaches in the league, so you can't sit there and just give. You know what I'm saying? You can't go crazy like you would normally at another job. So I understand him taking to it and saying, okay, I'll take the guy you want, but he's not going to start the season. I'm going to start him when the season gets really difficult just to show you if he's really that good. So it's basically Flores not calling his bluff, but he's like, all right, you forced this guy on me. I'm not going to start him when our schedule's kind of cupcake. I'm going to put him in the fire. And that's exactly what he did. He put him in the strength of our schedule. So now he's basically telling Tua, you're going to sink or swim. And if you could swim, okay, I can move forward with you. But if you can't, then I'm going to show you and the world and the organization you were the wrong fit.
But I like that. I like that eye test that you say that, because if that is the case, I want to see the quarterback of my future get in there and get dirty with the best teams coming up, with the best offense and defenses of those teams coming up and playing against those guys, knowing what I actually have. And if you're able to stand up to that, then we got a future. If not, yeah, there's an issue and a problem. The same way with our team defensively, we didn't go through anybody the first few games, and there was always speculation about that, right? But then we were starting to, you know, bring up these teams in the rear, and we're starting to play the same exact way or even better. So I think we've been tested, we've been battle tested, but now we're getting to these other teams that with the quarterback issue, we'll see how good Tua is with these other teams. I agree with that, man. I don't want to see him play against chump teams, and I think that's a proven I agree with what you're saying.
Okay, then I have a question for you. What he just said, I said 2 weeks ago. When I said it, you got a little tough with me. When he says it, you agree. I said the same. I've been saying the same thing for weeks.
Hold on, May. Say what you were saying though. I want to hear how you said it.
I said, quote, the coach doesn't really like the quarterback, and that he was an owner's pick. And me and this man right here, I'm talking eye test, 2 weeks ago told a whole group of Dolphin fans on the panel that that he's putting them in there on purpose so he can finish out the season and see what the kid is made of. Didn't I say that, eye test?
Yeah, I remember you saying that when I was there.
It was me and you who agreed. Dwayne was being the homer. Oh, Tua this, Tua that. Me and you said, I said this. I brought the question up, and you was the only one who agreed with me, didn't you? The truth. Yeah. There you go.
I told you. I told big time. I told you what I just said this time. This is always my opinion on him.
Yeah, I just said the same thing 20 minutes ago, and he was giving me some pushback. Then he asked you just said the same thing I said 2 weeks ago.
But Mace, I'm not saying he's doing it on purpose. What I agree. Hold on, Mace. Hold on. What I'm saying, what I agree with him on, is putting him in there against the best of the best now. Is that we have to figure out what's going on with him. Just to do it on purpose is on purpose. I'm not so saying that I agree with him playing against the best of the best right now, and that's true fact right there. And I even said it prior to about a month ago. I said it about a month ago.
Big time, hold up. The man is right here. Eye test. Do you believe that Flores is doing this on purpose to prove a point to ownership?
Yeah, I said that.
There you go. Thank you. Thank you.
But again, Mace, I was agreeing with him as in playing the best of the best. I said that a month ago, stating that.
What do you think I was saying 2 weeks ago? What do you think? I said their schedule 2 weeks ago when I said it to these other Homer Dolphin fans, not you, because you wasn't there that day. You think I was saying it because just to hear myself talk, I said the last 10 games when they announced he was starting because they're not going up against cupcakes. And the only cupcake on paper they're going up against is the Jets again, but the other 9 games is against marquee quarterbacks. That's what I said. And not you.
Right.
I got pushback from all those dudes who were up here, bro.
Right.
All of them.
That's talk before Tua though. That's something
that was when they announced that he was going to play 2 weeks ago in the bye week. I said it.
So if you look at what I was stating prior before Tua is that I wanted to see our team play against teams that were the best, not being dragged out with injuries and stuff like that. So instead of excuses coming out where multiple people would come out, well, this team had so many injuries or this team had this and that. We really don't know what we have, but we are consistently getting better defensively. That's what I was talking about. As in Tua,
I agree with
right.
I agree
but as in Tua, I don't want to take any. I don't want you to read into this at all. But again, like I said, with Tua is different in this aspect of it. That I do agree with the aspect of putting him in there with the best of the best to see what we have with him earlier than later.
Okay, we agreed to agree. Fine, we're good. But like I said, I'm giving him up till he plays Mahomes. Forget Cam Newton. That team is shot. I'm giving them until they play Mahomes. So that's 5 more games, including this week. I'm fair. Okay, I'm fair. I'm giving him 6 games. If he cannot compete, forget wins and losses. If he cannot put up numbers against a suspect Charger defense, a Jet defense that don't exist, Joe Burrow's no defense, and Mahomes, then hey, that's what I'm saying.
I gotta see the kid play. I gotta see, like I said, I gotta see how he surveys the field.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta see his ball placement. I gotta see how he maneuvers in the pocket, and I gotta see if he's consistently able to throw through throwing lanes. If his balls are getting batted down at the line, that's an issue. If he can't maneuver in the pocket and he's consistently taking sacks from the backside, that's an issue. If his ball placement is near the ground or where receivers have to stop and come back for, that's an issue to me.
That's the one I want to see. The one you just said. That one. That's the one I want to see.
Those are the things I'm looking. Those are the things I'm looking at with him, and I'm not giving him games. I'm watching every snap. I'm watching. Does the kid get better? Does the kid get better every game? Does he get better every snap? Does he survey the field? Every game, he should be able to survey the field better. Because right now, everything is moving super fast for him. He just got in the game. So every game after, the game should slow down for him.
Would you agree by the Chief game, which would be a 6 start, it should be slowing down for him?
Yeah, I'll give him that. By that time,
I'm going to be fair. Yeah, I'm fair. Yeah. I'm not going to be like these Dolphin fans in the Messiah's room. Get him out. I'm giving him some games.
I'm watching him, bro. Like up until hopefully he doesn't get hurt or the end of the season, I'm watching the whole play of him. Yeah. And if the things I'm saying, he's good or he's mastered a certain and he's average at certain, then we good. Even if we lose we could lose the rest of the game. But if he's showing improvement in those areas, we got a quarterback. That's the thing. Like you gotta evaluate it different if you're really evaluating. Don't evaluate.
Let me ask you a question.
Evaluate the nuance of the game. And if he's getting better in the game.
Big time, you there, bro?
I'm here, man. I'm here.
All right, here's what I'm gonna say to you. Was that fair about the offensive line?
Are you gonna keep on yelling at me, Mace?
No.
I'm just playing with you. I'm playing with you, Mace. Go ahead, man.
Offensive line.
What about the offensive line again?
Was that fair about the offensive line?
As in saying that they've gotten better?
Yes.
Yeah, you've been fair on that.
Okay, what didn't I tell you guys? And it's hard to get eye test to admit something. And he admitted this earlier before you came up the first time. Didn't I tell you guys the defense will get better in time?
No, you did. You did, and I didn't believe it, but they have. But I'll say
I'm
this:
going to say this to you guys right now.
Offensive line has not gotten better. That's my opinion.
I'm not going to argue, but I'm going to say this to Big Time right now because he's hearing it from my mouth to his ears. I'm going to give Tua to the Chief game. And if I say improvement, I will apologize to every Dolphin fan.
All right, so Mace, this goes to you and I test. So here we go. So the games that are being played, what are the first 5 games? This is even counting the Rams games. What are the next games coming up?
At Arizona, and then 3 home games, 4 home games, plus the Jets on the road. Home for the Chargers, home for the Bengals, home for the Chiefs, and home for the Patriots.
Okay, so what would you call a victory for if wins and losses within those 5 games?
With the defense playing like it is right now?
I'm just saying in general.
500.
All right, and then what would you expect with Tua then to come out of those games? What are you expecting out of Tua?
I expect to see him throw for at least 250 3 times, 1 300-yard game, and then he'll have learning curves where he'll throw for like 180, 200. But what I want to see from him is something that I-Test said before. Can he hit the receivers on point, or do they have to come back? That's my most important thing with him.
All right.
Because Big Time, what I saw Sunday against the Rams, he couldn't do it.
All right. So Mace, you bring up a point that I-Test brought up, as in progression, because you're saying you're going to give him 5 games and you're expecting him to go 200 to right. 200.
You know what? I'll be fair. I'll give him the Patriot game, so he got 6 more games.
You're giving him 200 to 300 yards per some of those games, and yet but what I-Test brought up, I think is a valid point, that he's just looking for progression in each and every game. So if you look at Tua in all those games, depending if we go 300 or not, and I think we'll go, 500 or not, I think we'll go 500 or better. But at least if he's progressing to getting, not very many turnovers, more touchdowns than turnovers, and more yards per every game, high yards in every game, then there's a progression there.
And I apologize to all of you.
But hold on, Mace. But you're saying that the way you talk, though, it's a loss, because if he's not throwing more than 250 to 300 yards, then it's a loss. I don't think that's going to. But that's not true. Progression progression is a lot more than that. If you have a quarterback that threw about 100 yards in the first game, you're probably expecting, let's say, 150 and 2 touchdowns. Now the next game you're seeing 175 and 2 or 3 touchdowns and maybe 1 rushing. And then the last 2 games he goes over 200 yards. Still didn't go over 250 yards, but he showed progression, growth, and he didn't turn the ball over. Now are you saying that's is that good enough or not good enough?
There's one problem, Big Time, in all your equation. No running game. He's going to have to throw football for us to compete.
No, boy.
Big Time. You don't have to do that with the defense that we have, though. I'm sorry, I-Test, my bad.
You still got but we don't have a running game.
But I get what, but he asked you if he gave you those numbers. Just Tua. Forget the running game, forget wins or losses. But Tua gave you 100 games, 100 yards.
What's his completion percentage?
We ain't gonna go that deep into it, but if he gave you those type of games,
because if he's 12 for 22 every week, that means he ain't getting the job done.
But bro,
okay, but wouldn't you sit there and say the same thing when they had Tim Tebow? He was only 12 for 22, 10 for 20. But look at that, man. Look at what they did with him. So that's more offensive coordinator type of stuff. So,
and I brought this up the other day, Big Time. Let me ask you a question. What happened to those Tebow sycophants when Peyton Manning with a busted neck came to Denver?
Look at what he did. It was that defense, Mace. That defense held that stuff together and won that championship. It wasn't Manning. Manning threw for a couple 300-yard games here and there, but he wasn't the same guy.
5 touchdowns his first year in Denver. What are you talking about?
He wasn't the same guy. He wasn't the same guy, Mace.
No, the first year it was Manning. The second year the defense carried them.
Facts. The year Seattle beat them, it was defense. I agree.
No, the year Seattle beat them.
That was his second year in Denver.
No, that was his first year.
Denver was 2012, his first year. 2012. He was out 2011 with the neck problem.
Bro, his first year he lost the Super Bowl. His second year they won.
No, that was the second year I test trouble. His first year in Denver, he lost to Joe Flacco. That was.
So when did he win? When did he win?
He won his fourth year. Because the third year he got upset by the Colts at home. They fired they fired what's his face who was there, and they hired Kubiak. They fired the guy used to be in Carolina.
So when did they win? His fourth year?
2015. They beat Cam Newton.
That's right.
That was the year they won. His fourth year. His last year. They won his last year in the NFL. He retired after that.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. The first year, Peyton Manning had the best year of his career in Denver.
Yeah, I remember that. That was when Welker and all of them.
Yep, they lost to Joe Flacco.
Kobe Newton.
No, I remember that. But let's get back to Tua. I feel what Big Tom is saying, and I kind of feel what you're saying, but in a way it's kind of skewed because you want 250-yard games and this, that. But Big Tom is saying that if every game he's making progression, there's no turnovers.
I won't have a problem with that. I'm seeing progress. It's like the offensive line and the defense. That's why I asked Big Time that question. I kept telling you guys about the offensive line. A lot of not you did, but I don't mind because you hear it from time to time. These other fools, they badmouth me about it. I go to Dudley Do Wrong panel. He was shocked at asking that question. And he was praising it. I observe things. I'm not biased. If I see the young man doing progress for us, and I keep seeing him progressing, I'm gonna leave him alone. I'm just gonna tell people leave him alone. He's coming along. That's what I'm gonna do.
Yeah, that's what I'm on, bro. I don't care about the wins or losses, the stats.
You just want to see him progress. I understand that.
I want to see something better than Tannehill and Fitzpatrick and Cutler.
I think the difference with Tannehill is, unfortunately, and I'm being fair about this, we didn't have what Tennessee has right now. If we had what Tennessee have, he'd still be a quarterback right now.
Bro, we had Ajayi, we had Parker, we had Landry, we had Steele, we had
these guys on the pedestal.
Tannehill was not going to be here. He was gone. It was all said and done. It was all in motion already.
No. Big time. We're talking
any
about
other quarterback. But bro, we had better than Tennessee. No, you remember when we let go of Rashard Matthews? We gave him to Tennessee.
That was a stupid ass move.
But it wasn't because we were loaded. That's what I'm talking about. For years, people said Tannehill didn't have. Do you remember we had Mike Wallace, Charles Clay, Lamar Miller? You feel me? We've had weapons around Tannehill his whole career. He could never win. I remember the year Ajayi took us to the playoffs. Bro, we had number 1 round pick, the whole line. That whole fucking offensive line were number 1 draft pick. We had Landry, we had Steele, we had Parker, we had who was the tight end at the time? What was that guy name?
Already.
Yeah, it was another guy that they brought. Julian Thomas. Yeah, Julian Thomas from Denver. No, they had weapons around Tannehill. He was never gonna win, bro. He never gonna win, and he always had talent around him. That's why Tennessee, they in for a rude awakening, because everyone knows if you could stop Derrick Henry, Tannehill is not gonna win you no game.
You saw that the last 2 weeks. I just told you that a few minutes ago.
Dolphin fans,
right. And a lot of people believe Tennessee's gonna lose to the Bears this week.
We got tricked with Tannehill, and I just hope the same thing doesn't happen with Tua, dog. I need to see a quarterback that's able to make those big throws. When was the last time on a consistent basis we had a quarterback going down the field?
Yeah.
Every other team has it. Rodgers, at any play, he could hit you. Brady, you already know. Breeze, you already know. Every other top quarterback, at any time, they could hit you down the field. Us, we gotta hope and pray that Tannehill could throw the ball to Mike Wallace, the fastest receiver. We gotta hope and pray he could high point the ball to Devontae Parker. He can't do that type of shit.
I think the team will start figuring out the way that the Titans operate the offense, because for once, if you want to maximize the play action, you have to have a respectable run game. But once the respectable run game shut down, that's when play action is getting effective. It get less effective, and that's what happened the game against Cincinnati. That's how they lost.
I'll be this show will wrap up at 5:45. I'll be back at 8:15. So we got a good 20 minutes left. I'm gonna open it up, let you guys talk about whatever you want to talk about. Black Wall Street, what's up? You want to talk about something else, bro?
Listen to y'all, man. I'm just soaking up all this good Tua knowledge right now, man. I feel like
you should. Your goddamn team draft's so good.
By the time.
And we spoke about that a few hours ago. Your team draft's great, man. You don't have to worry about the shit we go through in Miami. I told you that early this afternoon.
Man, you got a good defense, man. You know, when those teams are just so interesting because y'all like a couple pieces away from making some moves. So it's just interesting to see like teams that are like right there on the brink. Because we've been there too. We've been there many, many years. So just takes
your team?
One free agent, one trade. It's all it takes sometimes.
Baltimore.
Who's your team? Baltimore?
I'm a Ravens guy.
He lives in Maryland, bro. He's a hometown boy.
Yeah, they need some receivers, bro. Like y'all got Dez. I don't know what the fuck y'all do.
That's what I was saying. I was saying I feel like it's the same. It's a similar situation a little bit like Tua, where he can't get his full potential because he doesn't have those people outside that he can rely on. Like just to have a third down goal line pass catcher. That make or break his season.
Parker is a top receiver, bro. He just need a good quarterback to make him look like that, yo. I'm telling you, Parker is a top receiver. Let the Dolphins let Parker go. If Parker goes to, let's say Parker goes to fucking Green Bay, my God.
Him and Devontae Adams, yeah, it's a wrap.
And then, okay, so if you're telling me it's a wrap, we have him right here. You're not.
Yeah, but he's not number one. He's a number two. Yes. That will be a wrap for Green Bay. He'll be he'll be next to Devontae Adams.
I'm telling you, dog. What'll happen is they won't understand how good Devontae Parker is because he is a true number one. We're just not using him I'm
in Maryland too, but I love this. I'm a Skins fan. Yeah, I love every sports fan. I don't care what city you come from.
Washington sucked though. Bro.
Yeah, but he loves his team, bro. For years, Miami sucked, but we still love that logo that Big Time has in the avatar.
I feel you.
You know,
but Dad, you know what's crazy about them? They drafted. They were supposed to be. You know what I'm saying? They went RG3. They went Kirk Cousins. They had a leg up on us, and they still suck.
Yeah, bro.
DC is cursed, man.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
They're cursed. You know, there's a saying that in '93, a Native American tribe and said they will never win again until they change the name. So take that if you will. But
I believe it, bro. Because Mark Rippon, Art Monk, and all them was they last like hurrah.
Yo, I got a question.
That was before then. That was when '93 was the last time they won the Super Bowl.
No, 91.
Yeah, one of those 90s.
Then it was the Dallas Cowboy era.
Yeah, Cowboys and Niners and all that good stuff.
Hey, Tess, I got a question for you.
What's up?
You know, it's one of the rumors going on in San Francisco, right?
What? Get me out of here, bro.
That they may trade for Kirk Cousins in the offseason.
Man, fuck Kirk Cousins.
That's Shanahan's boy, bro. I'm serious.
Dog, you know Kirk Cousins, all them what's the other one? The one in Atlanta. They're all the same guys.
I'm gonna throw you another name, but they're talking. You ready?
Go ahead.
Sam Donald.
I know. I heard that shit too, and I was like, I mean, I don't know, bro. The only thing I will say about him, he's young as fuck. He's what, 21 still? He's been in the league. Okay, he's been in the league, what, 3 years? He's just gonna grow, but I don't know, bro. He has backup.
Jimmy G's out of there, bro.
Yeah, man. I'm sick of Jimmy G. I'm sick of all them motherfuckers, man. We need a quarterback like Aaron Rodgers, even though he's on his way out. I'll take
one more year. He'll be there in 22.
Cause the defense and they wasting Kyle Shanahan's genius, bro. Like
They're wasting Kyle Shanahan's fucking talent, bro. Big time.
They might those rookie contracts are gonna be up soon too. They're gonna
be up soon.
They gotta figure something out.
So this is when you're supposed to strike, bro. That Super Bowl was fucked up.
Big time's out. Yeah, man, because like I said before, I look at San Francisco, and when healthy, there's not a better team in football, bro. The Ravens don't compete with them.
Watch the team. Watch tonight. It's fucked up as we is, because remember, it's nothing but almost.
I think they'll beat Green Bay tonight. I do.
It's a bunch of backups out there, bro. Yep. Like everyone's hurt. Everyone's in and out the whole COVID season. I really think them boys was like, man, fuck this season. I haven't seen Richard Sherman since fucking week 1. So, bro, we playing with backups. The whole season we've been playing with backups. And watch out, boys.
One thing about the Niners I love, they make no excuses.
No excuses. They're gonna come out there and hit Green Bay tonight, right?
I do too. I agree with that.
Everybody gonna be like, what the fuck? But at the same time, I want them to lose, because at this point, dog, we need a quarterback, bro, because the team is, come on, everybody coming back next year. Both are coming back. Everybody will be back next year. We're going to get rid of the bad contracts. We're going to have some money.
I agree.
Finally get it. You know what I'm saying? So next year is going to be the time to strike, and we're going to need a quarterback.
I agree. Big time. You still there, bro? Oh, he checked out for a little bit. Yo, Tack.
Yo.
Got my message in the private chat?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, go check it out. I was gonna say, Black Wall Street, since your team picks the best, what you looking at for next year? Best receiver? So you're gonna trade up to get one? You think DeCosta will trade up to get one?
Man, I don't think so. We already drafted 2 receivers this year. We drafted 2 receivers last year. We're picking up Dez, and then we still got other guys. We got a lot of receivers, man. They just not NFL ready. So I don't think drafting is going to be the way to go for receiver. I think we need to go get a free agent receiver. Just get a vet who knows how to move the chains, how to run block. That's all we really need. Like an Anquan Bolden, we need that. And when we had that, that's when we won the Super Bowl, because he was the possession guy who was making
Isn't it funny how he leaves the 49ers, goes to the Ravens, and beats the 49ers?
He's a baller, dude. He's been a baller since he was in Arizona. Yeah, he's a baller. He just like, he does it all, And you like guys like that who don't mind getting into, doing the dirty work, doing the plays that you don't get, you might not get all the stats, but you make the plays that help win. You just need a guy like that, man. Just one guy who would catch a football.
He was amazing. So he's speaking for Anquan Bolden type of receiver. Keep an eye on Jonathan Adams from Arkansas State, Elijah Cooks from Wyoming.
Type of guys he would take too, John Lynch.
Reggie Robinson from SMU Mustangs. Yeah, those guys are very big physical receiver, and you can move those guys. You can move around anyway. You can move in the slot.
Yeah, we need that. We could get a good guy in free agency or in the draft, but from our draft, we got some holes in our offensive line. Hopefully, they can get an offensive line guy. I'd rather go for the offensive line before I go for a receiver, because we got so many young receivers already.
As for wide receiver, you can wait to like 4th, 5th, even 6th round. Like, there's so many good receivers coming out of this small school. Hell, even you can get it from the undrafted free agency.
The Dolphins did 2 years ago.
Yeah, it's talent. I worry about our offensive line, because our whole offense is predicated on running the ball up the middle. If we can't run the ball up the middle, and that's been our biggest problem, because we're not able to do that in the playoffs. If we can't establish the run in the playoffs, then we're done. So
I think run as far as run blocking going to improve by sometime is by next year, because I can't say this year, because the fact that Miami has no any running game as far as this year, but like next year depends on free agency, who are then drafting, which is a very the running back heavy draft There's so many potential running back with so many skill sets. So so GM had to do the diligence to see who and what gonna fit the scheme for the Dolphins.
They need skill players, man. Just somebody in the outside, somebody in the backfield, just a skill player, make a play for him.
I would say Kylie Hill from Mississippi State. He just opted out in the middle of the season. I think he was leading the team in rusher.
He's saving himself for the draft. Smart boy.
He just said, "Fuck it, I'm not gonna play no more." So he just
there you go. Quit on the team. Take your scholarship money, boy, and tell the school kiss your ass. Yeah, continue.
Yeah, that's exactly what he did. So
I love it. These punks do this now in college.
No, he should. It should. Why would you want to take a risk and get hurt?
No, I agree with the players. I just have fun with it. I do agree with the player though. Quit.
I mean, you see the University of the Texas making $160 million.
No, you're gonna eat better food. You're gonna eat at classier restaurants. The women will be upgraded. Your cars will be upgraded. What better life you can have?
Yeah,
what the hell school gonna be? Boring. Being caved in on a snow day. Fuck out of here. School can kiss my ass.
Yep, because once you go to NFL, you can go from OnlyFans to you can get your porn star.
Forget that. You can have a harem of hoes around you 24/7 after practice.
Yeah, just don't be a Antonio Cromartie, man. He's shooting up the club. He got like.
I'm gonna leave that alone, bro. I'm gonna leave Cromartie alone.
Cromartie got a porn star wife.
No, I'm just saying he has 21 kids. That's why I say he be shooting up the club since he was.
He got 21 kids.
Yeah, he does.
He got at least 15.
No, he got 12 kids, bro.
No, he got 21.
He had 13, and then they had he got a tube tie, then he got another one anyway. They had another one after that or something like that.
I'm gonna leave that alone, man. I test final thoughts, bro.
Man, fuck
it.
Seahawks.
Fuck the Seahawks, okay.
Yeah,
yo, you be back at 8:15, bro?
Man, fuck the Seahawks, man.
All right, man. Yo, I love you, man. You've been great today on the platform, bro. You're one of my favorite people in the world, I test. And you keep up the good work. Go to his site. What you changing it to now?
Nah, my Instagram is itest_ with a Z or S, one of them. And
Bill, but the site, your site where you do your videos.
Or a little Miami Dolphin Digest. But my channel, it'll be up. Like they banned me till January 2nd. So when my channel's up, it's gonna be lit. But right now, I got my little substitute channel right now with Miami Dolphin Digest. I just dropped little NFL videos.
Oh, the Jimmy Garoppolo one today was hysterical. Yeah, gotta see it, folks.
To watch it,
yeah, man. I love you, bro. I'll see you when you want to come back up. You hear me?
I'll let you.
Thank you, bro. Have a good dinner, my friend. Big time, final thoughts.
Keep the faith.
I'm keeping the faith. Because we're winning. That's why I'm keeping the faith.
You make yourself look bad by saying it first. So I'm just I'll play with you.
No, we're good, bro. Hey, big time. You know you have a permanent place on this panel. Your family, you're good, bro.
I appreciate it.
And don't be a stranger.
No, I mean, I just needed to take some time off.
I understand that, bro, because this shit can drive you crazy, man. If I was in Larry L's room today, I would have lost my fucking mind. But I'm glad I'm doing this, bro.
I come in for the relationships and have a good time, good talk, and learn some stuff. I want to absorb what I can. But, yeah, just keep the faith, because if you think that it's going to get any better anytime soon, it's not. We're going to go through some ups and downs with him. And hopefully, like I said earlier, it's all about progression. So if we see the progression, we're going to get it. And Tack brought a point up earlier. I was outside walking my dog, but that, getting a running back in draft, in a free agency or draft. I'd rather get a draft, I'll be honest with you. Only guy that I would be looking up to pick up in free agency would be Kareem Hunt. He's the only one because he has less tread on him. Yeah. Other than that, I'm tired of picking up running backs from free agency. Let's go for a new cat, a new boy, new guy, and let's run them.
Both suck. I appreciate it, Mace. They're injury prone. My brother, I'll be back at 8:15. Come back up here, bro. And let me tell you this while you're still here. Everybody who comes in this room, they all love you and appreciate your knowledge, bro. Your family to us. Stay with us, bro. Enjoy your dinner.
See y'all later, and it was good to meet you. On Black
Street. Yeah, he's a good kid, good guy.
Yeah, I'll be around for sure.
Black Wall Street.
Hey man, it was just an awesome show, man. I just learned so much. I love the camaraderie. You know, I love the Dolphins talk, man. I love the sports talk and stuff, man. It's a great group, so you'll see me around for sure.
Hey, if you rest up, come back at 8:15. I'll be back.
I'll see what I can do. I'll probably be in and out.
All right, bro. Enjoy your dinner. It's an honor having you here. Welcome to the family. You got your wrench, bro. Enjoy your dinner down. Don't eat too many crab cakes, bro.
No crab cake. No, not today, man. It's not a crab cake day. But, man, thank you guys so much. I love the group. You guys will see me around. Thank you for all the...
Thank you, bro. You was excellent today. Well, everything you brought to the table was outstanding, bro.
We were able to have like-minded people to have a great conversation, and that's what it's all about. So,
hey, I'll let you guys rock it on the panel, bro. I'm not an egomaniac. I love you, bro. Be good.
Yeah, be good, man. You see me around.
All right, bro. I want to thank the guys. I want to thank Mr. Miami. I want to thank Tack, who's going to stay with me, of course. Let me see what I'm going to thank today. Mr. Miami, Tack, Don't Smoke Rocks is excellent. Always get your mic. Come up here. Who else was here today? Damn, Tack, man, you really put a lot in here, my brother. Pete was here today. Thank you, bro. Don't Smoke Rocks. No women in here today. I'm surprised. I'll see her tonight. Hopefully she come up tonight. All right. You know what I like to say to end this show? Enjoy your dinner. No partying, no clubbing, no smoking, no recreational drugs, no drinking. Be safe on the road. Don't get into dumb fights in the club. No sex, no women. Good evening, everybody from the Oasis. I love you. I'll see you in 2.5 hours. Good night, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody.